just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar, another round of footy done and dusted. The great Guru, Kangaroo, Guruni, Gurachi, Guroko. You like Guroko? Guroko. Mate, how was your weekend?
Mate, really good. Round 5, where, I don't know, are we starting to see this comp go back to what it was a couple of years ago? It's getting interesting now.
It's getting interesting. Absolutely. What did you get up to on the weekend?
Mate, I watched every single game as per usual. Absolutely loved it. I love having the footy back. I know it's been a month or so now, but yeah. I look back to those dark days of January, February. I don't know what I did with myself.
I honestly don't know what I did on the weekend without the footy. It's just so good to know, okay, I do whatever I need to do on Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Get back 3 o'clock the Arvo, and I can just sit back, and there's going to be game after game after game.
We had a family lunch on Sunday and got back in the door at 4:03 for a 4:05 kickoff.
Wow.
Sensational.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Mate, same thing happened with me. Did the fight companion for the Hello Sport boys.
Yeah.
Rolled back into the door, boom, straight into the footy. Also, I drove. I did a road trip. I drove from Brisbane down back to Sydney. It was fun. It was enjoyable, but geez, it takes it out of you.
It's an innings.
I don't know, like
how long did it take you?
About 9 hours, about 9.5. But we stopped, so I'd say it's about an 8.5 to 9 hour drive.
Did you do all the driving?
Most of it until basically I missed a lot of. I went back and watched most of the Warriors Cowboys game, not all, but most of it, and then I changed seats when the Broncos game came on. So most of it, about 7 hours of it. But bought a family car. Building a family, mate.
What are you trying to tell us?
Well, no, I mean, not yet.
We're making moves.
Next 24 months, I'd say. Next 24 months. But yeah, I actually got off one of my mates, Mazda, up at the Grand Aspley. This is not a paid ad, but he was fantastic. I've never bought a new car before. I've always bought like shit secondhand ones. Like my missus' car that she used to have now, you couldn't even resell it. It's that shit.
Mate, I've been the same for years. I've been a fiend for being an A to B guy.
Yeah.
Now they got a new car. I'm just like, you dickhead.
Yeah.
What
have you been doing
for so long?
Well, yeah, driving this car, even though it's, the missus is going to be driving it regularly, I was like, wow, this actually is really nice to drive. This is really cruisy to drive. But give LDC_01 a follow. Pretty sure that's his Instagram. He helped me massively. I don't know anything about cars, anything. Grand Prix Mazda in Aspley, Queensland. So if you're looking for a car, he's the man to speak to. Again, I got no idea about cars. LDC_01, Luke Camilleri, absolute legend. He actually helps a lot of current athletes out in that.
Yeah, lovely.
And gets you a good deal. Obviously, I'm still paying for the bloody thing. If I got it for free, I mean, fuck, we could do it. If I got it for free, I'll be doing a whole this 3-hour podcast would be just an ad, just a straight ad. But I always appreciate when people offer good customer service. So LDC_01, fantastic service, and it's a great little Mazda. Didn't break the bank, good solid car, going to get the job done. And when I have kids, it'll be good to have them there. But also, unfortunately, Shandor can't join us this week because of work commitments. His work has ramped up lately, unfortunately. He thought he could jump on the potty each Monday, but unfortunately his workload seems to be increasing. Did all I could. We tried to, make it earlier and everything, and unfortunately he just couldn't get on board. He's unsure as to if he can regularly do it or not. Maybe here or there. So unfortunately, the great Shandor, we're not sure when he'll be back. Maybe he'll be back soon, maybe not. We're just going to wait and see, play it by ear. But I tried everything to keep him on. Unfortunately, he's got a gig. He's got to pay the bills.
I was listening to the Dirty Merger podcast. I was looking forward to my microphone coming out of his planky ass just quietly. That would have been lovely.
So we're back to being a 2 out of 10 podcast, looks-wise.
Best looking on the podcast up for grabs once again.
So, yeah, tried everything we could, but unfortunately the great Dor has to focus on his work, which is understandable, totally understandable. But, I mean, we've got the great Matty. We're going to throw to the Matty a bit more. He's over there in the corner, the first face reveal. Matty, the Waterboy. How you going, brother?
What's going on, boys? I'm finally thrilled to be on camera for the first time in over a year. So
the reveal, it's happy. Happened. And I threw it on you out of nowhere. It was a few hours ago.
This morning. Probably an hour ago. So
I didn't want you to get... It's like a debut, son. I don't want you to get rattled. I didn't want you to get nervous, lying sleepless nights. I just wanted you to come straight into it, get the reveal done, and then we move forward.
Well, I'm glad I can maintain the 2 out of 10 average on the podcast.
Yeah, that's the 2 out of 10 average for you. From now on, you know what I've learned? We only bring on 2 out of 10s. Because clearly good-looking people don't know about this podcast. They just can't handle the level that we're going at the moment. So we'll keep it to a 2 out of 10 average. But you had an interesting weekend, didn't you?
I went to the footy. I weaseled my way into a corporate box, which was good. I definitely don't belong there. I usually love sitting in the crowd, but yeah, it was good. Saw a good South win. It wasn't the most fantastic game I've ever watched, but yeah, it was good to pretend I was someone I was not for a night. It was great. And
did any fans come up and harass you, or?
Yeah, someone came up, and so there was two. One came up and asked for a photo, which was weird because I've never been on camera before, but someone noticed me. But then someone else actually asked if I could sign their cock at the game. And I said yes, but they didn't have a pen on them, so unfortunately.
Look, I mean, that's the kind of fans we've got. Blokes that go around asking other blokes to sign their cocks.
If you see me, just make sure you have a pen on you.
I love his commitment. Actually,
I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that, should I?
Yeah, now you're going to get smashed. A bit of fun, a bit of a laugh. But obviously, brought to you by Bloke in a Bar merch and beer. We've still got, I think, about 20% of the shorts left. So if you want Bloke shorts, make sure to head to www.bloke.shop. Grab your shorts. I think the grey are all sold out. So if you want them, make sure to grab them because we won't be buying new shorts for minimum 6 months. Minimum 6 months, most likely 12 months until we bring out new shorts. So if you want the Bloke shorts, head to bloke.shop. We've also got old school Bloke shirts. We've got a bunch of stuff. So go to www.bloke.shop. We ship international as well, worldwide. Now, the stores in Spotlight. Grey Stains Cellars. DY Hotel. We're on tap at the DY Hotel. That's where we did the show, obviously. Arncliffe Cellars. The Harbour Hotel. On tap there as well, Harbour Hotel. Helensburgh Premium Liquor. East Corrimal Cellars. Aussie Word Celebration Superstore, Saltwater Creek Helensvale, White Lion Hotel Maryborough, N17 Burger Company Port Douglas on tap, Celebrations Baringa Sunshine Coast, and Eaton's Hill Liquor Barn. So if you love beer, guys, go out and grab a case of Bloke in a Bar beer. It is the beer of sport. As always, it's easy drinking. It's not fruity. It's not hoppy. It's beer that tastes like real beer. So grab a case. It's absolutely beautiful. If you've been on the fence about it, trust me, give it a try. It is a high quality beer. The amount of messages I get of people going, mate, this is actually bloody good beer. And that's no GST either. I genuinely get a lot of messages like that. So go out and grab a case of Bloke in a Bar. It's absolutely beautiful. It's my personal favourite beer. I would even if it wasn't my beer, I'd be buying it over any other beer. But let's get into major talking points from the weekend. So after the game, Ponga was asked, this isn't really a major talking point, but it is interesting. I just thought it was not that great. It's
pretty shitful.
Yeah, so Ponga was asked after the game, tough loss. Ponga obviously got concussed and, came back on, did some good things. Ponga was asked in front of his coach, does it make it any harder to stay after all of the losses? And Ponga obviously stood up, walked out of the, stood out and kind of like scoffed, like, mate, like, come on. And so did the coach, Adam O'Brien. Yeah, I was just like, bro, it's fair enough if you want to speculate on that, because that's a very fair thing to speculate on. But to ask him in front of his coach after a tough loss like that, it's like, man, do you really need to do that? Really need to do that?
No, I felt for KP in that moment, especially after that loss at home. They had a heap of injuries. There's a couple of moments where small things went against them, like KP threw a great ball to Gagai to score that first try through Dom Young that got taken off them. A bit of experience there from Foz, but I reckon if they score that, it's probably a different game of football. They looked good early, then all the injuries started to happen. If Chris Randall grounds that ball off the kick that KP put in, it's a different game all of a sudden. So considering the position Newcastle are in with the amount of guys they've lost off injury, I just thought that was pretty average form.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. What do you think, Manny?
Yeah, I think it was bad as well because Ponga actually got knocked out in the game. Yeah. I think maybe he shouldn't even been answering questions at the end of the game. But yeah, I thought it was pretty shit. And I thought as well because the scoreline was 30-6. The game was closer than that, so he would have been filthy. Adam O'Brien would have been filthy, and that's the last thing that would have been thinking about. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Bit rough, but look, I understand the speculation. We do it as well. Like that's something that we have discussed. Literally, start of the season, if they struggle to put wins together, it's going to make him harder to stay. But yeah, I thought that was a bit rough, especially on Adam O'Brien as well. Like it's like a slap in the face.
It's almost also a question that you're not going to get an answer out of. What are you expecting him to say? Yeah, losses make it tough. I'm out. Yeah, like he's never like what's he going to say? He's the captain of the club.
Exactly.
It's just
So that was tough after such a tough night. The devil's advocate to that, though, is, look, he's a journalist. He can ask the questions he wants, and that's his right, so that's fair enough. But, yeah, I just thought it was pretty tough. But the Ponga situation. So his father has also come out and said, be patient to sign the right deal, which is fair. And just for clarity, in regards to him meeting Wayne Bennett, what I'm really shocked at is we've spoken ad nauseum here. Like, he is essentially off contract right now. So him speaking to any other club is like normal. Like, there's no issue with that. I don't understand. Like, what's he supposed to do? Negotiate with another team and sign with the Dolphins with, like, let's say he is going to sign without ever speaking to their head coach?
I was going to say, it's kind of the Knights' fault that they're in this situation because they put two player options into the contract. So, of course, he's going to negotiate mid-season.
Yeah. But that was the only way they were going to keep him, I think, last time he re-signed. Last time he re-signed, he was killing it, I'm pretty sure. Like, as in he was, flying, going really well. So, you're right. They did put those options in. What I would say is, going forward, they probably need to be pretty harsh on this and just be like, no, we aren't going to give you a contract that gives you an out every 2 years. Look, I understand why the Knights did it, and I also understand why Kalyn did it.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. I think it just is what it is. He's got those player options, so KP has to take care of himself.
Yeah.
It'd be stupid for him not to be checking out his options realistically.
Yeah. And Adam O'Brien did say in the press conference, he was like, mate, all I can do is try my hardest to be a great coach to Kalyn, put all the options in front of him and be real with him, tell him the truth, and then allow him to make the decision. Yep. And I thought that was like, that's a really, I feel like that's going to win him points with Ponga, to be really honest with him and then step back and go, mate, we love you, we want you here, but you got to do whatever is going to make you happy. I personally think that he's going to stay. I think he's going to stay. What do you think?
I hope so. Mate, as I said a couple of weeks ago, I'm starting to wonder if Newcastle need to pay him as much as has been suggested, because as much as they've lost 3 games in a row, I think in every single one of those games, they've been reasonably unlucky. Yeah. Whether it be send-off, whether it be 10 in the bin, injuries, whatever, and they've played 3 pretty damn handy sides in the last 3 weeks as well. So, as I've always said, I hope he stays. I want to see more of how he gels into this side, because it looks like that he hasn't really found his spot in this team just yet. Not his spot, but just how he works into this spine that, when he wasn't on the field, they were going really well. And that's not a negative on KP. It's just,
it's going to take time. He's
exactly
such an
right.
influential player.
Yep.
It's going to take him time to get used to it. Sorry?
Oh, and it's just like the last few years, KP's also been the guy. Like, whenever they needed something, it had to come from KP. All of a sudden, they've got more continuity in this side. It's going to take time for it all to gel.
For sure. What do you reckon, matey? Will he stay or go?
I reckon with Joey there, I reckon he'll stay. I reckon Joey's a huge, what's the word? Influence?
Yeah.
Influence, yeah. Like, no one loves Newcastle more than Joey, and, one of the greatest players of all time, coaching it day in, day out. I reckon he's in his ear every day, and I reckon he'll stay.
I see the way Kalyn plays and how much he seems to care. Like, it's like a lot of people go, see Kalyn, they're like, oh, he's really cruisy. It seems like he doesn't really care about that. But I actually think he deeply cares for that team. And I think he like, for example, he's a superstar, gets a head knock. Very easy for him to go, mate, I'm not going back on. Like, and he was fucking done. Like,
he plays tough.
And so very easy for him to go, well, I got to worry about my health. I haven't signed a contract yet. Maybe I should start fresh and keep my body fresh for someone that I do sign for. But he didn't. He came back on, and not only did he come back on, he tried to affect the game. So, he was going just as hard to win the game. So, look, I think Ponga actually stays. I think that I agree with you. I think the Knights have just been, look, it's tough because losses are losses. And any team, when they lose, could point at this and this and go, we were unlucky here, we're unlucky there. But I do believe that they have been uniquely unlucky in circumstances. For example, the Kieran Foran no try. 2 tries is pretty much the same later in the week got allowed because they basically used common sense and said, look, he wasn't going to affect the play. He wasn't going to get there. We just saw in the Sharks game yesterday a try be allowed. So you're right. If those tries are allowed, it's a very different ball game. But look, I think Ponga does stay. I think Knights, although extremely disappointing loss, like extremely disappointing, I don't think it's panic stations yet. I don't think that, look, for example, at the start of the game, I felt that the forwards kind of let down the halves a little bit. They were making some crucial errors, and I thought that Clune and Clifford actually started the game really well. There was a really early Clune kick, I think 3rd or 4th tackle, great kick chased by everyone. And then the next set, like I think both Saifidi brothers had early errors. Frizzell had an early error, and I think that really hurt their momentum early on. And you could argue later in the game, maybe the halves should have stepped up again, but I don't think they played that poorly. I really don't, the Ewing Knights.
Yeah, and as I said, they have been unlucky in points, but the reality is their 2-0 start is now a 2-3. The next 3 weeks they have to go to Wollongong to play St George, who are desperate.
Yeah.
They then have to they play Parramatta and they play Melbourne. So, I mean, it's a big 3 weeks for them because they don't deserve to be 2-6, but they need to probably win 2 of these next games to sort of start to turn it around. Because, I mean, if we get 3 weeks down the track and they are a 2-6 team, they're not a 2-6 team in my opinion.
Yeah.
But that will start to build. It's hard to come back from that.
They like this game for them is like a grand final coming up. They absolutely have to win against the Dragons going forward because they are playing better footy than the Dragons right now. And if they lose this, then if they lose against the Dragons, then I do believe that the first 2 games are probably a bit of an anomaly. I feel like no matter how good the Dragons play, they should be able to beat them, in my opinion. They should be able to, but Dragons could be desperate. So I don't think all that early work is erased yet for the Knights with certain things that unfolded. Like I thought, even the game kicks off and boom, penalty straight away. I didn't even think that was a penalty.
Yeah.
All the little things don't seem to be going their way. So although extremely disappointing for the Knights, I don't think it's panic stations yet. But if they lose this weekend, then I think that they need to start going,
it's an old cliche that winning becomes a habit.
Yeah.
And you don't want to fall out of it. You don't want to go, because it's hard to put, it's a hard competition to win in any week. To come back from 6 on the trot potentially, it's a tough gig.
Absolutely. What do you think?
I thought the Knights, don't forget it was shitting down rain on Thursday, and in the first half they couldn't complete a set pretty much. So I don't know. I think it was kind of an anomaly this game. They kind of frustrated themselves, and obviously they got to be better with ball handling because they completed at 61%. They were a lot better than the team that we saw on Thursday. So I agree. I reckon the Dragons game is a huge game coming up.
Absolutely massive. If they lose this game, that's when I start going, maybe those first few rounds, we all thought that they were doing better than they really were.
And I think some Newcastle players will start to have the same thoughts.
For sure, and lose a bit of confidence. And so not panic stations yet for the Knights. We'll go a little bit more into the game as we get to it. Now, huge talking point. This one has me so torn. I don't know how to feel about this. I honestly don't know how to feel about this. So Titans intentionally create penalties to challenge a call. I think the key information that's making me torn on this is they were right. It was the wrong call. They did get dudded. But the way they use those tactics, intentional penalties, it truly isn't in the spirit of the game. And I want to be clear as well, the Titans aren't the only ones that have used it. This is not just a Titans thing. Every team is going to try and use this tactic if they feel they've been dudded a call. And if Titans, they did it twice, and both times they were right. And that's what's got me really torn here is like, yes, that isn't in the spirit of the game. I totally agree, and I don't want it in the game. But from a Titans perspective, it's like, well, don't get the call wrong then. Don't force us to do it. Thoughts, Guru?
Mate, it's incredibly smart by the Titans. And you're right, they are the first team to do it. Cameron Munster did it a few weeks ago, but we sort of laughed and giggled at it.
Reynolds did it.
Munster. Yeah, I mean, this isn't a Titans thing. Yes, they've been highlighted for doing it, but, mate, if I'm the Titans coach, good on you.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Like, there's penalties and key moments that decide games, and I mean, as much as they didn't win,
they scored twice off it.
Yeah,
they scored off the next set. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so I'm
torn, bro.
I'm torn.
I don't like it.
I don't like watching it either. But if I was a Titans coach or a Titans fan, I'd be like, fuck, we have to do it. We have to get ours.
That's the thing. If let's say Titans did it and they got the call wrong, I'd be like, that's fucked.
Yep.
Like absolutely fucked. You've just slowed the game down. But the thing that's really tearing me is like, but they were right. Like they got dudded calls that they all could see. Every one of their players could see, but the refs and touchies couldn't see, and the bunker couldn't overturn. Like, so I just don't know what the answer is. In isolation, I don't like it. Like I really don't like players intentionally giving penalties away to then challenge something. It just doesn't seem in the spirit of the game. But then you could make the argument, look, there's plenty of stuff that aren't in the spirit of the game, that players push boundaries. I don't want it to become a trend. That's the thing. What do you think, Matty, about that?
Well, I don't think it will become a trend because last week Graham Annesley came out and said if a player does that, they're going to get sin bin. Now, we didn't see that on the weekend, but...
He did say, though, if you get this wrong, you're going in the bin.
100%. And Turpin against the Warriors got sin bin for it. He deliberately laid down. He got sin bin. The day before, Damien cooked it against Penrith and South got the penalty. So it's an absolute lottery. But I feel like, I don't feel like it's going to happen. They're going to try and stamp it out. Like Graham honestly said, no chance this is going to happen.
So you reckon they'll come even more aggressively? Like, doesn't matter if you get it right, you're Gonskis.
100%.
If we feel, it's just hard though. How do you say that's an intentional penalty? How do you police that? Yeah,
you're almost solving a grey area by creating another grey area.
Yeah,
it's just another example of how coaches, no matter what rule they make, they find a way to.
Yeah, they're always the smartest guys in the room.
Look, I just like, I know this is like a bit nebulous and kind of doesn't. How do you fix this? But it's like in the Titan situation, refs get the calls right. Like they don't have to be perfect; they make mistakes, but. It was twice. It wasn't once. It was twice that they got the call wrong against the Titans. So, yeah, I don't want it in the game though. I don't want it in the game.
I was talking to a mate yesterday, and he made a really good point. He said the amount of times you see these teams attacking on the try line, and they do their block plays, and the halfback or the fullback knows that they've got an obstruction, and they just sort of walk into defence. He said, "Fuck, if I'm a defensive team, and I know that he's got that obstruction." You might as well drag him over the try line and put him on the floor so he scores. Because then you know you're going to get a penalty. Whereas if he goes to ground, we ignore it.
Yeah. It's I think the obstruction's getting a bit out of hand, to be honest. Like some of the calls that it's just like we're going overboard, like we always do. We always do. And, you know, I don't want it to be ref bashing, but this is a big topic. This isn't really ref bashing, I think. This is more, even though I'm saying they should have got the call right, this is more broader scale. We're talking about rules of the game that need to be implemented, not implemented. Because the refs are in a lose-lose situation. Like, how do they sort this out? They just can't. How do you say intentionally that he gave it away? All that kind of stuff. But I hope that doesn't come in our game because I don't like it. Like, I really don't. But if it's your team and your team gets studded a call, I can totally understand why you'd be like 100% to it, 100% to it. Yeah.
The other situation I was looking at with that Penrith game the other night, like Penrith looks so dangerous off those scrums. It's like an NFL play where they all form behind and then they break out. There was a moment there where Tavita Pangai Jr. gave a penalty just before they scrum, and I sort of thought, genius.
Yeah.
If you can take scrums, because scrums so hard in the game because they don't matter, but what it does is it forces your defence to have 8 guys smack in the middle of the field. Then you've got against a side like Penrith and Melbourne. I mean, we saw Justin Olam score a crucial try off a scrum. I mean, you've got to start to be considering doing the same thing.
Yeah, I hope they don't. Well,
that's
great.
But you could see as soon as Tavita gave away that penalty, Cleary just went, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's not what we wanted.
That's not what they wanted at all. It's it is interesting. It's just crazy. Like we put in these rules and then they just fucking find ways to bend them.
Like how many teams are breaking early off scrums? Because it's easier to defend a penalty than it is to.
That's the one thing I don't like is like how it's just 6 to go when they break early off a scrum because it's not a normal ruck.
Yep.
It's a play that benefits the attacking huge. So if you get up and offside, it's worth it. It's absolutely worth just getting up and being offside and giving away an extra penalty.
And I would coach my team to do it every time.
Absolutely, because if you stay back and wait and give them that extra time, it's almost a guaranteed try. If all they need to do is execute. And so I've always been a bit miffed about just an extra tackle because they got off the line early. It's like, well, they just lost a try scoring opportunity. It's not a professional foul, but it kind of is in that area. They're intentionally getting offside to give themselves an advantage where a try is higher chance of scoring. So in regards to the Titans tactics, or not Titans tactics, we shouldn't call it that. The tactics of laying down, giving away intentional in penalties, if it happens to your team, I totally understand why you would defend it. I totally do. In the grander scheme of things, if you could take emotion out of it, I don't like it. I really don't like it. But you know what? I don't like the wrestle. I don't like people coming off the line early in the scrum stuff. So there's plenty of stuff in the game that I don't like. I honestly think the best solution is the one they've kind of got, which is if you get this wrong, you're going.
Yeah.
That's the only thing in my mind that could work, unless there's other solutions out there.
But I mean, the reality is, whatever solution they come up with, it's a matter of time till the coaches work it out and they make them look stupid again. It's a rock and a hard place situation for them.
Yep, absolutely. Maddie, what do you do in that situation?
I was actually thinking about the scrum play. Sorry to go back, but do you reckon? I know this might slow the game down more, but could you just redo the scrum and then if you do it again, it's a sin bin?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. But
I reckon that'll stamp it out after a few weeks.
But that'll slow the game down so much.
But to answer your question, I think I'm with the teams on this. Like, if you can give away a penalty, just do it.
Yeah.
As shit as that is, I'd probably be doing that. Because I know if it's South, if it's my team, and I'm like, fucking stay down. Even like 15 teams play, and I see a player like fake an injury or dive, I'm like, oh, get up, that sucks. If I see a South player get clipped, I'm like, stay down, stay down, stay down.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
When you're talking about your own team, you're always like, yep, 100%. When you're talking about someone else's team, you're always like, oh, for us. So it's a really tough one. At the moment, I think that's the best solution is genuinely, mate, if you get this wrong, you're Gonskis. You are Gonskis. Now, and I think we're all pretty in agreement. We don't really know what the answer is to this.
Yeah, I don't think there is.
We don't really.
Yeah,
we don't really know.
Yeah.
Let us know in the comment section. How do you think this is? And do it like in a respectful manner. You don't need to go crazy about the times or whatever. Just like, what do you think is the best way to fix a problem like this? Because it is quite glaring. It's one of those things that, like, for example, getting offside in a scrum, yeah, all right, it's pushing the rules, but we'll let it go. But this is like stop the game kind of shit. We all slow everything down and we're looking at it. So let us know what you think in the comment section. Now, another huge call, Junior Paulo sin bin. Look, I strongly disagree with this one. Strongly disagree. What did you think, Guru?
I heard AJ Brimson do an interview after the game, and they said, they pretty much said, like, how are you feeling, as in, like, concussion, whatever, and he said, my shoulder's just sore.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if that isn't, I don't know. I know it all happens quickly, but when you've got guys up in the box that are able to watch it again, I don't know how this happens.
He was holding his shoulder straight away.
Straight away. Yeah.
And also, if Paulo does make full contact with his head, he is out. If he really did make contact with his head, what I'm not understanding is the process of logic of, like, if it really was direct contact to the head, then he should just be sent off. If you're going by the rules that we have today. On top of that, if it really was direct contact to the head, AJ Brimson should be off for HIA. I know he didn't show any symptoms, but that forceful contact to the head.
Yeah. If 130 kilo front row like Junior Paulo hits you like that.
Regardless of symptoms, you need to be checked. This was tough for me because I'm like, I felt like it was pretty obvious it was shoulder to shoulder. I honestly felt like it was...
Especially because it wasn't a live call. They had a bit of push and shove. There was they had a minute or so to look at it and get this decision right. And
I could have copped a penalty. I could have copped, like, okay.
I wouldn't have agreed with it, but I could cop it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I wouldn't have agreed, but I would have been like, look, okay, I'd rather be a bit more cautious than under cautious in these situations. But the sin bin, we've spoken about this, how easily were you using sin bins? Like, that could have costed the Eels the game. It really could. They were just lucky that they held on.
It should have, realistically.
Yeah, it really should have. And imagine if the Eels had lost that game because of that call.
Yep.
What do you reckon, Matty?
The annoying thing for me, just as a fan, is, like, it's so different game to game. Like, for example, I reckon Morgan Harper should have been sent to the sin bin more so than Paulo, because he actually got Ponga in the head and Ponga had to go off the field. So I think that's the thing we have to address the most. Like, we have to get it standardized across every game, because it's an absolute lottery right now.
And I mean, it's probably unfair to say, but if that was Opachik that made that tackle, does he go?
No. Yeah, or a half, Dylan Brown or Moses, probably not. Probably not. I reckon just leave your mic on, bro. Because you're not making any weird noises. Oh. He keeps turning his mic off. What are you doing over there? You got no pants on.
I'm used to doing that.
I mean, he's not wearing pants. That may be the fucking...
Yeah, that's why the camera's only from here up.
I can only see one hand as well. Jesus. Sicko. We need a can on the other side. What are you looking at, bro? What are you looking at over there? Look, Junior Paulo sin bin. It's one of those situations where I'm just glad they didn't lose the game, and we can hopefully learn from it and move on. I think that we need to be a bit less trigger happy on sin 10 in the bin. It's such a substantial amount of time to a key player.
Yep.
You know what's crazy? He still ran for like 225 metres or something like that. Paulo and RCG were unbelievable on the weekend, but we'll get to that. Now, other huge news, NRLW Grand Final. Roosters beat the Dragons 16-4. This breaks the streak of the Broncos, which I think was 4 in a row or 3 in a row.
It was 3.
3 in a row grand finals. So it breaks the streak. The Roosters, what's incredible about this is, so before the semi-finals, Roosters basically lost their game, I'm pretty sure, and they essentially needed another team to win by like 30. to get in. So they all lost that game and were heartbroken, walked off the field. Basically, we're out of the finals. We're out of the finals. Then the Broncos play the Eels, and the Eels get absolutely touched up, and the Roosters are back in the finals. So they were this close to being kicked out. Then they go on to win the grand final. Massive congratulations to the Roosters girls. Condolences to the Dragons girls. I think they were the real... Because this is the first time they've been in the comp, the Dragons, is it?
I think so, yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Anyway, can you just check that, please?
The Dragons have been there for a while.
They've been in there?
Yeah.
But first year, Siawi's coached?
This is the first year Siawi's
So
coached.
Siawi becomes coach, and like the Dragons were fantastic. Like not only did they make the grand final, they were equal on points for the minor premiership, but the Broncos beat them for the minor premiership just on points differential. But Emma Tonagato, is that how you say it? Tonagato? Emma Tonagato, she wins the players. She wins a players' choice and a joint winner of the Clive Churchill for women.
Yep.
And that's from a Dragons side. So the Dragons were fantastic. Like they had a really good season for NRLW. But the Roosters, I mean, when they needed to get the win, they got the win. You know, their centres are both fantastic. I think it's Isabel Kelly and Surgis.
Just shout out to Surgis too. She's a local junior from the club that I coach at, the Coogee Wombats. And obviously, like a year or two ago, she came down to our presentation day, and obviously she was with Zach Lomax at the time, so they both came down, and she was so good with the young kids that day that our club went from having one or two girls teams to she spoke to every single girl that day and threw the ball around with them. The next year we had 4 or 5 teams. Girls team. Like she had a huge impact, and she was so popular that day, and that was 2 or 3 years ago. Jess, she was a Roosters fan growing up too, so for her to come back to the Roosters now, win that comp, unreal scenes.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's really obviously it's going to be a long while until they can really get the ball moving. Not a long while, but it'll be a little bit until they can really get the ball moving on getting them all full time and everything. But at the moment, the positive is we can really see the impact of young women looking at those women playing the NRLW and going, oh, I can actually do this. And the good thing about that is, and this is purely from a selfish bloke perspective, but that actually just brings in more footy fans.
Yep.
So a lot of young girls that would feel like, oh, I don't really like footy because it doesn't really appeal to me. They may start watching NRLW, but then they also may start watching the men's game, and it actually helps our game. Put it this way, the bigger the women's game is, the bigger the game gets.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that gets lost in the sauce a little bit. We don't actually realise how beneficial. I mean, it's super selfish to think of we're thinking about me, but I'm just saying we all win. If the girls win, we win.
Yeah.
So still a bit of work to do. There's I think the turnout we're looking at about 7,000 for the grand final, which is pretty good.
Just under 8.
Just under 8, which is pretty good. They weren't free tickets; they were paid tickets, $15 to get in. On top of that, it was in Redcliffe, so I think the NRLW thought that Broncos may win it,
which wasn't a bad call. Realistically,
yeah, it wasn't a bad call. Yeah. So I would love to see how much they could get down in Sydney in a grand final.
And just like in my group chat that's with my local club, like the guy that runs it, he posted all the games that are on this weekend. The amount of girls' games going on in South Sydney at the moment is insane. It's just getting better and better each year, which is great to see.
That's great.
I think the NRL are doing a really good job in ignoring the noise that said, give them 3 origins, put in 16 teams, and doing it really slowly so they can have a good progression. Because this, you compare the comp this year with 6 teams to what it was 4 years ago, it's astronomically better. Better, and it's going to be a few more teams next year, and then 10 teams a year after. I think that, and 2 games of Origin, I think they're doing a really good job in slowly progressing it.
You have to build it slowly and surely, and I know that's easy for me to say because I'm not a woman, so it's very easy for me to give my thoughts on it, but I'm not the one that gets affected by it. I'm not the one that has a daughter yet that can't play, whatever.
Yeah.
But just my opinion is that if you build it slowly but surely, you create good foundations and good systems for kids to come in. So that what was great about the NRLW is the fact that there were so many teams competing for that premiership. Well,
mate, when you have a look at that Broncos squad on paper, between Brigginshaw, Aitken, Lenarduzzi, Boyle, I mean, for them not to be in the grand final, obviously disappointing for them, but credit to these other sides.
Well, Titans beat them in their inaugural year.
Crazy. It's
like,
unreal.
And that all stems from building good systems and having a strong foundation before just going, all right, 16 teams, let's do it. Because if we did 16 teams right now, there'd be a bunch of teams that just don't have the same resources. Anyway, we all that. So massive congratulations to the girls getting it done. And you know what the great thing is? Obviously, it was really disappointing last year that they couldn't do it. The great thing is they have a whole other season this year. They got a whole other season to do it. So imagine the hype for this next grand final. Let's say it's a rematch, Roosters Dragons. You know, rivalries are starting to get built. So yeah, great stuff. Really, really great stuff.
I think as well the Titans, they deserve a massive shout out because you're right. It was their inaugural year. They were coached by Jamie Feeney. He played 150 games for the Dogs and the Storm back in the early 2000s. He was a part of the reason. He was part of the New South Wales women's pathways in the last few years and like building up that New South Wales kind of origin team in the women's space. So he's done a great job for the Titans, and they came third this year. So I think the Titans deserve a lot of credit as well, even though they didn't make the grand final.
I also love what the girls do on the social media side of things. It's very interactive. It's very good.
They're better than us. So. That's fucking let's put it that way. They're better than the blokes when it comes to fucking social media because damn, we're terrible.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider there's only 6 teams, the amount of content I see out of the girls' game every week, the girls just taking it upon themselves is unreal. It's good.
Yeah. Whereas like the amount of times I'm sitting there going, mate, like this young guy coming in. Look, I understand it's different. You know, you get the boys putting shit on you or whatever. Like I understand that. Look, I was in there getting the shit put on me, but. I do feel like sometimes NRL players could do a little bit more social media wise, and perfect example is the F1. Like F1 in Melbourne has become like a mainstream pop culture discussion point, and I believe personally, F1 was already massive. I'm not trying to take away from that, but I personally believe it all stems from the Netflix documentary. Making that Netflix documentary introduced that to so many people that wouldn't even care about F1.
I've never had a conversation with my mates about F1 until 2 months ago.
Absolutely.
And if someone started talking about it, I'd zone out.
I wouldn't even, I couldn't even tell you how, the names of the top 3 people. Yeah. I really couldn't, 2 years ago, couldn't tell you. Watch Drive to Survive, and I'm interested. I'm really interested. I know their personalities. I think it's cool. It's like escapism. You see all this money being poured into these massive teams. And so that's where I think the NRLW women are doing a really good job at really engaging with the social media following, getting young people involved in the game. So great stuff by the Roosters.
So who I think's doing it really well at the moment? Sean Johnson.
Yeah, SJ's a
Some of the content he's putting out.
He's so underappreciated.
Sensational.
He's so underappreciated. I cannot talk highly enough of SJ. He is one of the biggest NRL players in the history of the game. Sean Johnson's name is iconic within rugby league. Now, hasn't had the same, I guess, success as other people with big names, but we're just talking about impact of their name. Sean Johnson's right up there, and yeah, you're totally right. He gets it. He understands that, people want to know what these boys are doing. They want to see their personality. The amount of times I get messages after locker room interviews and people going, mate, I thought such and such was like this. You probably listened to a few of those being like, fuck, he's actually a decent bloke. Toby Rudolph, getting to sit down with him and he's hilarious. Alex Twal, he was hilarious. So, yeah, great stuff by the girls. Also, shout out to Sowie. Disappointing, but what a great first year as coach, taking the Dragons to a grand final. And, a B-stick from a minor premiership. He's also been appointed assistant coach in New South Wales as well. So, shout out. Now, on to Team of the Week. This was tough. It always is tough, but fuck. Last week for me it was a bit easier because there was clear standouts, but this is my Team of the Week. Gutho, Oates, Manu, Staggs, Katoa, Munster, Moses, RCG, Cook/Grant, because I'm a pussy and I can't commit yet.
Coward.
Haas, Olakawatu, Aitken, Curran, Hughes, Paulo, Paseka, Madison, Keon, Lawton.
Yeah, mine's pretty similar. Fullback, I went Gutho. On the wing, I actually went Mulatalo over Katoa.
Yeah, it was tough.
They were close, those two. I had Manu and Staggs, same as you.
That last intercept pass by Mulatalo was like...
Yeah, fair. Yep. I had Corey Oates. I thought he was outstanding.
I
can't believe how he's bounced back.
He has bounced back massively.
I was the president of the Jordan Pierre fan club.
Yeah.
He's made the right decision. So Corey Oates killing it. 6... I was close to Munster. I went Sammy Walker. I thought he really stood up the back end of that game. He was great. I went Jerome Hughes at 7. I went Payne Haas, and I thought Rhea Hargraves was big for the Roosters. Had him in my front row. Damien Cook at 9. My second row was Aitken, Kalyn Ponga. Then I had Isaiah Yeo at 13. My bench was Hines, Moses, Isaiah Papali'i, and Regan Campbell-Gillard.
Yeah. Hines, Moses, Isaiah Papali'i, yeah.
I think Papali'i's having, for a guy that I sort of thought would just send it in this year to some extent,
mate, he's been outstanding.
egg all over my face. He's playing such good footy.
I had Madison and Papali'i on my bench initially, but I just couldn't keep Paseka. I thought Paseka, when he came on, changed the game for Manly, and they had such a big win, like 36, although it didn't really reflect how close the game was for a lot of the time.
Paseka could be anything, couldn't he?
Oh, mate, his impact was absolutely massive. Look, Curran, for me, it was just the work that he got through.
Yeah.
50-plus tackles, and I don't know, I just love the way he gets about his business.
He's got to be at 13.
He's got to be at there. Yeah. I like him at 13. I say, for me personally, he's a victim of being so fucking good. So I'm just like, yeah, of course. Like, you could probably put him in your team of the week every week. And sometimes when I'm selecting team of the week, I'm like, maybe Isaiah did a little bit more, but like Curran, he's a battler. They win by 1 point. They absolutely don't win without him. Aiken how good was Aiken?
Mate, yeah. He hasn't got the attention that he should have so far this year. He's working his ass off out there. I love Aiken.
You didn't have Olakau'atu?
I considered him. I got close, but I thought Kalyn Ponga for South Sydney was unreal. He scored the first try. He set up the next one. I think he's one of the most improved players in this competition, and he's helping Ilias so much. We'll talk about them later, but Kalyn Ponga, I wanted to give him a bit of recognition. Yeah,
for sure. No, I had Keon at 18, so Keon was in the side, and then I was looking at Aiken, and I was like, and I put Aiken in there, but I thought Lawton was also fantastic off the bench for
Lewis Brown 2.0.
Mate.
So similar.
Mate, how good is he off the bench? How good is he? Another unsung hero, I think, is Madison. I think he's been going about his business so much so that I probably wouldn't make changes and bring Lane back in when he's not injured.
He's got to start, Maddo.
I would keep Maddo there and bring Lane in off the bench for a bit of impact.
Yeah, I agree.
Even though Lane has been playing some good footy too, but I don't know. That connection between Brown and Madison on the weekend, the amount of times he used him for a drop-off or a short play, and he caught the ball, and I think he had no errors, I'm pretty sure, Madison.
Yeah.
So
that Parramatta forward pack, which is, I'll talk about it in a minute, but it's interesting considering how good their pack is, considering how many points they've actually conceded so far this year.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's weird. Like, they dominate games for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and then they don't get blown off the park, but they just leak.
They just concede 22 odd points every week. You're just like,
what's going on there?
Yeah.
But I still believe they're looking the best they've looked in a very long time. But anyway, that's the team of the week for the week. We'll do it again. Put in your team of the week in the comments section, and then we will choose one team of the week to give a case of Bloke and a Bar. Do we know who won last week yet?
No, I'll give it to you for the Wednesday show.
Okay, well, I'll announce who won last week, Wednesday show case. So put in your team of the week in the comments section. Also, make sure to like the video and hit subscribe on YouTube. The bigger we can get the YouTube, the more content we can put on there. So make sure to subscribe. Takes 2 seconds, guys. Really helps the platform. Really helps Bloke and a Bar. And like the video too. That also helps the platform. And if you like the video and comment and subscribe, it pushes the video to more people. So make sure to do those things, please. If you're listening to this audio, can you head over to our YouTube, hit the subscribe button? I'd really appreciate it. Now let's get into the games.
Can I just jump in quickly?
Yeah.
Just some stats I was doing on the weekend that I think were really interesting. We always say defense wins premierships. I sort of went through the last 10 years of premiers and had a look at where they were sitting after round 5. Funnily enough, not a huge shock, but of the last 10 teams to win premierships, 9 of them finished the overall regular season with a top 3 defense.
Wow.
And 8 of them finished with a top 1 or 2.
So you basically just go, boys, we need to defend.
Wins. 6 out of 10 of the last premiers have had the best defense at the end of the regular season.
Wow.
The only team to do it without a top 3 defense was the Cowboys, and they had the 5th best defense. So
wow, and they had Jonathan Thurston.
Well, and also after round 5, they had a shock. They had the 13th best defense after round 5 that season.
And pulled it together.
Every other team has had a top 5 defense by round 5, so it's pretty.
And I don't mean Thurston in a negative way. I mean in a positive way.
In a positive way.
Not saying like, they had Thurston, therefore their defense was shit. I'm saying they had Thurston to win games.
Produce enough points to. And when you have a look at over the last 10 years, the average points conceded in the first 10 rounds by a team that have won premierships, 67 points. So it's about 13 points per game. There's only 3 teams that are within that range at the moment: Sharks, Storm, Penrith. And I think you'd probably argue that they've got the best attack at the moment as
Yeah.
well. So, you really want to get into that top 5 sort of range, but ideally you want to be top 3 at the end of the season. As it stands right now, the 5 best defensive teams: Sharks, Penrith, Storm, Cowboys, and the Seagulls. Bunnies and Roosters just outside of that. There's only 2 teams in this competition right now that have got a worse defensive record than what the Cowboys did when they won. They're the Raiders and the Dragons. So even your Bulldogs, your Tigers, defensively, they've been better to start this season than what the Cowboys were when they won their comp. So
don't forget with that Cowboys team, if you cast your mind back, they had about 7 comebacks that year, 7 ridiculous comebacks. So that's an absolute outlier.
Well, and that's the thing. When you take them out as the outlier, it says you need to have a top 3 defense at the end of the regular season to win this competition.
Nice. Do you have a team of the week, Matty, or no? You obviously didn't have time.
No, I didn't do it, but I will give a shout out. You both were quick to say Gutho, and that is the one game I was on the train home, so I didn't watch that whole game. But I thought Dylan Edwards was really good for Penrith as well. So I just thought
for me, Dylan Edwards has moved out of the underrated chat into top tier fullback.
I've got Will Kennedy as the most underrated.
That's what I was about to say. Yep. Will Kennedy right now, most underrated fullback.
I saw someone on your Instagram the other week say, I just saw Dylan Edwards pop up on my toilet. That bloke shows up everywhere.
That's a great joke. I think Dylan Edwards. I want to shout out too, Ramian.
Yeah.
Hasn't he started the year really well? As a matter of fact, we gave massive raps to the Panthers back 5, and rightly so. But the Cronulla Sharks back 5, you could argue are the best back 5 in the comp right now.
And I think one of the commentators said yesterday, when Ikuvalu came in and played his one game, he was almost player of the round.
Yep.
Connor Tracy was their best centre last year, in my opinion. He hasn't been in the team much. Mm-hmm. We say it every week. Their depth and their balance is unbelievable.
Crazy. What they've managed to do with that club right now is absolutely amazing, and they've got so much room for improvement.
They didn't play that well on the weekend.
They played poorly on the weekend.
Yep.
They made way too many errors, but they were so slick. When they put it together, it is so slick. And then they've got that great defence.
And I thought his performance went under the radar, but he got a little insight to what Cam McInnes is going to do this year.
Yeah.
He's really starting to get back to...
But also, you telling me... Oh, we'll get into it. Into it. So is there anyone else that stood out for you on the weekend?
I think you guys covered most of it.
I thought Cook had one of his best games in a while.
Yeah.
I thought he was fantastic.
He was great, yeah.
Now, on to the review of the matches. Knights v Manly. Now, this was interesting. This was an interesting game because I don't believe the score reflects... I don't want to take anything away from Manly. Manly played fantastic. But I do believe the Knights were in the game probably a lot longer than the score suggests.
Heaps longer,
Now... do you believe that Manly have done enough to lose the tag that they need Tom Trbojevic to not be a bottom 4 side?
I think they have. I think that they can beat the vast majority of sides without him. Whether they can beat the top sides without him, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they can beat the top sides with him, realistically. So that's probably... but yeah, I don't think the lower teams are looking at Manly without Turbo going, this is going to be heaps easier now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They brought in some new guys. They lost Cooler in the lead up to it as well. So it wasn't easy for Manly, but I did feel a bit sorry for Newcastle, how this one played out in the conditions and everything.
Yeah, I agree. And I just think there were crucial errors like, the Saifidi brothers, I'm a massive fan of them, but I think
their first 20 minutes, they needed better from them in those conditions.
And on top of that, this is the second week where they've both made errors in a row. And I think the Saifidi brothers had a bit of a slow start to the year, which is really interesting because, I believe that Jacob and Daniel could genuinely play on Origin together. They're really, really good. They haven't been poor, and I understand that they've been coming back from injuries and that, but I just think that the Knights probably just need a little bit more from them.
They're too interesting. When one's going good, the other one follows.
Yeah,
they work off each other really well, which is what you'd know from Webke and Petra. It's what the best front rowers we've seen do. They work off each other, but these two, it always seems like they're either both up or they're both a little bit down, you know what I mean? And they just need to get a bit more, especially whilst Clemmer's out. Those stats that you said the other day, I didn't realise how much impact Clemmer was having. And I think the vast majority of people are like me can probably see now the impact that he does have.
He's the foundation for him.
He's a different body shape to those other two, which matters.
And he just gets through his work, very low error count. You know, and again, this is not to say that the Saifidi brothers have been terrible.
Yep.
I thought we were going to see this year they just explode again on top of things. And it's a long season. I think they will be. What do you think about that, Matty? Have you had a chance to watch the Knights versus Manly?
Yeah, I watched that. I was just frustrated watching it, like from a nice perspective, because, as I said before, they just couldn't hold the ball in the first half. They just didn't give themselves a chance to build any pressure against Manly. And like Manly only scored their third try in the 70th minute.
Yeah.
So the Knights, Manly were good, but the Knights definitely cost themselves on Thursday.
And in their defence, in everyone's defence, including the Saifidi brothers, it was torrential weather. Like, it was so bad. So, you know, when you're completing at 69%, you're going to hurt yourself, especially when you've already got so many things going against you. It's like you're not getting the calls to a degree. You know, obviously, Kalyn goes off for 15 minutes. Did they have a sin bin as well in that game?
They lost 3 players in the first half.
From injury.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, that is like in torrential rain where it's going to be tough as it is. That's a tough gig.
I also thought Des absolutely nailed when he put Dylan Walker on the field.
Absolutely.
His impact, there was the set where KP was on the left side and he sort of found nothing and he came back. He dropped the ball. They gave away a penalty. 2 plays later, they kicked for touch. Then Walker just came on and had 2 or 3 touches on the trot and put Andrew Davey on.
And lift the
good
tempo.
to see. Mate, the tempo just, as soon as Walker comes on the field, just changes.
That's what you need from your bench.
Yep.
If you do anything, change the tempo, please. If you do anything. And I think that when the Storm won the comp, that's what their bench did. They would just... the game would get into kind of a pattern and then boom, they'd explode it open and the defensive side would be like they just couldn't keep up with it.
Yeah.
So I think Walker's been fantastic.
I think Andrew Davey scored. What a great story, Davey.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago that he was at Parramatta and I was saying, fuck, who's a better back rower than Matto and Lane at the moment?
Yep.
Went to Manly and obviously got injured. Then the 2 young boys on the edges, they appeared out of nowhere. They're all of a sudden now sort of state of origin calibre back rowers. It's been incredibly unlucky for Andrew Davey, but great to see him score that try the other night.
Yeah,
I thought Tui, the Manly winger, Christian Tuipulotu, I think he played 4 minutes last year and he might have played 1 game a few years ago for the Roosters. And I thought he was pretty solid.
Didn't he?
Yeah, he was pretty solid.
I just liked his energy.
Yep.
He did really well in the contact. I mean,
most tackle breaks for the game.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah, nice. The good thing is that they're, for a team that you could argue had no depth 12 months ago, starting to get a bit of depth now. You've got Paulo was out.
You got George Tafua who's still sitting there. The depth there is very good. But yeah, I'm not reading a heap into this game either way, to be honest with you.
It's just you don't. We'll get into the Knights eventually. With Manly, the reason why before the game, I'm pretty sure I picked the Knights, but when I found out that it was going to be torrential rain, it really brought everything back down for me, like the field back in for me, because if there's one man that can kick well in a wet weather game, it's DCE. This kicking game, he is just playing. I've never seen DCE play with this kind of confidence in his kicking.
Mate, I think it was evident. What about the one he kicked from his own 10 in the pissing rain?
And it didn't work. But
it shows how confident he is in his ability at the moment.
Absolutely. And I think DC's kicking game is what got them the points in the long run. You look at the same game with the Raiders, relatively close, and then not relatively close in the sense of like DCE doesn't have that much impact at the start of the game that you can notice. He has a lot of impact, but he's laying the foundation. But that kicking that he does, it just builds pressure. And then before you know it, they just put a bunch of points on. And the Knights can't really go with them.
Yeah.
Like 644 metres that he kicked on the weekend. And then last weekend...
Couple of forced dropouts as well, which is good.
Yeah, a couple of forced dropouts. Last weekend, 666 metres. So when your half is kicking that much with a decent side around him, very hard to beat that, very hard to beat that. So got to give props to DCE. Were you surprised? What are your thoughts on the DCE re-signing this early?
Yeah, it took me by surprise. Yeah. I didn't really see it coming. I don't know. How old's DCE? What was he?
33.
He's 33 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I would have said 31,
so. He'll be
32.
37,
Wow.
I think, when the deal ends.
Which is a lot, but 37 now isn't what 37 was a few years ago. But it's still...
He turned 33 like last month, but still.
Yeah. It's still... Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think he took a pay cut?
I had to, surely.
Interesting. Because, would we be hypocrites to say that Munster shouldn't take a pay cut, but DCE should?
Well, Munster's 27.
Maybe, but
No, I don't think I'm a hypocrite saying that because I will give you my reasons, but I'm just putting it to you.
I think there is arguments there that we could be, but personally, I don't really think so.
Yeah.
At the age he's at and stuff, in saying that, it's so fucking hard to find good halves in this competition.
Yeah.
Even DCE in 2 years' time, when he is older, if he has a couple of injuries, he's still going to be one of the better halves.
And he's been pretty injury-free. He's a guy that I can see playing till 37. The reason why I think it's a different circumstance and why I feel that DCE probably did take a little bit of a pay cut, I believe that he's earned his coin. And he should be paid whatever he deserves to be paid. Please don't make this about he shouldn't earn a lot of money. But I think he's at a period of his career where he understands to if he wants to win a comp before he retires, he probably does need to take a pay cut. Whereas I think like Munster, he's 27. He's won a premiership 2 years ago.
Yep.
Well, yeah, technically one season. Yep. Technically 1 season ago. So let's just say 2 years ago, he's won 2 comps. His lowest finish has been prelim. And that's why I believe right now Munster's actually hitting the peak of his career. Whereas although DC he's playing incredible footy, I probably think that he sat down and goes, you know what, he's got 2 years left on his deal as it is anyway.
Yep.
Well, let's just say that.
Yeah, it's the end of 23.
End of 23. He probably sat down and said, you know what, if I want to usher the next generation through, I'm probably going to need to take a pay cut.
And also, if his pay cut is 700-800K for argument's sake, whatever, I think he'd be pretty happy to be 36-year-old playing rugby league and earning that kind of money anyway.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. I honestly believe.
This early.
Yeah, I honestly believe, and I only know DCE from people that I've spoken to, and just seeing him on TV. But I honestly, it's going to sound like it's not true because he took such a big deal and the whole Titans thing happened. But I believe he's matured enough now and a point in his life where he would be willing to be real with the situation and go, I'm not going to win a comp if I stay on this amount of money because we can't recruit.
Especially when yes, they want to be able to recruit, but when I look at that side, there's 2 edge back rowers, there's 2 wingers, there's 2 centres. All of them are probably going to be worth 200, 300K more than what they were a year ago. Yeah. So there's a lot of guys.
Tommy's contract and that go up as well each year.
Exactly. If I'm DCE, I'm more than happy to let a bit of coin go to make sure I keep a gun back rower next to me.
Yeah, I think so too. So, but it's, I think it's, some may say that, he's a bit old or whatever, but I think that when you look at the amount of halves and how hard it is to find a quality half, I think DC at 36, 37 is still going to be better than most halves in the competition. And
I think as well, hopefully over the next year or so, they get Finu back at some point.
Yep.
All of a sudden, that team, they're going to be a handful.
Yeah. Oh, with Lachlan Croker, one of the most
done
improved,
well. Yep.
But a specialist hooker moving around the ruck there, very, very tough to beat. So, congratulations to DC. Congratulations to being a one-club player and getting the massive deal. And he's playing great footy. He is playing great footy right now. His kicking game is just gone to a whole nother level. Ola Kawatu, on the open market, how much is he worth?
A lot.
Because he'd be on fuck all right now.
Yeah, fuck. Well, he's one of the guys that I reckon his value is probably 400K more than whatever it is right now. Yeah. He could be anything.
How much would you pay for him?
It depends on which club I am, but I'd be happy to pay $650 for him.
Wow, it's big. So same as Papa.
He does it on both sides of the ball. He's incredible. He's got, every time I look at him, I'm like, fuck, he's bigger than what I remember.
So fucking big.
He's huge.
Yeah.
He's massive and he's rangy. He's pretty quick. He scores in so many different ways, and he's not a great ball player like a Kickow or a Wade Graham, but he is handy. He's got an offload. He's big. He's rangy. He's a different body shape. I love him. And in defence, he's great too.
Well, when Manly was struggling, he was their best player.
Yeah.
And he's continued to play this kind of footy. What do you reckon, Matty? What's Ola Kawatu worth to you in the open market?
I think last year Ola Kawatu was just as good, maybe a little bit not as good as Papali'i was. It's a good comparison you bring up. So, he's getting $650 next year. I reckon that's pretty bang on.
Yeah, okay. Going to be interesting to see if Manly
What would you
keep
pay
him. 500, 450 to 4 to 500. I'd offer him a 3 or 4 year, a 3 year deal that goes 450, 500, 550.
The thing is, but someone will offer him more than that. I reckon.
Yeah, I know, but to break the bank, he's had one good year. He's had 5 good games, 4 good games. I just need to see a little, to say 600K.
What do you pay Schuster?
What do I pay Schuster? fuck, I need to see more. I mean, if he fulfills his potential, you're paying him 600-700K easy.
Yeah.
That's not the concern. It's a great thing to have for Manly, but how they keep them all. If I'm Manly, I'm just saying to Schuster, please, mate, you'll be our 5'8", just wait for when he's done, we'll put you in there. Because that's the thing is, he is actually a 5'8". Like, we aren't even seeing Schuster in his main position yet.
Yeah.
Imagine him at 5'8" with DCE inside him. And then you've got, is it Weeks? The young guy?
KO Weeks. Yeah.
Weeks coming through. Yet the good thing is, though, I feel like Manly's back rowers have just been flying under the radar. You know, when we talk about Papali'i, Madison, Crichton, Satili, you know, I would argue Olakau'atu is putting up just the same numbers, if not better sometimes, than Satili. And I think Satili probably gets talked about more, even though Satili's a beast.
But Olakau'atu is one of those guys, you watch him and you're like, fuck, he's got upside. Then you actually look at his stats at the end of the game. He works his ass off.
Absolutely.
He gets through a heap of work there. And you watch the way that Manly attack on that edge, especially these first few games. And maybe it'll change when Schuster gets back. He is, like, if they're not going to turbo, DCE is going to him.
Absolutely.
He looks lethal on that side. So maybe 600 is overs, but personally, I reckon, as you said, there are clubs that would pay 600 to get Stili Tupanua. I think they've both got the same upside, but he's a better defender than Tupanua for me.
Yeah, it's
Well, Para chasing Nakora hard, aren't they? So how much would you pay him compared to Olakau'atu?
Yeah, Nakora, he's been pretty solid. Was good last week. Yeah, it's interesting. I just love talking about these things because I love when players are playing well. Like these boys, like, you know, Satili. I'm a huge fan of Satili. I love his aggression. His line running. Olakau'atu, same thing.
Back row is such an exciting position right now. Like Kalyn Ponga as well.
Yep, Keon. Fuck.
So good.
How much you paying for him? Oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it starts getting really
tough.
expensive. Like when you start really thinking about it and going, okay, Olakau'atu, 600. Fuck, Keon's probably a little bit ahead of him at the moment. He was 19th man. And then all of a sudden you're going, shit, I'm paying 1.2 mil for two of my back rowers. It's tough. But they're all just playing so well. I love the fact that I felt like for a period there we went away to like blokes who just got through their work on the edge, really tough. We're kind of coming back to that very flary, big fella that can move and footwork and all that.
To put you on the spot, if Fafita was to go on the open, if he was to come back to Brisbane, what would you be happy to pay him?
Yeah, that's a tough one because it's just about how you play him. Like Fafita, I just don't, you know, people, like obviously 1.2 is a lot now. And I think people forget the context in which he was purchased. He was purchased to create hype and bring people to the club. And he's kind of done that. Like they've gone from bottom of the table, you know, obviously they're still middle table now, but a lot of people had them in their top six. I don't think that even Fafita is probably expecting 1.2 right now. It just depends how you're going to play him. Same with Kalyn Staggs. Like, if you're not going to give him the ball, then it's no point. You may as well just get a battler out there doing his job.
Yeah, but knowing that your team has Adam Reynolds, so you know he's going to be utilised properly.
If he's utilised properly, he's up there around the 600K mark for sure.
Fafita at 600K?
Yeah, 600K, 700K.
Okay.
If he's utilised.
Yeah.
And that's not like, that's from a perspective of balance of a team. Like, I just don't believe that you can pay edge back rowers more than the 600 mark.
Yeah, okay. Fair.
But we saw on the weekend, like, yes, he didn't get through a bunch of work, but when the game was on the line, it was a crazy play from him that got him back in the game. It was a crazy play that only he could do. And so, yes, there's a mixture of should he get more involved. The tough thing for Ride running forwards is it's not as simple as get in there and just take a bunch of scoots. Because out of all the players, they're essentially the one player that has to keep their width. Otherwise, if they keep on going in, then the fence just squeezes in.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing that people undervalue. I think you can tell that Fafita has been told to hold his width. You can tell that he's told not to come in. So it's a tough one.
It's a tough one. I believe if Fafita, because the try that he scored was a scoot, wasn't it?
Yeah, Scooter had dummy hard. That's the other thing. They're still not really.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, so he's gone, fuck it. I'm sick of this. The game's on the line, and he took a scoot.
Fafita made the most runs for his team on the weekend, any position. So
that's what I mean. Sometimes when you hear the commentators, it can sway what you're thinking of a player. Now Fafita absolutely can get more involved, but I personally think it's a mixture of two things. Yes, he can get more involved, but I also believe he's not getting the quality ball that he should be getting. So I don't think it's just one party's fault as to why he's not getting, crazy amount of ball. And I think what proves that is the Staggs situation. He gets early ball in the game, and yes, he was more energetic. Yes, he was more involved. But a lot of his early touches was because Reynolds was like getting the ball straight away.
Yeah.
And so it's all about how you utilise these guys. You can have the sharpest sword in your cupboard, but if it stays in your cupboard, it means nothing. You're better off with a dull blade in your hand. You know? Bloody.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, thanks, bro. It's a good metaphor.
Like it.
You know what it come from? They used to be saying when I at my home, and it was like my mum had it on the wall or whatever, and it was like a key can lay forever in a place for a door and never be used. And I was like, that's fucking crazy, bro.
That hits.
That hits hard. Hit me every time I saw it. I was like, man, that's so true. Got to use your talents, bro. So if there's anyone out there, use your talents, bro. Use your sword. Get your sword out. Don't sheath your sword. Don't keep it hidden away. Get your sword out for everyone to see. Wave it around. Hit people with it. Touch people with it.
Get someone to sign it.
Get someone to sign it. Get your sword out. If there's one bit of advice I can give anyone, get your sword out. That's what I think. Now, on to the Knights. Thoughts?
Yeah.
We've kind of already spoken about
Yeah,
this.
we've already. I just think it's going to be an interesting 3 weeks for them. How it's going to play out. Big 3 weeks for them with their opposition. I still didn't think the halves were poor or anything. I still think they're playing good footy. It's just
That's what I was going to say. Are we still high on the Clune-Clifford combo?
I'm not as high, but I'm not off them. I wouldn't. I still. They're still better right now than I thought they would be at the start of the season, for sure.
What about you, Matty?
No, I'm still on board.
Still on board?
As I said, I thought last week was a little bit of an outlier. So, and they didn't get really the opportunity to do anything.
Can you get me their start of the season of who they've played, please? The first 5 rounds.
The Knights?
Yeah, because like they went Panthers last week. The week before.
Yeah, the week before. I think they had.
I just want to see what their opening.
I think the other thing-
Roosters, Manly. Oh, sorry, that's Roosters.
So they've played Roosters, Manly, and Panthers.
Sorry, Roosters, Tigers, Panthers, Sharks, Manly.
Like that's outside of Tigers. That's a tough start.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to bring up with the Knights chat is like, yes, it isn't the ideal start, but that's a tough start to the year. That's not an easy start by any stretch. I'm personally still high on the Clune-Clifford. I believe that they actually did start the game really well. Am I as high as I was with them 3 weeks ago? No, I think that they've dropped off just a little bit, but I think that's more due to their forwards not having the same impact that they may have had a couple of weeks ago. So I just want to see how they go this week. This week will really tell me where the Knights are at.
Yeah. And I think with that halves pairing, you need to take in consideration that they had injuries the other night. They were also going up against a halves pairing that's played over 500 games of NRL. They've played about 60, I would assume, not much more. So for it to be in the pissing rain when your halves play is more important than ever, with some injuries, with KP going on and off the field, with, their second choice hooker, who they've had all year and he's done a good job, but it still is a second choice hooker. It's been tough for them. I think they've done very well, and I'm not writing them off at all after that game.
Yeah, neither am I. I still believe that they're the most underrated, most likely the most underrated pairing right now as to where that team can be compared to where a lot of people had them. But if they lose this weekend, I'll start to have my concerns as to, will they even make the finals? 3 weeks ago, if you said to me the Knights won't make the finals, I would have said, nah, no chance. I think they absolutely will. They look fantastic. So this week is a grand final to them. If I'm Adam O'Brien, the importance of getting up, because it's all about confidence at the moment. If the Knights lose this week, they all start looking around going, oh, we aren't the team we thought we were.
Snowballing, yeah.
Whereas if they win this week and then lose to Storm and Para, and they lose in a tight game or whatever, you can kind of be like, boys, we're just not there yet. We knew we weren't going to be as good as a Storm or Para. You know what I mean? So the confidence won't take as much of a hit. But Dragons this weekend, they absolutely need to get the win. But I stand by the comments that they are far better than I thought they were going to be this year.
Yeah, and I mean, the next 3 weeks are going to be big, especially for Adam O'Brien, because I feel sorry for him because the halves have looked great and everyone said, Joey, what a genius, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Now when it starts to go poorly, no one's going to go, hey, what's Joey doing? Everyone's going to go, what's Adam O'Brien doing up there?
I think you got to stick with Adam O'Brien. I really do. I really think that this is a person that you got to stick with. Give him an opportunity to build things. Give him an opportunity to create pathways. Get on top of the local juniors. Who do you replace him with? All those kind of things. Even if they don't make the finals this year, I think you just got to stick with him. I really do.
If you're going to sack a coach, you got to replace him with someone better.
Who's out there?
Yeah.
And the reason I think as well as you got to stick with him, the players are playing for him. I do believe he has a good relationship with him. I think when you can see that the players are fully disillusioned and then the coach is struggling as well, that's when you may start to go, you know what, like, look, it's just not really working.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, if they have struggled for 5 years and they have a good relationship with the coach, I think it's irrelevant then. Then it's like, mate, you've had a big opportunity. But when Adam O'Brien took over, they weren't a finals footy side. They just missed out.
Yep.
And so since he's taken over, they have made finals footy each year, except for one, because they made it last year.
They made it the year before.
They made it the year before.
Yeah, played the Sharks.
So we had that's not bad, you know. Is that territory of questioning his job? I don't think so. I think that give him at least another 2-3 years to build on top of that. A really good example of that is the Eels. They were talking second BA Brad Arthur 2-3 years ago.
So since 2014, they've come 12th, last, 11th. Adam O'Brien took over. Finals.
It's pretty good.
Mate, in this competition, that's great.
Like I feel like that doesn't get enough appreciation. Like look at the run that he.
And they're not the sort of team that, in my opinion, I've never looked at them and gone, they can win a premiership this year. But for them, there's a lot of teams in that middle ground for them to always make the 8. And over the last 2 years, there's been 5 or 6 teams you can lock into the top 8 every year, realistically.
Yeah.
There's only 2 available spots there. For them to get there both years when, they haven't been a massive number 1 threat, I think it's a good knock.
Yeah, I actually think that's. I think enough people appreciate that. To go 14, last, 14, 14 to 11th finals. Yes, they scraped in by a B stick, but finals is finals. And from where they come. So, yeah, I think you stick with Adam O'Brien. I actually like his press conferences. I think he's very honest. I think that you can understand his thinking. So, yeah, I think they stick with him.
And they scraped in last year, but they weren't bad in that finals game against
They nearly
Para.
beat Eels. You could argue a couple bad calls or tough calls, not bad calls, and they beat the Eels.
Yeah.
And the Eels nearly beat the Panthers. So, yeah, look, Knights fans, this week's a week. This week's a week for you. Because, as you said, if they go 2-6, that's super hard to claw back from, especially confidence from where you came. So, yeah, this is a grand final for them. They need to come out absolutely frothing.
And for me, I don't think it's a good time to play the Dragons. As much as the Dragons haven't been impressive, their back's against the wall. They're going back to Wollongong. I think a lot of people will assume they'll win this one. I think it'll be really tough for them.
Yeah, I think it'll be tough, but I just think with the performance we've seen from the Knights, they absolutely should get the job done. In not saying that they absolutely will get the job done, I'm saying where they want to be as a club and where we thought they were a couple of weeks ago, they need to get the win. They have the team. I'd say they've got a better team on paper. I'd say they've shown better form this year. Every indication suggests that if they are who they say they are, that they grind out a win somehow. But it could be an ambush. Dragons could come back in and get
Do you
the
tip
job done.
Newcastle?
Yeah, I tip Newcastle for sure.
Okay.
Are you tipping Newcastle?
I'm going St George.
You're going St George? Who are you tipping?
I'm tipping Knights. They're $2.50 to win. I know I said that last week, but it's crazy.
Yeah, I honestly think the Knights, you even look at the Cronulla Sharks game, it was 12-0 with the 70th minute, and the Sharks are absolutely flying. And that is at Shark Park. Then their other game is Roosters,
Tigers,
Penrith.
Yeah.
Penrith. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Penrith, they got really unlucky.
Is Clune out for a couple of weeks? Did I hear that? I've got a feel because he had
if he
a
is
shin.
out, that is.
If he's out, I think he might be.
Actually, he did go off injured, didn't he?
Yeah, he got kneed in the shin when they went down for that ball.
Oh, if it's just a shin and it's not broken, he'll be sweet.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll try to find it.
Yeah, try and find
yeah.
it. But if that definitely changes where I'm fucking at.
Yeah, because I'm not sure who. Well, I guess Phoenix Crossland comes in then, who's been solid, but it's a big pressure game to bring a young.
Not enough teams. I loved Clune's experience. Not enough teams. You call it whatever set you want to call it, but they go red set or whatever. Everyone knows it's red set, and what that is I'm going to kick on the third or the fourth, no matter what. We have a massive kick chase, and that next set, it's all about defence.
Yeah.
The amount of times that changes momentum. Cleary does it really well, and I don't think enough teams use that. They're so desperate to use that last fifth tackle and try and break the line instead of going, you know what? It's a red set, boys. This set isn't even about attacking. It's about the defence that's going to come after that.
Yeah.
And Clune did that really early when they were under pressure, and I thought it was really smart. So hopefully he can be back for this game. Now, Warriors Cowboys. Warriors go up to North Queensland and get the win. What a fantastic win for the club. Jesse Arthurs, how good's he been?
Yeah, he's been very impressive at right centre there. I'm struggling to get a read on the Warriors, but fuck, they look good every week. I think Sean Johnson, we mentioned like the social media stuff and all that, but I think he's been great. I sent you a video the other day of the way that he's been using Adam Fanua-Blake.
Yep.
So the way that he's using AFB at the moment, if you go back and watch their game from last weekend, SJ, they get a tap on the 40-metre line. He goes to AFB. He takes the hit up. He drags him out and he puts him outside him, and he's got AFB and Josh Curran next to him. So all eyes are on AFB. And you can see Albert Kelly comes into him and he hits Josh Curran. Then he goes around the back again. He brings AFB with him again, and he hits this man Arthurs. He goes straight through. On the weekend again, he did the same thing. It wasn't SJ, it was Chanel Harris-Tavita. The try that Ewan Aiken scored. If you go back and watch that, the man on his inside is AFB. You got the biggest guy on the field running wider, and all the halves and second rows are just eyes on him. I think they're using him very well. They look like a reasonably well-coached side at the moment to me, the Warriors.
SJ, far out he's matured as a player. Oh man. What did you think of the Warriors-Cowboys game, Matty?
I think you're right about Jesse Arthurs. I think he and Johnson are forming a pretty nice combo. I think Johnson put Arthurs over for a good try against Brisbane, and then first 5 minutes or first 10 minutes of the game last week, put a grubber in. It was nearly a try. Put him over a few minutes later. I like, because those two are new guys to the club, so that's good to see. Josh Curran, he's great. What was doing with Nicarima's try? That was. I still don't know what happened.
I think Drinkwater's communication was a bit off there. Yeah. It was Nanai next to him who, he's young, he's inexperienced. He showed defensively can get a little bit lost. Yeah, I just think that was a miscommunication.
I will say I tipped the Cowboys. I was bullish on the Cowboys. I thought they'd definitely go up and win. So
well, mate,
I was impressed with the Warriors.
If they don't concede that try, and the one to Josh Curran was pretty soft too, it's a completely different football game.
Yeah, I was bullish on the Cowboys too, but Warriors, that's 3 in a row. 3 in a row, Warriors. A win's a win, man. And a lot of look at the teams it's been against. I don't care. I honestly don't care. Them playing finals footy is all that matters, in my opinion. And who have you got to beat to play finals footy? It's teams that are outside the final. You know what I mean? That's all you got to beat. You can lose to every of the top teams as long as you beat the lower teams, unless the table is really weird and they beat them as well. Mate, I was really impressed. We've got to speak about it. Obviously, the Montoya situation with the slur. Look, just wrong. There's no two ways about it, and I hope Montoya uses this as a chance to educate himself, and hopefully we all use a chance to educate ourselves. Heat of the battle, all that stuff, it's just wrong. It's that simple.
Yeah, not good enough, and hopefully he can turn this negative into a positive.
Yep, education is key. Honestly, education is key, and hopefully we can turn this negative into a positive for the game. Now, what's interesting is Tohu Harris hasn't even come back yet, and when is he due back? Quite a while away.
Yeah, well, it's sort of mixed report. It's hard to get anything out of the Warriors as far as when guys return. But talking to NRL Physio a few weeks ago, he reckons that just timing wise, he should be able to play now. But that's without obviously knowing the specifics of his injury. So, but when he does come back, I think he might be a prop, maybe a second rower. I don't know how they want. I don't think you can move Curran out of 13.
Yeah. Well, the only problem is Brown moved him out of 13 last week.
I hope that he learned his lesson.
Keep him there. Build a spine.
Yeah.
Get something combo going with SJ. What do you think? Tohu Harris comes back. Where do you put him?
It's hard, because you got AFB and Lodge up front. You got Curran at 13. I'd definitely keep Curran at 13. Yeah, he's awesome. But yeah, Tohu Harris, he'll probably start the first few games on the bench.
I start Harris and Fanua, and I bring Lodge on for impact.
You could also play Tohu Harris on the right edge.
Yeah.
At the moment, I think it was Bailey Sirenen started in the weekend. Good, solid player, but not of the class of Tohu Harris.
And Katoa hasn't really kicked on the way
Katoa hasn't kicked on. He hasn't,
Yeah, so if that is the case and Katoa isn't playing as well as we thought he would, was Katoa dropped or injury?
I think he came off the bench on the weekend. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he came off the bench.
Look, if that's the case, then Tohu Harris just goes straight into that edge.
I think you say to SJ.
Katoa didn't play on the weekend.
He didn't play?
He was the 18th man.
Okay.
18th man.
Yeah.
So it's not injury then, it's dropped. which sucks because he's so much potential. Hopefully he can bounce back. But if that's the case, yeah, Toe Harris, boom, straight on that edge. And then you start looking at that forward pack and you start going, that's a fucking scary forward pack. And I would argue that's a top 6 at least forward pack with Toe Harris in it, with Curran.
Mate, it's an unreal.
Aitken, Vanor, Blake, Lodge. Then you've got Bunty Afoa, who had a big game on the weekend. Shout out to him. He had a great game on the weekend coming off the bench.
And people like Penne and Murchie on the bench, like they're good players as well.
And guys like Murchie and Sirinen, guys that you can bring in if need be, they always do a job for you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Look, Warriors, I just like it. I like what I'm seeing. I think that Reece Walsh continues to show he's got that. I don't think he's suffering from second-year syndrome at all. And we usually see that with guys, but he's just so silky. He's so silky.
Yeah. Best part of Reece Walsh's game on the weekend was how he almost held up Val Holmes.
Yeah.
That would have been some sort of effort if he could have pulled that off, but it just shows his. And
as you said, as much as people say, oh, look who they've played, you've got to remember this Warriors side, and I know I've sort of said it every week, but I want to remind people, they missed out on their last trial. They've got a new spine. They've had Ash Taylor, they've had Schnell Harris, Davida, Nicarima, it's round 5, and they've had a heap of different halves pairings, and they're still just making it work.
Yeah. No, I agree. And what I love about Reece is, like, very easy for him to become a player that, I'm just there for the big plays, the flashy stuff, the out-the-back stuff. He gets through work.
Yep.
Very rarely do you see Reece Walsh under the 15 carries mark. I love it. I think they should be doing everything they can to keep a guy like Reece Walsh. Going to be interesting to see how they do that. I think also a report come out that Lodge may not want to go back to New Zealand with the side, which is unfortunate. I hope that they can get a deal done with him.
Yeah.
But apparently it's just a report, so we don't know how accurate it is. But we did speak about this becoming concern.
Yeah, and I think Lodge is the most obvious one out of all of them. Obviously, his partner is Peter O'Sullivan's daughter. So, there was obviously a connection there. This is where I think there's a good chance Lodge ends up there at the Dolphins.
Yeah, okay. I can see that. So great stuff. Great stuff from the Warriors. I think that I'm just really impressed with Arthur's. Like, I didn't expect him to go this well this quickly. But when you look at it, 10 runs, 112 metres, so he's averaging more than 10 metres a run. 7 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, 20 tackles, only 1 miss and a try. It's a great knock. 3 of those tackles were one-on-one tackles. He's
an example of why the player loan system's so great. It's like Harry Grant to the Tigers. Like, if he goes back to Brisbane, if he does go back, it's better than playing a year of reserve grade.
Warriors need to sign him. I think he looks happy there. I think that it looks like he feels he's being appreciated more there. Sometimes when you're at a club, like it can get frustrating when you're a guy that has a crack, but just for some reason the club doesn't see in you what someone else sees in you, even though you're working your ass off. And I think Jesse Arthur is really relishing the fact that the Warriors don't have, outside of Reece Walsh, they don't really have a superstar outside back, so it gives him more opportunity to be the guy. And a lot of these guys, when you're growing up, you're the guy in all of your local teams. Yep. You go to NRL, when I was at the Warriors, a tough thing for me, it's not that I wanted to be the guy, but Manu Vatovai is the other winger. They're always going to go to him in good ball in all of their set plays. And so when you're a winger like me that's a finisher, you're kind of sitting there going, well, like, what's kind of the purpose of having me here? Like, I'm not a meter eater. Like, I'll do the hard work and do the scoots and that, but I'm here as a great finisher. And it's kind of like I'm not enjoying footy because I'm not getting any ball. Not to say that it was the Warriors' fault, but I'm just saying that, like, a guy like Jesse Arthurs goes there, there's no big outside back outside Reece Walsh. He can be the guy. Yep. He can be the guy. So I think they should re-sign him.
Plus, he's a Kiwi.
Yeah, he's a Kiwi too, and he's hot as fuck. Hot as fuck, which should come into consideration. The Warriors, I mean, you've got a hot as fuck 7. You could argue they've got, on average, the hottest team. Curran's a good sort with that mullet. You've got Adam Fanor-Blake. He's hot in like a bad boy kind of way. Then you've got Sean Johnson. You've got Reece Walsh. It's hot as fuck.
Yeah, and even if you don't think AFB is not good looking, I'm not going to fucking tell him.
Yeah, I'm not telling him. Fuck
not
that.
I hope in hell.
Got a bit of swagger about him. A bit of pizzazz. A bit of something from Noel Blake. Then you've got Penne on the bench. He's all right. He's a good sort. I mean, yeah, good sort team, which means they're going to win the comp. But look, I'm really, really impressed by the Warriors because, like, look at their backline. When you really look at it, you've got Kossi on the edge, he's a rookie. Jesse Arthurs, he's essentially still a rookie. Pompey, essentially still a rookie. Marcelo, he's played a few games, but he's not by any means, established. This backline, compared to other backlines on paper, isn't
if any of them hit the open market, I don't think any of them go over 300.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Respectfully to them, but they're playing well above that.
Yeah, if that. So I like what I'm seeing at the Warriors. There is no denying that is 3 runs on the trot.
Yeah,
That's great for the Warriors. How often have you seen 3 runs on the trot in the last few years of the Warriors?
Yeah, and like they've lost a lot of experience. You know, obviously Hiku left at the end of last season. DWZ's been out for a long time now. So, I think these young guys have done incredibly well.
Absolutely. Now, Cowboys, thoughts?
Yeah, if it wasn't for those really 2, let's call it what it is, lazy tries they conceded, could have been a different game. I thought that Drinkwater was really good though. We said it at the start. Yeah, we said it at the start that he has to be in the halves. I'm happy to say I was wrong there, but he has to be in the team.
I don't know if I said this on air, but I did say I felt that he was the best fullback at the club.
Yeah, look, I said to you on the weekend, I think Hammer's a very good player, but personally, if you told me to rank their best fullbacks, he's my 3rd best fullback at that club.
Really?
I would have Drinkwater and I'd have Val Holmes.
Oh, as in Hamiso.
Yeah. I think he's their 3rd best fullback. I think that Hammer's a gun. There's so many things you can do, but I think you can use him in other spots and use the ball-playing ability of Drinkwater, which personally I think they need at fullback. I
think Hamiso, it's extreme. He's a Ferrari.
Yep.
He's a Ferrari. So get him in your centre position or even wing and get him to float and use him for the big plays. I don't want Hamiso getting bashed up. I don't want him taking a million hit-ups and getting through all this work. And I think he's kind of proven that over the last few weeks. Like, he's not going to be the guy that's taking 20 hit-ups, whereas Drinkwater's going to do all of that. And so I'm trying to remember what I thought at the start of the year. So maybe I thought Hamiso was the best fullback. I can't remember. I'm sure the community will remember what I said. But what I do know for sure is after watching the game on the weekend and then really sitting back and thinking about it again, I believe Drinkwater is the best fullback for them. He offers so much in attack, gets through a bunch of work, and it actually suits Hamiso more to probably be in that centre role. I mean, he played Origin at centre.
And just marked up against Turbo and held his own.
And did well.
Yeah.
Scored a try, everything. So I think he can be better utilised in the centre role and creating plays for him and making Drinkwater that extra ball player through the middle. What do you think about Drinkwater at fullback?
Well, he's got that ball playing, which Hamiso doesn't really have. So that adds an extra...
He doesn't have to defend. His biggest Achilles heel, I mean, he does have to defend, but nowhere near the same. That's his Achilles heel, Drinkwater, is his defence.
Yeah, and he's got the ball playing, which adds an extra dimension to the Cowboys attack. And aren't you just better off having him all in the team anyway?
Yeah.
If you can fit them all in, if you're right, Hamiso played Origin at centre last year. He played a bunch of games on the wing. You might as well just have him there. Put Drinkwater as fullback as the extra 5'8", and there you go.
Yeah, when I compare the two, if I'm playing them, I'm more worried about Drinkwater because he can beat you in more ways. Whereas Hammer, he's incredibly quick. But Drinkwater, he can step through you. He can run over the top of you. He's got a kicking. He can do it all, Drinky.
And it's just another point of attack.
Yep.
Like, it's another ball player that can hit out the back, can hit short, can step you, as you said, like more ways to beat you. Whereas, Hamiso basically... He's a out and out fullback. He's not gonna. His ball playing is decent. Like, he can throw a cutout pass and 2-on-3 or 3-on-2 or whatever. But Scotty Drinkwater, like, he can jump into hooker sometimes and play around the hooking role. He can jump in. You know what I mean? He's a lot of options.
And that's the other thing about Drinky. He's played a lot of footy in the halves, so he understands what they want from your fullback too, which I always think really helps. Whereas Hamiso he's played wing, he's played a little bit of centre. He's still finding his way in the game, realistically.
That's what I spoke about last year. Even physically, like, just get him in the centre so that allow him to just get used to his body. He's 19 years old or 20 years old. I just think build up his game. Like, he can mature into a fullback that has 20 runs for sure, absolutely. But I reckon you get him in a centre position and you create plays specifically for him. He can come in and float like Tommy does in Origin. And you get him around the ruck sometimes. I just think that what you want to do with Hamiso is make it so that he has to do as little shit work as possible and have him fresh as anything for the big moments, because that's the guy he is. The amount of he's so clutch for a rookie, it's crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
And I think realistically, if Hamiso and Drinkwater were the same pace, we're not having this conversation.
Yeah, it's a good
and
point.
You can use his pace elsewhere. Yeah, you can inject him in different spots, and I would argue that Drinkwater, he might not be as quick, but his awareness of where to inject himself is a lot better. And as it should be, he's played 100-odd first-grade games.
Yeah,
he was always there, wasn't he, on the weekend? Like, he was just always thereabouts.
Yeah. And he didn't always come up with the right decision every time, but he's always there. He's always on ball. He's pushing through the middle. That's what you need.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's actually best for Hamiso too. I actually think it suits him better to be there.
But who misses out? This is where it gets tough.
I know. Yeah. But in saying that, Drinkwater's been missing out. So if they're willing to make a call on Drinkwater, but so they got Hicko on one side. Hickey doesn't miss out. He's a specialist centre. And then you've got Holmes on the other side. So it's like, that's when it gets tough. You've got Tuolagi on one side, Felt on the other. You'd have to say that the only guy that would be under pressure would be Tuolagi, maybe. I know he made a few
pretty well this year.
Well, he had a few poor defensive errors last week. I'm not sure how he played on the weekend, though. I'll have a check of his...
Yeah,
he's a great ball runner. Ball runner. Yeah. 135 metres, 11 runs, 3 offloads, which is great as a winger. Yeah, look, it's tough. You're right. It's really, really tough.
Yeah, it'd be as much as you never want to see a player get injured. If there was to be an injury somewhere and they were able to bring him in, it might be a little blessing to get all these guys in and just get those combos together. You know,
could you have Drinkwater at 14?
I like him at fullback. I just think he adds so much. Yeah. I want him on the field for 80 minutes. But you're absolutely right. Tuolangi, apologies if I'm saying that wrong, Tuolangi. I actually think he could be a Queensland winger long term. I think he's got a lot of upside. Big body, great finisher, great runner of the ball. You're totally right. I don't know who you take out of that. Because Murray Tuolangi is probably playing as well as Kyle Felt right now.
I think he definitely is, yeah.
And I think Holmes has been playing really well. Like, when you look at their back line, all of them ran for over 130 metres. All of them had, outside of Felt, all of them had tackle breaks. Oh, actually, no, they didn't. Tuolangi didn't. Their centres both had a bunch of tackle breaks. All of them had... He had the most offloads. Yeah, so it's tough. I don't know.
If you decide to move one of the wingers out, do you play Val Holmes at centre or do you move him back out to the wing?
Mate, I don't know. I think you probably...
God, he's been impressive at centre.
Yeah,
I didn't think he'd be this good at centre, personally.
I knew he could because he's so talented. I think then you just go Hamiso on the wing, if you do. But when I look at that now, I think it would be really harsh to be able to move Tuolangi or Felt out, especially Felt. Felt's a club legend, essentially. Not essentially, he pretty much is.
How do they have Peter Hickey at right centre, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
And Hickey's a gun. He's a gun. Now, if you look at their stats, Hickey missed 5 tackles. Maybe that's, I don't know. Is that an issue? I don't know. Yeah, tough one. I don't know. I truly don't know who you take out of that side. I just know that I think that they're a better side with Scott Drinker at football.
Unreal problem to have at the same time.
Absolutely. Especially at a club that, was 14th last year, 15th, and they've got this much of a problem to fit people in the side. I want to give a massive shout out to Dearden.
Yeah.
I just think he's been so good, man.
Yeah,
so
very
good.
Impressive. Yeah.
I think Cowboys, it's an extremely disappointing loss, though. Like, really, really disappointing. I know that they only lost by a field goal, but this is a home game, a great opportunity. Like, if they win this game, they're currently sitting 8th. If they win this game, they would have jumped up to essentially 5th.
Yeah. Which would be fitting because at the moment, based on numbers, they've got the 4th best defence in this competition.
Which is like, what an opportunity missed.
Yeah.
Like, you've got a home game against a Warriors side that's playing solid footy, but you can definitely beatable, and you didn't get the job done. I think Payton would be filthy. He was filthy in the press conference. Is it concern at all for the Cowboys, or do you feel...
No, mate, there's a lot of teams that I'm not concerned with despite them losing, and I'm not sure where's the point that I will start to be concerned, but... I come back to it. If they wouldn't have, let those 2 soft tries in, all of a sudden we're saying how good the Cowboys are going, and it's, I don't know. They're a tough side to get a read on the Cowboys. I'm keen to see them leave Queensland eventually, like I said last week. But no, I'm not stressed about them just yet. I'm keen to see their response to that game. Like they cost themselves that game, so I'm keen to see how their defense does respond. Their organisation.
Thoughts of Ruben Cotter starting in the front row?
It's just been a matter of his body holding up for him. He's always been this guy. He's 50 minutes, 13 runs, 150 metres, 50 post-contact metres, 1 tackle break, 3 tackle breaks, 33 tackles made. I said at the start, I really do think he's a smoky for Origin this year. I think they could do so much worse than just chuck him on the bench and just let him go nuts.
You know what's crazy is like Tamalolo ran for 200 metres and like we're not even really talking about it. That's a fucking massive night. That's the most meters of any 13 in the comp for the weekend. Yeah, look, Cowboys. The reason why I say it's extremely disappointing is because of how far they've come as a club.
Yeah.
But in saying all that, it is extremely disappointing. But on the grander scale of things, to see that they're sitting in 8th position compared to where a lot of people had them at the start of the year, I still think they're in the box seat to be right. As of this week, they've replaced Dragons for me for Smokey in the 8. After watching the weekend, Dragons are no longer my Smokey in the 8. They may come back to that, but at the moment, Cowboys are at my Smokey for the 8. Cowboys and Warriors are going to fight for that spot. What do you reckon about the Cowboys in that game, Addy?
Well, Cowboys were my wooden spoon, so I think they've
really,
100%.
Why do you hate them so much?
Because they're from Queensland.
No, wow. Wow.
Fair. I'll back it.
Fucking hell.
3 equal most hated teams. No, they were my wooden spooners, so I think they've been good this year compared to where I thought they'd be.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Guru. Those 2 kind of lazy-ish efforts, like you can fix that. Everything else, they were quite good. I reckon this week they play Canberra and Canberra. I reckon it's very similar to the Knights up against the Dragons, how important this game is for them. Like if they go down there and shit the bed, then it's probably not going to be the greatest year going for them.
Raiders
forward.
is a tough away trip, though.
It is tough. It is tough, but
They haven't been putting together great footy. Who do they play after the Raiders? They've got 2 reasonably good matchups apart from having to go to Canberra.
So Titans after Raiders.
They could go.
Two
if they
very
go
winnable,
two very winnable games. They go 2-2. They're sitting in top 6 pretty much.
Yeah, and
that's
you
a
know,
good position to be in.
we've spoken a lot about Drinky. It's going to take time as well for him to gel with these halves to get their best. So
How long's Samiso out for?
I'll have a look for you.
I think he's missing those 2 games. I think he'll be back the week
really?
after. So it's a big opportunity. That's the other thing about Drinkwater. He knows that this is an
round
opportunity.
round 7.
Well, okay, maybe Hamiso doesn't come back, like can't fight his way. Like if they go 2-2, Hamiso probably keep as is, which is crazy because Hamiso is such an incredible talent. But why change it? If Drinky's going mad, you go 2-2, you're sitting in the top 6 or top 5. So yeah, extremely disappointing result. But Cowboys' year, I think they're going really well. Compared to where they were. I think that Deed and Townsend are building good combinations. Holmes has been a revelation at centre. Taumalolo seems like he's happy. He seems like he's enjoying his footy again. Not to say that he wasn't, but he didn't have the same energy, it seemed, last year. And to be fair, he broke his arm fucking 3 or 4 times or whatever, his wrist or whatever. So, yeah, Cowboys for me, huge opportunity missed. But if they've got an opportunity now to go 2 from 2 and put themselves in a top 6 position after, that'll be 7 rounds?
It's a lot.
That's fucking pretty good.
Yeah.
That's put you in good stead to keep fighting for that 8 spot.
Yeah, it's just
Really
under
good.
a third of the season, and
Yeah.
yeah.
As a neutral too, they're pretty freaking exciting to watch. They're a good team to watch just as a neutral. Like especially with Dearden playing so well and all that speed in their back line.
Yeah.
They're good. I like them.
I totally agree. I mean, Dearden's just been incredible. I'm so impressed with Dearden. So yeah, good. I thought Granville had a bit of impact off the bench. Bit of speed out of the army half.
Granville put pressure on those 2 field goals at the end as well.
Yeah,
which was good.
He did one error where I think he kicked it or something like that when he should have passed it.
Yep.
But I think he did. You know, he has a red hot crack when he comes on, which is what you want with the tempo. So we'll see what happens. The good Warriors and Cowboys though. The good thing is like we say they're probably our smokies for the 8. The game was really close, so they're probably about the same level right now when it comes to where they're at now. Broncos versus the Roosters. What do you think of this game, Matty?
Oh, so good. I was as a South fan, I was riding the Broncos home.
Yep.
The Broncos, the first 20 minutes, they looked unbeatable. They were great, and it was good that they were able to convert that with a try. But yeah, the early second half pressure from the Roosters that got them back in the game. But it was good. It was good all the way to the 80th minute. It was fuck. It was a great Friday night footy. Those 2 games.
Yeah.
What a Friday night of footy. What do you reckon, Guru?
Yeah, mate, I thought, the Broncos started really well. I think a lot of people will say that, the right edge was, on fire, which they were. But, mate, I thought the first 25 minutes, you just beat them through the middle. You were dominating through the middle for me. I thought you looked really good. It's disappointing how it played out. I think if you weren't playing the Roosters, I think there's probably 13 teams you beat the other night, which sucks. It's hard. It sucks to say that, but I think that's the reality of it. And it's credit to the Roosters for just trusting their game plan.
Yeah.
Just hold the ball, kick to corners, and eventually we'll get
them.
our opportunity,
Yeah, I agree. My I guess prediction before the game was Broncos middle have to take it to the Roosters. Like, they cannot allow the Roosters to come out and dictate the pace of the game. They need to almost show the Roosters no respect. Almost be like, we don't care that you're this big, scary fullback. We're going to fucking dominate you. The Raiders used to do that really well against the Storm. And I think the Broncos did that. I really felt that they did that. We have to remember they were without Paddy Carrigan, who's a key in their forward pack. As a Broncos fan, losses like that, I'll cop every day of the week. Like, I know I was devastated in the time, really disappointed in the time. There were a couple of plays where I was really disappointed. But at least the boys are fighting for 80 minutes. Just fighting and fighting and fighting. I mean, I just want to give Staggs massive, massive raps. He looks happy. He looked keen to be out there. And wow, he's a player.
And, mate, early in the first half when he went through and he had the draw and pass and he went forward, I just sort of went, fuck, that might...
Yeah.
Like, based on the last few weeks, that should shatter his confidence that he's done so well and it's just fallen apart at the last minute. And he put it in the swag and just went, let's go again. And he absolutely don't. You know, but people are bagging Paul Momirovski. He's been one of the best defensive centres for the last 3 years in this competition. Yeah. That's not a Paul Momirovski problem. Yeah. That's anyone marking Tony Staggs when he's on problem.
Absolutely.
I thought he was incredibly impressive. I thought the guy outside him was great too, Selwyn Cobbo. I don't think because Katoni was so good. Mate, some of the stuff that Selwyn did, there was a force drop. Mate, getting out of the in goals.
That was so incredible.
He wouldn't have done that the last 3 weeks.
No,
he wouldn't have
no
got
way.
anywhere near that.
Yep.
Nowhere near it. I think that was a moment for Selwyn where he would have played that ball and gone, fuck, I belong in first grade.
Yeah, for sure. I think if the Broncos weren't struggling, he probably would have been put in reserve grade. Like, 11 errors in 2 weeks is probably a bit too much. But I'm so happy that the best case scenario has happened. You know what I mean? The worst case scenario is his confidence just gets obliterated and he puts his head down. But Kevy must have sat Staggs and Cobbo down and just said, boys, I need... Because both of them were different players. They were different players. And I'm so happy that Cobbo was able to bounce back and convince himself, like, I'm here, I'm a first grader, I should be here. There was still one rookie error where he passed the ball out of his own end that he didn't need to. But outside of that, I thought he was fantastic. And now it's just about... That's the standard, bro. Like, we know you can play like that now. We need that every single week. Every single week, every single minute of every single first grade game you play, that's what we need. And it's the same with Staggs. That's the standard now, Staggs. Like, that's how you can play against one of the best defensive centres in the competition, one of the best defensive teams in the comp, over the last few years. We need that every single week. And I think it also proved our point of it's a mixture of two things. Like, yes, Staggs absolutely can get more involved, but he wasn't being used properly in those first few rounds at all. And
I would say that Kevy sat down with Reynolds and with Tessie New and said he needs to get the ball.
What do you think, Matty?
About Staggs?
Yeah.
I thought he read the headlines during the week. I think he wanted to get involved. He did get involved. And when he gets involved and it works, it's the most exciting thing to watch in rugby league. It's great. I kind of wish he and Manu were on the opposite sides.
That would have been sick.
That would have been really cool. But yeah, and when he threw out Daniel Tupou as well, I thought that was like, he's just doing whatever it takes to win for his team. I was thrilled to watch Staggs play good.
What about Selwyn?
He's such a good player. I kind of agreed with you. I thought maybe he should have been dropped because I think it was like 4.8 errors a game. Yeah. But I don't know. He's improving. So
look, if he keeps doing this, then boom, first grader. Yeah. It just has to happen every single week now. The concern with rookies, and it happens to a lot of rookies, is it's this constant like up and down. But it was a huge game from Selwyn. The thing is that he wasn't dropped. They kept him inside, and they were right to keep him in the side because he delivered. So massive congratulations to Selwyn. I think he's
good to see them both as well. Take a couple of scoots from dummy half. Just really pulling their socks up.
People underestimate how tough those carries are that Selwyn was taking. Like, these are tough carries as an 18, 19-year-old. Getting it out of his own end in the in goal, like, that was so brave, man. Like, that is a brave run. So Selwyn was fantastic. Tony Staggs, I'm stoked he had a good game, but I'm more stoked that he looks happy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, last week he just didn't look happy, and that's the last thing you want to see from any footy player. He looked just didn't look like he was loving his footy. I felt like on the weekend he looked like he was enjoying rugby league. Yeah. You get a Tony Staggs enjoying rugby league, you get a world beater.
I thought just on Selwyn too, as we said, that moment where he came out of the in goals, And if he would have caught that ball and just walked out the dead ball line,
one would have said anything.
No one would have said a thing. Could have gone, yep, fair shout. You wouldn't have got out of there against any team, against the Roosters. No way. It was a courageous run. It was very impressive.
Yep. And when I see young fellas doing that, you know they have it in them to fight, to fight through bad form, errors, and Selwyn Cobbo has shown that. He hasn't gone into his shell. He hasn't, allowed those errors to dictate him as a player. He's come back out and said, nah, fuck that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. So super, super proud that he's a Bronco. Absolutely love him as a player, and super, super proud Staggs as well.
And I imagine if I'm a forward for the Broncos and I see Selwyn Cobbo return out of his in-goals like that, I go, fuck, let's go.
Absolutely.
Unreal.
Actually, funny, I driving back from Brisbane to Sydney.
Yep.
So my missus had work on the Gold Coast, and I was in Brisbane driving back, and I was like, you know what? I haven't been to the Broncos Club in like 10 years, literally. So this is like 6 o'clock at night. So I was like, I want to just drive there and just see it. Like, it just means so much to me, as like it's so important in my life. The Broncos have changed my life. And so I go there, and the nostalgia is crazy. I go to where we used to have our lockers, the old building or whatever. Got out of the car, had a look, and it was just like, fuck, so many emotions came running back. Because like that's where, so many emotions. Because like with the Broncos, I'm always so disappointed with how my career ended in rugby league, because I could have been so much more than I was. If you look at my debut year and then where I ended up, it's like, how does that work? You should have been a fucking 10-year winger anyway. So the reason why it was hard to go back for so many years is you almost running away from it, because it just reminds you of the mistakes that you made and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so I go back, brings back a lot of emotions. Then I go across the road, and out the front, like I'm looking at the new place going, holy shit, this is wild. Like the new setup the Broncos have is insane, because I literally haven't been there for 10 years. And the CEO standing at the front, Dave Donaghy, former Storm CEO. And the legend gave us a tour through the facilities. The facilities at the Broncos are fucking amazing. I cannot stress how incredible the setup they have up there. And the base that they have to build going forward is incredible. And had a quick chat to Dave Donaghy, and he gets it. He absolutely gets it. He's very keen to get the club where back in place, to put the systems needed that we need to go forward. And the setup that they have there is incredible. Like they've got a full field with like nets all around it, so the ball can never go away from the field. You go inside, their gym is like, have you seen the inside videos of their
I've
thing?
seen a bit of it, yeah. It looks pretty impressive.
Oh my God. And so when I went there, and I obviously spoke to the now CEO, gives me a lot of hope for the club. A lot of hope for the club. With the facilities like that, and with the CEO as incredibly good. I mean, we're talking about this. This is a CEO that took Melbourne through the incredible years that they had. Like, that's the CEO we're talking about. Gave me a lot of, so excited. They've got pools inside. They've got full like recovery rooms. They've got anything, saunas, whatever you want. It's a full fucking setup.
Buy a pair of boots on your way home, or
buy a pair of boots, mate. Get me back out there. Get me back out there. I saw one of the old,
you're itching.
Mate. I saw one of the old strappers that used to be there when I was there. It was really, really good to go there. It was funny. It was like walked in with Donaghy, and there was like all development players in there, and they were like, big, and he was like, oh shit, you've got like a cult following, and I was like, mate, they love it. So it was a really cool experience, and it gave me a lot of hope for the club, like a lot of hope for the club. I know they were struggling at the moment, but we've got everything in place to be an absolute powerhouse again. It's just a matter of, bringing everything together, putting the system in place. And Donaghy, I'm saying it correctly, isn't it? Dave Donaghy, that's it? Donaghy? Can you just...
Could be Donaghy. I'll have a look.
I think it's Donaghy. But you're aware of him, the former CEO of the Storm?
Yeah, he's from the Storm. Yep.
So you're correct. Dave Donaghy.
Dave Donaghy, yeah. So legend of a bloke, and very, very passionate about the club, and seems like they're doing the right things. But anyway, back to the Broncos.
Question. Fatty Vorton said he thinks that Kurt Capewell should be 13 for the Broncos. What do you think?
I don't mind it, but Paddy Carrigan for me...
I don't love it.
I don't mind it because I know what he's saying. He wants Kurt Capewell to get the ball in his hands more. And I agree with that. I think Kurt needs to get the ball in his hands more. But when you've got Kobe Hetherington, who I think is a really good 13, and also I feel like at the moment, the Broncos, they're not going to win the comp, most likely. We need to build for the future. And so having Hetherington there, building connections with the hooker, 6 and 7, that's what we need to do. I also think Carrigan is such a great 13 as well, even though we'd probably put him in the front row with Haas if Kobe's fit. I understand where Fatty's coming from. What are your thoughts?
No, I'm not huge. I don't think just to get him more ball, I don't think you move a guy out of position when you've got really good guys in that position for me. So I understand where he's coming from. I think you could do much worse, but it's a move that I wouldn't be making personally.
What about you, Eddie?
I don't mind it. I reckon there's a chance he could play like a kind of Isaiah Yeo role. But it's just, you're right, it's just the fact that they have Paddy Carrigan there and Kobe Hetherington there now. If they had no one there, I'd throw him in.
You could put Kobe on an edge. He's mobile. I mean, I don't hate it. I honestly don't hate it because I do agree Catewell needs the ball as much as possible. So could you possibly get him in there for attack and move Kobe at the edge in attack just to get his hands on the ball a little bit more? And then in defence, you move him back out, you move Hetherington in the middle.
That's why I think Catewell's so important in your edge defence too.
Yeah. And so that could work. That could absolutely work. But I do want Capewell with the ball in his hands far more. He was injured for the game anyway on the weekend, wasn't he?
Yep.
But yeah, Broncos, as I said, I'll take losses like that every day of the week. I will say, and we just spoke about how great Hetherington is, and Tessie knew he's having an absolute crack. Like, we have to remember that Tessie New's a rookie, man. Like, it's going to take a time for him to develop his connections with his halves. It's a new halves pairing, everything. But I will say that the try that Manu scored, and I hate to say this because Kobe worked so hard, but if you ever need an example of you cannot switch off for a second, for 1 second, that was an example. Kobe Hetherington was an absolute workhorse. He's one of our best defenders, and I absolutely love him as a player. He switched off. He decided to take a breather for a second. Boom. Score a try. They're back in the match. Tessie knew to a lesser degree. He got on the long side, which was correct, and then they went the short side or the other side of the ball. He came in to track back, but he wasn't on his bike straight away in the sense of like he wasn't. For example, if that was Papenhuisen, he would be on his bike knowing that the ball has gone the other direction. They end up scoring off a kick because they saw that Tessie New was on the other side of the ruck. So 2 little examples of when you're playing first grade, those little seconds that you think you can get rest in, you can't. You literally cannot. And that's 2 players that no one can question their work ethic. They work their asses off. It's just rookies, guys that are young that... that's what you learn as you get older. Like, it's an 80-minute game and there's no seconds where you can kind of... And the Kobe one's a really good example of that because he truly did just, kind of get to marker and just look like, oh, yeah, the ball's most likely going to go that way. And then, boom, Manu, who's one of the best centers ever, nails it.
I think Joey Manu is the best outside back since Hodges out of dummy half.
Yeah, he's good.
He is lethal. Like, it should be on everyone's tip sheet every week. If Manu's in a dummy half...
Watch him.
You've got to give an extra defender within that metre because he's just too good out of there.
Yeah, well, the problem was, like, Hetherington had another marker there.
Yeah.
It was purely because he switched off. It wasn't about numbers. It was purely because he switched off. And I'm sure Hetherington learned. It's a real good learning game for the Broncos. It's because we are such a young side. I think they'll take a lot away from it. And, I love Hetherington at 13. I can't wait till we get Paddy back in the front row with Haas, and then we have Keenan coming off the bench. I'm loving what I'm seeing. I know we had a big loss the week before, but I thought that was fantastic. It's about doing that every week.
Yeah, this one's more performance over results for me with Brisbane.
Yeah,
and
for
your
sure.
Performance was really good.
And it's been like that for me from the get-go. A lot of, the amount of comments that are like, oh, they're not going to make the finals now, like having a crack at me. I'm like, bro, I never said, like, this year for us is about the performances, putting together Broncos-like performances. And on the weekend, that was a Broncos performance. Yes, we didn't get the bickies. Yes, it was a bittersweet poetry that Sam Walker kicked the goal to beat us. Obviously a Broncos junior.
Did you hear the yarn about how he just went down to the Oval with his dad the day of the game and thought, and kicked 2 from that exact spot, and then he thought, all right, I'm going to leave here. And then that goal was going through his mind when he kicked it. He had the confidence to kick that goal.
Wow. And so what, he went that day?
That day.
Wow.
That day, or maybe the day before, but it was with his family. Yeah.
Wow. How good
Also,
start.
did you ask about Cable before? Because he played 80 on the weekend.
Ask about who, sorry?
Cable? Is that who you asked about?
Catewell? Oh, he did play 80.
He played 80
the
on the
game
weekend.
before that he didn't play.
Game before,
Yeah, apologies.
He's been carrying an injury the last few weeks, obviously, yeah.
I love Reno, but that conversion, he should have hit it. He should have hit that conversion.
Well, it was 4 tries all.
Yeah, so he should have hit that conversion, and because if he hits that conversion, we got 2 penalties that we could have had another crack at evening up, and I'm sure Reno will feel the same. So, as I said, I think it's a real good learning game for the Broncos. They can be really happy with their performance, their grit, their effort. Payne Haas. Bro, tell me anyone doing what he's doing.
No. What about that tackle he made on Nat Butcher too?
Mate. It's incredible. Like, honestly, I can't believe what he does. I don't care what anyone says. We have never seen a front rower doing what he's doing right now.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Give me your greatest front rower. I promise you he's not putting up those kind of stats and doing the things that he's doing.
Yeah.
Now, again, there's more to rugby league than stats. There's winning prems. But Payne Haas, absolutely bloody incredible. Fuck me. He's just so impressive. So I loved it, man. I was devastated in the moment because I thought we could have won it. I thought it was a game that slipped away. But I think we'll learn a bunch from it. So now on to the Roosters. Talk about calm, cool, collected, been there, done that. It furthers my point of experience versus rookies. You got this experienced Roosters side. Now, obviously, Sam Walker's in that experience, but they have an experienced kind of core of players. When the game got tough, they stayed so calm and just got the job done. What do you think about the Roosters?
Yeah, and I mean, Brisbane came out of the gates absolutely flying. You got to remember, just before half-time, they left a try out there. Tupanua dropped an absolute sitter that he should have scored. Nat Butcher then went off, so they also had to change their team around a little bit. And they just... Brisbane were playing so well, and it just didn't rattle the Roosters at all.
Not for a second.
They just stuck to what they were doing. They just kept kicking down, defending well. Yeah, credit to them and the system that they've built, because I was so impressed with that win. Like, Brisbane was so good, and I always just sort of felt like the Roosters are still here. They're still hanging in. They're still hanging in, and then they just find a way to get the job done. Your superstars stand up at the end. I thought Angus Crichton, when he came on the field, was really
massive.
good. I thought Sam Walker... he's had a lot of big games. This one really stood out for me. It wasn't a huge highlights, crazy game, but he just came up, just pulled the right strings at the right time, which is great to see. And then Joey Manu, just the icing on the cake.
No, he's incredible. I honestly think that if he continues this form, Joey Manu will go down as one of the greatest centres all time.
How old is Joey? What is he?
25. Incredible. 2 premierships, minor premiers, Dally M Centre of the Year, I think he's won at least once, pretty sure. His career and his body is pretty good. He hasn't had many bad injuries, touch wood. Like, he doesn't party crazy. He's incredible. Like, he's incredible. And we're not even halfway through his career, you could argue.
I remember watching him a few years ago. They were in a Toyota Cup Grand Final against Penrith. They were down, I think they were down 30-0 at halftime, and they won 32-30. And I was just watching him going, I didn't know who he was at this point. He was just... And then he went and played that Nines tournament. I remember he did like a flick around his back, and he just sort of, he came on, and now he's just, he's the premier centre of this competition, isn't he?
Well, and I don't want to say this at all in a disrespectful way, but Latrell moving to fullback has just been so good for Manu because we can appreciate him now. Whereas Latrell stays at centre, there's always that, Trell's the best centre in the world, and he is, rightly so. But I feel like the years when they won the premiership, and there's no bigger fan of Latrell than me, but like Manu often flew under the radar because they had Latrell on that side. Whereas now that Manu is the guy, he's getting the appreciation he deserves. He's been doing this for so many years now.
And that's the thing. There's talented centres in this competition. I look at Lomax. I look at Staggs. These other guys that on their day, they can get the better of this guy. But every week... he's an 8 out of 10 every single week. And then he's got these games where he can just go, fuck it, I need to win this for us. Get out of dummy half.
I'm going to blow your mind. He's never won a Dally M Centre of the Year.
Really?
But he's always it doesn't actually surprise me because he's so underappreciated.
Yeah. That's wild to me. That is wild. Okay, he's 25, so maybe... Yeah, I mean, look, and this is to take nothing away from the players that did win it, but it's crazy to think that the premier centre in the game, and I don't think many people would argue with it, hasn't won a Dally M centre before.
But also, when you think about how the Dally M system works
Very true.
Whenever he does something, it's either Cooper Cronk, Luke Keary inside him, Tedesco, or it's a gun winger that's finishing it out. So like it's an awkward little... Like, I think a few years ago, Joey Leilua, I remember he won Dally M centre of the year one year.
Won that year.
But he won it with like 6 points over the whole season because centres, they don't tend to poll a stack of them.
Yeah. It's really interesting. And the thing with Joey is like, he's never been like this.
Yep.
Like he's never been, there's been years where he hasn't been as incredible as you could ask for, like that he can be. But very rarely does he have a poor game.
He's just steadily got better and better.
Very, very rarely. So, yeah, huge. As I said, if Manu continues this form, he'll go down as one of the greatest. Gerler actually came out and said that he's doing things that no other centre has ever done before. I'd have to respectfully disagree with that. I think Greg Inglis could absolutely do everything that Joey can do. But I do agree with the sentiment of we're looking at greatness at the moment.
Yeah, the thing that the thing that I think that Joey does that not many other guys have done before is that if the ball doesn't come to him, he goes and gets it. He goes into dummy half and he just gets his hands on the ball. But yeah, considering the age he's at, it's scary. Like if he plays till he's 34 or whatever, like he could still have another 9 years of first grade.
It's incredible. I mean, you'd almost, at the Roosters, you'd almost guarantee he's going to at least win at least one more premiership. That's a 3 premiership centre.
Yeah, and you think about over the last few years, I mean, he had Cooper Cronk on his side a few years ago. He retired. Kyle Flanagan came in. He left. Sam Walker then came in on that side. He got injured. He's a rookie coming into this team. He hasn't had the same halves partner on that edge for 2 years in a row.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible, and a lot of his stuff is like purely him doing something crazy.
Yeah,
it's not he got the ball on the end of the back line and it just happened to be good. It's like he got early ball and then put the business on a player and killed it.
And he's not just doing it in games where they're winning. Matty, you can talk about how good was he against you guys? He absolutely terrorised you.
Yeah.
Oh, he was in a losing side. He was
amazing.
Absolutely incredible.
He's killing it this year. He's absolutely killing it this year. I'd be shocked if he doesn't win Dally M Centre of the Year. So touch wood that he stays fit and healthy.
And he could have won it last year because they had Burton and Olam last year, and Manu was probably the third one. It was definitely out of those three.
That Olam one was so weird because he didn't get invited to the thing, and it was like anyway. Look, Manu was incredible. Sam Walker, I mean, the guts. He rocks up to that kick with a 50% kicking rate and then just nails it with a Suncorp that's booing the shit out of him. All of that pressure, everything going through his mind. He left the club, all that kind of stuff. Then he nails it when he is a match winner. He is an absolute match winner. And the good thing about Sam Walker is like the only thing that he has to work on essentially is defence. That's it.
Yeah.
If he works on his defence and he can sort that out, he is everything that we hope he will be.
And he's in a body that's still going to grow for the next 4 or 5 years.
Oh, absolutely. It's absolutely going to grow.
And the other thing about his defence is it's not that it's simply because of his size. He's not afraid to put his body there.
Yes.
So it will come. But yeah, for even that try that what was it he scored where he sort of got out the back of Angus Crichton, like, geez, that was just good awareness from him in that moment to be there. I was
only three missed tackle on the weekend. I'm happy with that.
And mate, how many he gets so much traffic sent his way.
Yeah.
And as I've said, like, I love Satili Tupouniua, but he isn't the greatest defender. So you have got the two of them next to each other. It is a spot that if I'm playing the Roosters, it is where I target at the moment.
Well, Kiri missed the same, Nangama missed the same, Joseph Manu missed 4. So it's not that bad. I think Satili misses a lot of tackles though because he's so aggressive.
Yeah,
so I actually think Robbo has said to Satili, I'm okay with you. As long as you force them back in, I'm okay with you bouncing off the tackle. As we've said before, I think you've got to watch the context of how the tackles are missed. And Satili is a really good example of, I believe anyway, where, yes, he can miss tackles, but I think some of them are due to his aggression, which you kind of want from your edge. For example, on the weekend, he 32 and only 2 missed tackles. Pretty good. Yeah. Hargreaves, 39 tackles, 0 missed.
And
he's important to that side.
I mean, when teams lose a gun front rower like Takiaho didn't play the other night, Collins and Maria Hargreaves, they just step straight into that role.
Yeah.
It feels like every 2 or 3 weeks, one of them's ruled out late.
Yeah.
And the other two just go,
step in.
We've got this.
Thoughts on Angus Crichton still on the bench? I'm finding that very interesting. Because I think Butcher is great. I just think Crichton, if you're going to keep Butcher, and I'd probably, Stilly, I would say, would be more under pressure than Crichton, but it seems that he's gone with Butcher for 2 weeks in a row now over Crichton.
I think Butcher's the safest one out of them, to be honest with you.
Really? Crichton misses the least tackles, though.
Sorry. I mean, I think Butcher is safer than Satili Tupouniua as it stands right now. And I think Angus, he can be as effective through the middle as he is on an edge. He's great on an edge, there's no doubt about it. But I just think with their front row, as you know, you've got Rhea Hargraves. He is getting older. You've got Lindsay Collins coming off an ACL. I just think he's identified that it's going to be handy to have an Angus.
Okay, so you reckon Robbo's trying to mould him into a front rower?
I don't know. I think that long term he will still be a second rower, but I just think right now the Roosters are in a position where it looks to me like a couple of these front rowers are carrying injuries. They're out every 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I just think he's using Angus for a bit more punch through the middle. And we've seen him play middle. He absolutely kills it.
Yeah, he's so fucking good.
I am surprised by the lack of minutes he's getting. I think last week he played 30 minutes, and that was when he played just a middle role the entire game, whereas this week he played more minutes because he had to come on for...
52 minutes, a try assist, 132 metres, 67 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, a line break assist, 23 tackles, 1 miss. Like, what a knock.
Yeah. But based on how Robinson has used his interchange, I think he only plays 52 minutes because Butcher got injured.
Yeah, okay.
Previously, it's been about 30 to 35 minutes, which I think is underutilising one of the best forwards in rugby league.
Wasn't he Dally M back row of the year last year?
If he wasn't, he was damn close to it.
He was damn close. I thought he won my player, like in my side, he won Dally M back row of the year.
But Robbo has done this he did this last year in points too, where he shifts him back to the middle and he uses him there.
It's interesting. It's really interesting. I mean, fuck, he still has an impact though.
Yeah.
Fuck, he has an impact. Great win. Absolutely great win for the Roosters.
Last year was Kikau and Papali'i.
Kikau and Papali'i.
Yeah.
I probably would have had him over Kikau, I think. Kikau obviously had his incredible moments, but I think Angus Crichton was just a little bit more consistent. But Kikau can't argue with that.
But that's like this Dally M system doesn't reward consistency, realistically.
Daniel Tupou again. Mate, he is such a good winger. Like, I think he's one of the greatest ever. I really do. You know, is he the greatest ever? Like, is he Wendell Saylor? You know, maybe not, but find me a winger that's been as consistent as he has for so long. If
you were to pick your greatest winger and put them up against Daniel Tupou, they're not going to get the better of him.
No way. Brett Morris is right up there with consistency. They're very, very different players. But if someone put together their greatest ever team and had Tupou there, I wouldn't argue against it. He's just so incredibly good. Maybe if you don't want to say greatest ever, it's hard to argue he's not one of the best in the last decade.
For sure.
3 premierships, played for New South Wales. I just got such big runs. And he does it every single week.
Yeah, I remember when it was a year or two ago now, but everyone was naming their team of the decade, the 2010s, and Aquila Uarte featured in a lot of them because he had those 3 years where he scored 20 odd tries.
Yeah,
mate, Tupou scores 15 every single year.
Yep.
Defence, he does a job every single season. I mean,
his tough carries are second to none.
If Brett Morris didn't exist, there would be no argument to Tupou being the most consistent winger.
Yeah, agreed.
Of the modern era.
You know what? That's a great shout. If B-Moss doesn't exist, I'm just trying to think of another winger. No other winger has been this consistent for so long.
You think about the great wingers in the last 10 or so years, they haven't, like Aquila Uarte, Manu Vatovai, these sort of guys, Corey Oates, I mean, they've gone up and down. Tupou has just...
Stayed exactly. I think there's 2 years maybe where it was like, maybe he's lost his little extra step. These last 3 years, since 2018, he's been incredible. I can't stress to you guys enough the amount of times the Roosters are under the pump and they've just been dominated and they've lost field position, and Daniel Tupou comes in, takes a huge carry, and the pressure just goes, just releases for them. Changes everything. He's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
And consistently, his performances on the big stages, in finals, in grand finals, they're always great.
Absolutely. Thoughts on... I thought Teddy was really quiet. Really quiet. What are your thoughts on... what are your thoughts on Daniel Tupou?
I was just bringing out some stats. Last 3 years, he's averaged over 171 metres a game 3 years ago, 180 the year before, and 180 the year before that.
Bro, that's fucking outrageous. Could you get at B-Moss's last couple of years of... Holy shit. You know how hard that is on the body? That's incredible. What a fucking player, man.
Especially him as well, with his body shape.
Yeah.
Like, I would rather have to tackle a guy like Daniel Tupou, who's a bit taller. Like, he's a little bit easier to handle, to tackle-wise.
Bizzer is so stocky.
Yeah, so how do you deal with that sort of thing? Whereas you can sort of chop Daniel Tupou. It's incredibly impressive.
He's amazing. I cannot stress how hard that is. But we'll get back to the BMOS thing. So, Matty, you keep looking.
Yep.
Thoughts on Teddy's start to the year by his lofty standards compared to everyone other... By any other standards, you'd be like, great start to the year. But compared to his lofty standards, how have you felt he's played this year?
Yeah, I mean, compared to his standards, I think he's been a little bit down. But I think you've got to appreciate the role that James Tedesco had to turn himself into last year and then coming back into this side. It's almost tough for him to work his way back into it. Like, he was essentially playing 5'8" and fullback last year.
Absolutely.
I sort of feel like at the moment, it's almost like Teddy's trying too hard. As crazy as that might sound, I just feel like he's overplaying his hand a little bit, and I feel for him because he had to overplay his hand last year.
Yeah.
And we were complimenting him for overplaying his hand because he had to.
Yep.
I think it'll take time. The people that are writing Teddy off telling me he shouldn't be in a Origin side.
Honestly.
He will be the first player picked. He was the first player picked 6 months ago.
Stop it. I don't want to hear any of that shit. Teddy shouldn't be in the Origin side.
Triple.
Give me fucking break.
The Kangaroos team is picked. He's also the first player picked tomorrow.
Even if Tommy had the same year as he had last year, Teddy still should be in the number one position. Easily. That's outrageous. I think he looks a bit tired. I think
he should look tired.
And he should look fucking tired.
Yeah.
Because at the start of the year and at the end of last year, we were saying, I've never seen a player have this high stats over such a long period of time. It's essentially been 4 years of out of this world stats that if any other fullback had those stats, it would be the greatest year of their career. He's done that 4 years in a row. I'm just trying to get his tackle breaks for this year so far. Because it's nowhere near. So his tackle breaks, it's crazy. They're still good. So they've gone 4, 6, 5, 5, and 2. His tackle breaks last year were like fucking wild, absolutely wild. And I wonder, do you think he is just a little bit fatigued, or do you think he's being told to, maybe chill a bit, or?
I think he's a little bit fatigued. I think he's struggling to find his spot in this new look sort of Rooster side based on what they were used to last year. I also think we are just way too harsh on guys. We compare them to their season before. Like the amount of, we'll talk about it, like the amount of shit that a guy like Cody Walker's copying.
Oh my God.
I can't even fathom how, I think we look at their stats and everything from last year, and if they're not reaching that, they're playing shit.
Yeah.
It's a false narrative that people come up with that I think is very unfair on some of these guys that are still playing consistently, but they're not reaching the sky limits that they were the year before. So we pin them as playing poorly.
Yeah. So this is and this is not the be all and end all, but NRL Fantasy is a good way to gauge statistically how much output that they're doing. So it's from 2000 and what's that? Hurry up. 17. So we'll go from 2016. No, we'll go for 2015. He's had 55 average fantasy points. Then he went 50, 51, 52. Comes to the Roosters, 52, 57, 64, 57. He's down at 41. And so, as I said, it's just an indication of how much work they're kind of getting through. And I wonder whether Robbo has kind of said to him, mate, just need you to take his backward step. This is my thoughts on it. He does seem a little bit tired because in contact, he's doesn't seem as strong, which is totally understandable. I've got no evidence to back that up. It just seems like it. But 2, I think Robbo's actually told him, mate, I need you to take a step back because the only way we can develop into our halves, into good halves, is if we allow them to run the game. Whereas if you jump in as a 6 again, like you did last year, it's very hard for us to build those two together. So that's where I think that Teddy, you're right, I feel like he's trying to find his groove again of where he fits in the side. Does he need to be a 6 again? Does he need to be a 1 again? Because he's still playing high quality footy, but it's probably just a little bit quieter than usual. What do you got there, Matty?
Just back to BMOS. So in his last year, he was 145 per game.
Yep.
And then the year before was only 113. And then the year before that was 95.
Yeah. So it just shows you, obviously very different players.
170.
170 was the lowest.
Was the lowest. It went 170, 170, 180.
Fuck.
So, and again, very different players. BMOS and him, Tupu is a meter eater. But it just puts you in perspective of how incredible this guy is, Danny Tupu.
And without having the other stats in front of me, I would assume that if Brian Toto didn't exist, that would be unbelievably impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, Toto was just blown. Ferguson had won that one crazy year, but Toto's year was incredible last year. Tupu was amazing. I actually think that Tedesco, I think he's going to have a crazy back end of the year.
Yeah, I think he will too, yeah.
I think that we're going to be set up for, because remember 2018? Very quiet start to the year, finding his groove, new halves pairing, and then by the end of the year, we're going, what is happening? So I think if you were backing someone for a late Dally M run, I think Teddy's your man. I think he's going to have a massive last 10 weeks of the season is just going to be outrageous, I reckon. As in, you know, from, say, 14 all the way into the finals or 13 all the way into the finals. Because, he's amazing.
Which is what Robbo will be aiming to do. It's all about tapering in this competition.
Yeah, for sure. Especially a guy like Teddy. Like, it's not physically possible for him to do that year in, year out. Surely, eventually, his body gets tired.
Despite him making it out
amazing.
like it is,
yeah.
It's not,
great win. Sam Walker, great finish. Hargreaves, again, when they need someone to step up in the middle, he bloody does. Like, you know, there's very few forwards, front rowers, that could come out and get blown off the park the way the Roosters did and wrestle that back the way they did.
Yep.
And the Roosters forward pack, it's probably only them, Panthers and Storm, that has the experience and calmness to bring everything back together. So great win by the Roosters.
Do you bring in Suwali anytime soon? You've obviously got Billy Smith. He's played on the right wing. He's now injured. Nguama's come in and done a good job. Suwali's been in the extended squad for a few weeks. He's coming back off a Liz Frank injury, but he's playing Reggie's and stuff now. So
I'd have to see what he's doing in Reggie's. I don't think that they're desperate for attacking flair outside.
Yep.
You know, I don't think that if he just depends. Like, does Momorowski, you know, getting not in trouble, but does he get looked at because he missed so many tackles, and that's the opportunity for Suwali to come in? At the moment, I think that unless he's absolutely exploding in resis, let him keep developing, doing his thing, playing footy, and then if there is an opportunity, obviously you bring him in.
Well, that's the interesting thing, because you got to remember the Roosters, they played the Cowboys last week, Broncos this week. They've actually had like a 2-week camp in Brisbane. They didn't come home at any point, and they took Suwali with them the entire time, so he didn't play Reggie's.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Matty? What do you think about the Tedesco start of the season?
I just think it's Teddy, man. Like, he could come out and explode this week.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was pretty bad against South, but everyone else it hasn't been shocking.
No way. I do not believe he's been shocking at all. Like, at all. I just think that by his standards...
Oh, of course, but his standards are 9 out of 10 every week.
Are probably higher than anyone else's standards in the competition.
Yep.
You could argue.
Over a long period of time,
Over a long period of time. And that's what I mean by comparing to... Because I believe he's one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. And I believe that he is the only player currently that could challenge the mantle of Slater and Lockyer, because he's won enough premierships, you know, he's won enough origins, he's scored the try to win the grand final, and he's also scored the try to win the New South Wales Origin series. So, so what, you just think quiet start, but he's going to explode?
Quiet start, but it's Teddy. Yeah. And he's one of those guys that he steps up. The bigger the game is, the bigger he steps up. So he'll get picked for Origin. He'll probably be man of the match in game one.
Mate, I truly believe we're going to see something special from Teddy at the end of this year. I truly believe that. I think everything is coming into play where he's tapering, but he's also learning the way, the new halves pairing is going to play together. He's got a new 9 as well. And we have to remember, a lot of Teddy's big plays are around the ruck. So when you've got a new 9, that does change quite a lot, especially when your new 9 is a running 9.
Yeah.
So that's going to take runs away from you, where you got to step back and go, I'm going to allow you to do it.
Yeah.
Whereas before, he was the running 9, essentially. It was a fucking 9, 6 and a 1.
I thought Connor Watson did have probably his best game of the year.
He had his best game of the weekend for sure. So, as I said in round 1, I do believe Robbo's tinkering with things, and I still believe this back end of the year is going to be a big back end of the year for the Roosters. I think they're going to do something special. Thoughts on the Roosters just overall?
Yeah. I'm not worried about them at all. I think, they put themselves in a position to win the game. They weren't amazing on the weekend, but I thought the Broncos were quite good. I thought it was more a evidence of Broncos being really good rather than the Roosters being poor. Yeah, and you just never... Like, the Roosters were poor, as I said before. They were poor against South. Every other game, they've been in... Or maybe not against the Knights, but I don't know. It's the start of the year. I'm still reckon they're definitely top 4 team. No doubt. Mate, absolutely. I think Robbo's tinkering. I think he's just working it all out. For example, Crichton being on the bench, I think that's more evidence of tinkering, more evidence of trying to work out what he's going to do going forward. But yeah, someone tried to... Well, I think everyone saw the comment in the comment section. They were like, Bloke in a bar, stop riding Robbo's dick. He's nowhere near as good as Craig Bellamy. And I was like, mate, how can you say that? Like, his first 5 years is as good as any coach's ever. He's won, 4 or 5 minor premierships. He's won 3 premierships. So since 2013, so this is the first, essentially, let's just say a decade of coaching. He's won 4 minor premierships and 3 premierships. Yep. That's essentially, I mean, you could argue that's more than what Bellamy did.
And what Wayne in the first decade he didn't win 3 premierships, did he?
No. And you know what? You can tell me that Bellamy is a better coach, and I won't push back on you, but don't act like there's a gaping hole between them.
Fucking no way. He is there or thereabouts in my opinion, for sure. So great win for the Roosters. Now onto the next game, Raiders v the Storm. This is a really interesting game because Storm blew them off the park the first half. It was almost like, this is not looking good. Then Raiders, especially toward the end of the game, threw caution to the wind, started offloading, and all of a sudden looked like Storm were, facing some troubles, but Storm hold on to get the win. What do you think of this game, Guru?
Yeah, mate, I thought Melbourne Storm, as you said, first 20, 25 minutes, they were sensational. After that, in the last 60 minutes, I don't know if disappointing is the word, but I think it'd be a bit underwhelming for the Melbourne Storm. And I think so far this year, that's sort of been a big part of their season. I still think this team is so far from their very best. And when it does all come together, fuck, they're going to be a scary prospect, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. When that spine clicks,
yeah,
it is crazy.
At the moment, it feels like every week just 1 or 2 of the spine members stand up. When all 4 of them deliver, mate, I honestly thought the first 20 minutes, I thought this game could be 60-0 here.
Honestly, they
looked that good. Yep. It was, you've got here Harry Grant at dummy half. That try that Harry Grant scored, he literally... You see him at dummy half and he notices there's one marker and you can just see in his brain ticking over. Yeah. He'll think there's a man behind him. He'll go to the open side. There'll be no one on the short side. He just goes. Just that ruck recognition is just crazy by Harry Grant.
It's incredible. And very rarely do you find a footy brain in a guy with such good athletic ability too. Like guys that are explosive, nuggety and powerful like Grant aren't usually the best readers of the game, the best ball playing hookers, whereas Grant's got it all.
I think he's as you said, one of the best readers in the game right now.
I mean, every half chance he gets, he takes it straight away. What do you reckon of the game?
I thought their big dogs were mad. Like Munster didn't even poll a Dally M point, but he was one of the best.
Munster didn't poll a Dally M point.
No, I'll double confirm that, but I don't think he got a Dally M point. But like people like Hughes was great. Harry Grant, as you said, was good. Paps was good again.
Munster was best on ground for me.
That's what I thought too, personally.
How many points did Pap get? I thought Munster and Hughes were better than Pap.
Pap was good, but he ran for like 70 metres or something.
I'll get that. Give me 1 sec.
Wow, that's really surprising. I thought
As you said, it's not a be-all and end-all, but like just on Supercoach points, Harry Grant and Ryan Papenhuyzen, he pretty much scored like 2 points in the second half. He wasn't as involved as he usually is.
Yeah.
So Hughes got 3, Paps got 2, and Nelson got 1.
Wow.
Wow. Sorry, and Harry Grant's been hard done by there too.
Yeah, Grant as well. I would have had the top 3 players for me were Munster, Hughes and Grant.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Wow. And anyway, I mean, it's all opinion based. So when that spine clicks, it's the best spine in the comp.
By far and away, I think.
And that's including Panthers spine. I just think that spine with Munster, Hughes, it's so unbelievably dangerous. Cleary, obviously the number 1 7 in the game, but Hughes has without a doubt stamped himself as the second best 7 in the game at the moment. Now, I know Mitch Moses' form right now is fucking red hot, but I just think Hughes if I had to say who's the second best 7 in the game right now, it'd be Hughes.
Yeah, Hughes has done it on the biggest stages, grand final day. He's done it all, Hughes. So just crazy to think, as he's only played halfback for 2 or 3 years.
Well, especially when Cheese is on their bench as well.
Absolutely.
Well,
and on top of all of that, I don't think a lot of people have Hughes in their top 5 players in the NRL. Where I probably have, right now, I have him probably in the top 5 players in the NRL.
He's a classic guy that when you say it, you're like, surely not. And then you actually stop and think about what he's achieved, the impact he has week in, week out, and it just makes more and more sense. I think with Melbourne, you can't be up every week. You can't be up for every single week. So for them to not be at their best and still to be winning games, and as much as the scoreline was 30-16, which isn't a huge blowout, at no point did I ever think the Raiders were going to win this game of football.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. My concern with the Storm though is that eventually patchy football bites you in the arse. And we saw that last year where they were just blowing teams off the park, but they'd switch off for 10, 20 minutes. And then eventually they rocked up to a game in the first 20 minutes and got blown off the park. And my concern for the Storm is, we spoke about last year that, we spoke about earlier in the podcast, defence obviously wins premiership. And the one thing the Storm always had was they didn't leak points.
Yeah.
And I guess the concern with the Storm is the patchiness of it. If they don't fix that up, and I think Bellamy would be right on top of this going, boys, like, we have to set standards where we don't come in and out of games. I actually think Bellamy would be stoked with the win, but a bit disappointed with the patchiness of it all.
But I also look at them last year and think during that 19 in a row was when they peaked. I wonder if there is a line of thinking as, you know, that they're trying to make sure they do taper for that right end of the season because they got it all wrong last year. For me, I think they saved their worst game in 2 or 3 years for that first prelim.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can fix those because the problem is like patchiness isn't really tapering, if you know. Patchiness it's not really a tactic that you would employ of playing for 20 minutes, chilling out for 10 minutes, whereas like tapering would be more along the lines of they're a bit underdone, you know, their passes. You know what I mean? Like it's interesting.
I wonder if Bellamy isn't specifically targeting those areas just yet because he's waiting for the right time to do it. If you know what I mean, I still think they're going to be a top 4 side. I have no doubt about that. And if you get them, as we said, if their spine clicks on their day, good God.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I have them a top 4 side and a premiership threat for sure. I just think the patchiness is a concern because that's not what Melbourne Storm usually are like. And that's what separated the Storm from every other team in the competition was we don't do patchy. We're ruthless, we're relentless, and we'll put you to the sword. And we actually, the O on the scoreboard is nearly as important as the win for us.
It's not like the Storm as well to take the foot off the throat. Like they scored 3 tries in 7 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. And look, it's a different breed. There's a whole different bunch of blokes there. So this could be the new age Storm where look, we're willing to just blow teams off the park. I just think that from what I've seen from Bellamy, he wouldn't like the patchiness of it. He'd rather a 16-0 win grind where you've played well the whole 80 than blow them off the park for this first 20, put the queue on the rack, come back in the... You know, this is all talking from a perspective of these are premiership threats. At the end of the day, the Storm, they're looking fucking red hot.
Seen who they play this weekend? Cronulla. Could be game of the season so far.
What a game this is going to be.
I think it's from Amy Park too, so it's a big moment for the Melbourne Storm to stand up here.
Absolutely. It's a huge moment, and it's a huge moment for the Sharkies. Look, I think Munster's looking far out. He's looking fit. He's looking so fit, so dangerous every time he touches the ball. Every time he touches the ball, it's almost there's something's going to happen.
Yeah.
I also think that it feels like the better teams, and we'd have to look into the numbers of it, but it feels like the better teams' halves are taking way more runs than the teams' halves that are struggling. When I watch, like, for example, you watch the Tigers-Sharks game, Moylan and Hines took like 10, 15 runs each. You look at Munster, Hughes, they're taking a bunch of runs. You look at Jerome Law, he usually runs a fair bit. Cleary usually runs a fair bit. Matter of fact, I think Cleary had more run meters. Remember how we were talking about that?
Yeah.
He had more run meters than Hughes did. And so I think that maybe the teams down a bit lower need to take a leaf out of the book and go, you know what, we probably need to start running the ball more because it opens things up for us in the future. Just
as an example, and not picking on this team at all, they're just the team that I did some numbers on. The Titans, for example, their halves combined for 70 metres last week.
And Brimo only started running at the end of the game, and that's when they came into the... Whereas before, I don't think he had a single run in the first half.
I don't think so, yeah.
So that's something to definitely look into is if I'm a coach, I'm saying to my 6 and 7, look, take 5 hit-ups in the first 30 minutes or so, get yourself into the game. Also, put a bit of doubt in the defensive line because at the moment, Hughes and Munster are unstoppable.
Yeah.
That try that Hughes scored was outrageous. Like, you should not be able to score that in first grade.
There's only one guy that can score that.
It's Hughes and maybe Cleary, but I think Hughes is probably... I'd probably say Hughes is a better ball runner than Cleary due to the fact that he used to be a fullback.
Yep.
But Cleary is so well-rounded.
That Hughes right foot step... It's quickly becoming one of the best in the game, isn't it?
Yeah, it is fantastic. I mean, he's so good. I cannot express to you how shocked I am the fact that he continues to go to new levels. I can't understand how is it possible that a guy that was fullback, barely could get a run for the Titans, barely get a run for the Cowboys, could go to the Storm, become a halfback, and then become a top 2 halfback in the comp. That's incredible. It's incredible. Munster as well, I think he's playing arguably career best footy. I really like what he's doing at the moment. Pappenhuisen, he's He obviously got taken off for about 10, 15 minutes with their head knock or whatever, or 10 minutes, but he's just constantly there or thereabouts. He's always around the ball. He's always where you need him. His defence as well. I know he didn't stop Semi from the Raiders, but he nearly stopped that guy, and he's massive.
Yeah,
Pappy's tiny.
When you consider everything Pappy's been through to still put his body on the line like that, takes some serious balls.
Absolutely. So Storm, they're looking red hot. I thought Nelson had a fantastic game.
I'll just jump in. So Cam Munster, 125 metres a game, and Jerome Hughes is just under 100 for the year.
Wow. So both your halves are averaging 120 metres a game.
So, no, Jerome Hughes is just under 100.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Averaging
so
about 120 metres a game. That's incredible. When have we ever seen that, where both halves are running 100 metres plus?
Yeah, and this is where, not every team can do it. Melbourne can, but they're running it. 2 former fullbacks in the halves who have now turned into game management sort of guy. Like, it's just, there's so many clubs that could move their fullback to halfback, and I just go, well, won't work. These two it's working for. The other team it's working for, shocked me, Cronulla, where's their halfback from? Melbourne Storm fullback.
Yeah, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. So, yeah, Storm looking fantastic. I think the key now, though, is we're going to speak about it every week until it's done, the Munster situation. Where do you think... Because what's insane about this is he can't sign anything till November 1st. This
it's a long time to talk about it.
Do you think that... Well, I think it'll get done before then.
Yeah.
As in, they'll know what's happening.
They'll know, yeah.
Do you think they're playing chicken with each other?
Yeah, a little bit. And I think it's probably smart too.
Yeah, it's 100% it's smart. Get him for as cheap as you can. Because if you start high, you've got to stay high. I think that Storm are playing a bit of chicken with Munster, going, take a pay cut. Like, let's say they're saying, take a pay cut, you're $750K a year. And Munster's like, are you serious? And then they bump it up, okay, $900K a year. And Munster might go, okay, that's a bit more reasonable. But in reality, they were always going to give $900K a year, That, like, it's a key tactic with negotiation is, like, low ball so low that when you come up, that's your price anyway, but you've made it look like there's been progress, that they've actually made some progress, where in reality, you were always going to pay that. Maddie, what do you think? Munster stays or he goes?
The more I think about it, the more I think he'll go to the Dolphins.
Dolphins?
I think the haircut is, as you said last week,
giant haircut if it's true.
Yeah, and it's not disrespectful, but like he has every right to be aggrieved by it because he's arguably their best player and he's been there the longest, as you said last week, and I just think the Dolphins will throw the bank at him. So
I think that Munster came through a system that he had to wait his turn. He came through a system where Smithy, Cronk, Slater said to him, mate, you got to wait your turn to get the big bucks because we're the big dogs. Right? They wouldn't have said this, exactly. But, this is the way it works because Cooper, Cronk, Slater and Smith also came through the ranks of, mate, the older guys get the big contracts, the younger guys get the little contracts. That's the way it works. It's the way it's always been. And so if we are to believe the reports, Munster may be sitting there going, how come when it came to my turn, that no longer mattered? Like, you could absolutely understand where he was coming from.
And that's right. If that is his opinion, you get it 100%.
Get it 100%.
There's no pushing back on it.
I can't see any world where that isn't his opinion.
Yeah.
He's in his prime, playing great footy, and he's won multiple premierships, and he also won multiple origins. But the crazy thing is, I totally get where the Storm are coming from. You've got to keep Grant, Hughes, Papanusen, obviously coach, you've got Welsh.
It's crazy that all those guys are locked up till 2025.
I mean, it's a huge coup. I think Storm have gone the route of, we obviously don't want to lose Munster, but if we can keep 4 players at the expense of him, or 3 players, maybe we take that hit.
And I reckon there'd be part of the Melbourne Storm that would be wanting to reach out. We mentioned to him earlier, Scott Drinkwater. If he doesn't really have a spot up there at North Queensland, if they could pull him back and play him 5'8" and pay him 4s, 5s. As much as Munster's the better player, there's no doubt about it. I can see a world where that happens.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting times. Really, really interesting times at the Storm. But as always, we spoke about it at the start of the year. They go through everything they go through. They find a way.
Yeah.
They find a way. Think about most other clubs. Let's say 14 out of the 16 clubs or 13 or whatever you want to say. Imagine they had the same distractions that the Storm have had this year. The club would be fucking crumbling. Like, it would be a disaster. They'd be playing terrible. Players would be off it. Players would be in poor form. The Storm just keep trucking on and keep delivering high-quality footy.
Yeah, and I mean, Yeah, there's 14 other teams that would struggle. You even look at the Roosters. Like, I personally don't think the Chooks have fully recovered from when they lost Cronk, for example. The Panthers, they haven't lost any of their spot. It'll be interesting to see the Panthers next year how they deal losing Appy. I think they'll be okay, but it's going to be their first real test of losing someone in that spine. The Melbourne Storm, they've lost 3 Immortals in the last 5 years. And
Yeah, incredible.
it's crazy.
Plus, they've had off-field incidents. Plus, they lost the Cheese in quite a dramatic fashion.
Yeah.
They've had to deal with a lot, the Storm.
Heaps.
And it has tested their culture, and once again, the Storm culture comes out trumps. Like, it's such an enduring thing, so much so that I feel like we know a fair bit about the game, even us that personally, internally we're going, something's wrong here, we still go, nah, but they'll work it out. You know what I mean? Like, logically we're going, nah, it's not probably going to work, but we'll still say, but they'll work it out. They just will. That's how strong their culture is. So massive props to the whole organisation to continue to deliver some of the best. It's one of the best sporting franchises in the world, in my opinion. It really is.
And I mean, like, just take the Cheese situation, for example. Man, it's almost like it didn't happen.
Yeah. It's this little speed bump. Like, it's
Literally a speed bump.
Yep.
We proceed. He plays great footy. The Melbourne Storm play great footy. We continue.
There's no drama. There's no agitating for early releases. None of that stuff. So, hats off to Melbourne Storm. It really has been impressive to see how they've handled that. Everything that can be thrown at them, they've handled. Now, I want to get your thoughts on Josh King. 13, it's Josh King, correct?
Yeah.
Now, he's not setting the world alight by any stretch, in my opinion. But I tell you what, for a bloke he couldn't get a start of the Knights.
Yeah, he was coming off the bench for them. He was never going to get into their starting side.
He was never going to get into their starting side. He's now a mainstay at 13. And Bellamy looks like he loves him just because he does all the little things. So, first of all, I want to give a massive congratulations to Josh King for taking the risk, for going down to Melbourne, going through that shitty army camp, the army camp of absolute nightmares, probably taking a pay cut, maybe, I don't know. If not, he's probably on minimum. And now he's the starting 13, and he's pretty much cemented that spot for the Melbourne Storm.
Yeah, and he comes from a long list of front rowers that you didn't think were that great arriving down in Melbourne. Not even front rowers, forwards in general. I mean, like the career of Ryan Hinchcliffe, for example, reminds me a lot of him. He's just tough, tenacious. He'll just do what needs to be done every single week. I think it's week 5 he scored 2 tries already.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think he'd score a try this season. He's also laid on 2 or 3 with late offloads. Like, he's just doing it all for them, Josh King. And when he signed, it would have been a great opportunity to play with Jesse Bromwich, Christian Welsh. Welsh isn't in the building all of a sudden. Like, things have changed, and he's had to step up very quickly. There's some weeks he's played 60, 65 minutes.
Oh, he's played 60-plus minutes all but 1 week.
Yeah, crazy.
It's crazy. And he's like an integral part of their attack now.
Yep.
It's pretty incredible. What do you think of Josh King down there?
Oh, yeah. I remember you last year, Guru, you said, you were like, I wouldn't surprise me if Josh King is in Origin contention, like kind of just an off-the-cuff comment. And like, obviously he's not in Origin contention, but like your point is right. Like how they make these fringe players into absolute guns. And you're right. Not only is he playing well for the Storm, he's taken that 13th spot. He's averaging 100 metres a game, and he's tackling at 95%. So that's all Bellamy wants, right?
That's all he wants. It's all he wants. So massive congratulations to King. To go from a bench side struggling to make the finals to the tippity top starting 13. That's where I feel like sometimes when people say there's not enough good talent in the NRL, sometimes I feel like maybe there's not enough good coaching systems.
There definitely isn't enough good.
You know what I mean? Like
systems,
maybe the talent isn't the issue. It's the systems that we've got in place.
If you would have left Josh King in the Newcastle Knights system, Clemmer's missed games, Sophides have missed games, do you think he'd be a starting front rower yet?
Yeah.
I personally don't think so.
Yeah.
Their 13 also left in Connor Watson. They've played Coman there, but I don't think he'd be really on our radar as being...
Yeah.
There's no way you'd say I'm confident to play him for 60 minutes this week.
Oh, for sure. Massive congratulations. Now, you put a post up actually a few weeks ago, which is an interesting topic, because I disagree, but I want to, I guess, and we'll throw it also to Maddie and also the community. Let us know down in the comment section. Do you believe Grant, if you were to select Australia tomorrow, would you select him over Cook?
Yeah, I would.
You would?
Yeah. I would go for Harry Grant. I think he's the best 9 in the competition. I understand the arguments that I assume you'll put forward that Cook has played on those big stages. He's never done anything wrong. And I get that. you're not wrong. But I just think Harry Grant, the way that he plays, his ruck recognition, I think he's the best running 9 at the moment. I think he has been all season. And I feel like there's an argument coming how he went in finals last year, which is also warranted. Grant wasn't overly impressive.
Let me get to me arguments before you bloody saying finally. Jesus.
I can just... Anyway,
give me a chance.
Yes, I would pick him as my starting 9. I think... And obviously, when I put up that post, the Kangaroos side's going to be picked at the end of the season. I think Grant is just going to get better and better as the year goes on. They'll come up head-to-head in an Origin series against each other, which... To be honest with you, being a New South Wales fan, I'm looking at this Queensland team and the players that are in form in this side, and I'm getting more and more worried about how this Origin series is going to go. But anyway, I think Harry Grant by the end of the season, I think he's the best 9 now, and I think by the end of the season, there'll be no questions about it, to be honest with you.
Well, just on Cook, I mean, it's going to depend on the season and Origin, but just on Cook, do you think he is guaranteed that New South Wales 9 spot?
Yes.
Definitely.
Hey, I ask questions around here, buddy. Answer the fucking question.
All right,
Harry Grant or Cook?
Well, if Cook plays Origin and New South Wales win, I'm sticking with Cook.
So you'd stick with Cook?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you reckon there's any Rabbitohs bias? And I'm not taking the piss.
Yeah, I reckon there probably is.
Who takes his Blues jersey for you? What, Appy?
No, I think him and Appy are in a good battle right now.
I think... Me personally, I think it's crazy that he would have his jersey taken away. Not because, I agree with you, Harry Grant, form 9 in the comp. No doubt about it. No doubt at all. But Damien Cook has delivered in an Origin jersey and in an Australian jersey in huge, huge matches, has played fantastic. On the other hand, with Grant, he had that great game off the bench for Queensland. But outside of that, he's inexperienced. He hasn't. I think he's played 35 NRL games or so, and there's plenty of time for him to make that Australian side. But I think culturally in a team, for Cook to lose that jersey, what does that say? Is it really fair for a guy that has given so much to that jersey, has played really well on the weekend? Let's just assume his form goes really well. Delivered in Origin on so many occasions, been the difference sometimes. And so I think it's more a matter of Cook is playing good enough to keep the jersey. And on top of that, it sends a strong message of we're going to be loyal to you in this Australian side if you play really well. Now, the argument obviously against that would be loyalty in rep sides, has that hurt sides in the past by being loyal to certain players? I just think right now Cook is still playing good enough to keep the jersey. But if he plays for Australia and he does struggle a little bit, Grant's right there.
I also think it's something else to consider, and this is obviously a very unique situation, but it is the reality. Yes, it's Cook's jersey, but no one's worn that jersey in 2.5 years now. So I also think I think it's a very unique situation that they're going to find themselves in. As Matty said, I think a lot of it will come down to the Origin series, but I think Harry Grant is just by far and away the best 9. I think he's got a better kicking game, better running game, better ruck recognition. And maybe I am being a little bit harsh taking a jersey off a guy that doesn't deserve to lose it, which I agree with you. But for me, Harry Grant's my 9.
Grant may not even be the starting Queensland hooker.
I think he definitely will be, but that's my opinion.
I honestly think it will depend on who wins the Origin series. That's going to go a long way.
Who's what? Who
wins the Origin series?
Well, there's word that Hunt could start the game, or even Marnie could start the game for Queensland, and Grant is brought on for impact. Like Cam Smith has literally said, I don't select Origin, but it's Grant's maybe just ahead, but Reid Marnie is right there in the battle, So I wouldn't say it's a for sure thing that Grant's going to get that 9 role at all, especially when the assistant coach is saying Reid's right there. And Reid last year, he was there, that close, and then he got sent away. So yeah, although Grant, in my opinion, is absolutely the form hooker in the comp, there is an argument that Reid Marnie suits that opening stage of Origin a bit better. Grant does tend to miss tackles sometimes. I think his last 2 games is 5 misses, and I'll get it up. He's, again, by no stretch is he a bad defender. I'm just talking about the Origin, the cauldron.
And from what I heard from Cam Smith on your show last week, he kind of said that whoever misses out of Marnie and Grant, they'll probably miss the team altogether, because you think Hunt will grab that 14 jersey.
Yeah, I think Hunt will grab that 14 jersey.
Hunt has to be there somewhere.
Oh,
sure.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not so sure about that, actually.
I guess you've also got to fit. Who's going to be your fullback? Are you going with KP?
Well,
KP, Walsh,
I mean, you got
AJ.
Brimo.
yeah. Fuck, yeah.
It's interesting. It's just, betting money, Grant for sure.
I also look
But I
at
don't
Reid
think it's a
Marnie at the
solid thing.
moment. Like, they took him off with 30 minutes to go the other day and put Mitch Rain on. Like, if they keep doing that, which, I can sort of understand if they do because he is leaving the end of the season. I don't know. That could impact it as well. And look, I'll be completely, I'm a huge Harry Grant fan, so maybe I am a little bit biased, but I just watch him and just think he's so much better. Not so much better, but he is the best 9. So, interesting one to watch, though.
Yeah, I agree. He's definitely the form 9. I think for Australia, I think you've got to have a bit of loyalty to Cook. He's done it. He's bled for that jersey. He's delivered in that jersey. So for New South Wales, though, like I'm open to the competition with Grant in the Australian jersey, but I don't think, like, Appy is a great hooker, but Cook, he has really delivered on the Origin stage. Like, you go back and watch some of those series, he was fucking incredible.
Oh, that 2019 game 3 trial.
Yeah, so that'd be really harsh to, like, for him to lose that jersey.
So on that same thing, and I know it's a different example, but obviously DCE, he owned the 7 jersey last time. Do you straight away bring Cleary in now?
Well, Cleary is a premiership winning,
Yeah,
7.
so you do bring Cleary in.
Yeah,
though?
absolutely.
Okay.
Because, like, Cleary has delivered on the Origin stage.
Yep.
3 times now. And he's a premiership winner. I think that he's, like, if Grant was in the same boat as Cleary and he'd won a comp, been in a grand final, won Origin series, then I would be like, you know what, he probably can get that Australian jersey. It's just, he's only 36 games into his career. I think we forget that with Grant. He's barely, 36 games. That's like a season and a half. I'm just trying to get, so opening round, 5 missed tackles and 3 then 1. So his defence is getting better. But that is something that obviously in Origin that made me think. In saying that, Reid probably misses the same round. I'd love to compare the percentages. I just get the feeling that Reid is known as a defensive kind of hooker in a way. But yeah, if we were going purely on form, I'd pick Grant in the 9 jersey for sure.
And I mean, knowing that Harry Grant's around, he might bring the very best out of Damien Cook realistically. So
yeah,
I have to see how it plays out.
Interesting though. I don't think I don't think it's a sure thing like with Cookie. Like, I don't think you can guarantee he's going to get that Australian jersey because Grant is playing so well.
That's how it should be too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe that you're right. The 2-year off helps Grant's case because it's been so long. But it's a great question. I think the comments will be quite split actually on who should get that Aussie
I think
jersey.
you could argue that the 2-year absence, you could argue it helps Cook though, because he hasn't really had a chance to. He's only played 4 games for Australia, so Meninga could say, "Oh, well, he's been the best hooker for the last 3 years. I think he gets first crack." Maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's a great. I think either player is going to do a job.
Yeah,
that's the positive thing. Either player is going to do a fantastic job. And Grant right now, he's so unbelievably dangerous. I personally can't recall a hooker that is as dangerous around the ball, around the ruck, running wise in that. Like, I think, like, for example, Cam Smith was just an absolute grandmaster at, like, putting teams where he wanted them and that. But obviously he wasn't as explosive as Harry Grant. The scary thing about Harry Grant is he's like this little nuggety, powerful bloke. If you get loose a little bit around the ruck, he's going to fucking tear you apart. Whereas Cam Smith is going to tear you apart around the ruck, but it's going to be using another player, like bringing in someone else. But yeah, I mean, the crazy thing with, like, the hooking role is it's almost like no matter how good you play, you'll never be the GOAT because Cam Smith was so far above everyone.
Yeah.
Like, I've said this before, but he's the only position where, regardless of what state you like, whatever, you say Cam Smith is the GOAT hooker. Whereas, like, 7, there's debate, even though a lot of people say Joey, but there's still debate around the 7, a lot of debate around the 6, debate around the fullback even, It's whereas 9, it's out and out Cam Smith.
Can I say one more thing on Grant and Damien Cook? I mean, we know that whoever wins premierships, traditionally when they pick Kangaroos at the end of the year, fuck, mate, if Happy Curacao wins his second premiership on the trot, Nathan Cleary's a 7, Isaiah Yeo's the 13, he'll be putting his hand up too.
Yeah, absolutely. I just can't see Appy pipping Grant and Cook. I just can't see that.
Yeah, but I mean, he's got to be in the conversation though.
But like,
I still go Grant. I've made that very clear. But if they win a second premiership on the trot, he's played a crucial role, and the rest of the spine is Penrith essentially.
Yeah, but that happened in New South Wales, and they didn't go. They kept Cook, and they'll go Cook again this year, I'd say. You know, and Penrith Panthers are the spine for that as well. Yeah, I mean, I see your point. To beat both Cook and Grant, unless his form just like explodes. His form's been great. Don't get me wrong.
His form's been really good.
It's been great, but Grant right now's form is crazy. Again, the great thing is there's multiple hookers really vying for that, and the great thing as well is I don't think you lose much if you put any of them in. All three of them have unique ways of the way they play the game, and all three of them are fucking incredible. So, great battle to have. Now, on to the Raiders.
Yeah, more of the same from the Raiders. I feel like I say it every week. I can't really get a read on how they're travelling. I thought the halfback was really good. Schneider, he tried an absolute heap during that game. You know, the Melbourne Storm, they're obviously a very good side, so it's a hard game to judge them off, but it was like the Raiders didn't get off the bus in the first 20 minutes.
I thought Charles Newell-Cockstad really put his hand up.
Yeah, he's a goer, Charles.
He touched we had 42 receipts in that game. That's more than what Gutho did, for example.
20 runs, 42 receipts. His Challenges stats: 1 try assist, 20 runs, 184 metres, 45 post contact, 3 tackle breaks, a line break assist, 7 tackles, 1 offload. Yeah, look, with the Raiders, I don't know. I really don't know. The only thing that I can look at and go, they're just not all buying in.
Yeah.
There seems to be a disconnect as to what kind of footy side they want to be, maybe. Because like when they threw caution to the wind and they started like offloading and spreading the ball side to side, I was like, this is kind of rattling the Storm a little bit. They don't know how to defend it. But, you know, I don't know. Like, but then when you watch them play, it's they play well. Their completion rate is just like shocking. Like every game, they'll go through a patch of like 50% completion. Their completion in the end was 67%. But there was a period there where they had like 50% completion rate.
Yeah.
And I think the key is their completion rate. Like, I don't even think they've had a single game, except for one maybe, where they completed at a high rate.
And I look at the way that Ricky used his interchange. For the last few weeks, he started Matt Frawley and then he's brought Tom Starling on. For me, I would have thought this was the perfect game to do that. Just to try and get through the first 20 minutes, then bring Starling on to hopefully unsettle the Melbourne Storm. But he carried Frawley on the bench and didn't use him.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like, when you're taking on the Melbourne Storm and your forward pack is underachieving, has been for a while now, I would have stacked it up with... they had Xavier Savage in jersey 18. I think I would have rathered him as a bit of an X factor just to throw on the field in that game.
Could have helped when Tomoko went off after he copped some knees to the back.
Well, yeah, it's Tomoko. They lost Matt to Tomoko during the game, and Frawley still sat there, didn't do anything. It's I don't know. Ricky Stewart's forgotten more about rugby league than I know, but sometimes his interchanges really confuse me.
And it has been a talking point for a while now, his interchanges. Interestingly, their highest completion rate this year was 77% against the Titans, and they won the game. And we have to remember that first half was shocking.
Yeah.
Like, they were terrible in that first half. So I think their biggest issue is their completion rate. It sounds so cliche and so obvious, but if your highest completion rate for the year is 77%, one game was 56, one game was 70, one game was 68. Like, you're not going to win matches of footy with low completion rate like that. You're really not.
Yeah, there was a couple of options, especially a couple of kicks that they put in that went dead in crucial moments that you just got to be better than that in first grade, especially when you're playing this Melbourne Storm side. I personally think that the Raiders were probably lucky that the Melbourne Storm weren't really on, because if they were, it could have been a pretty bad day out for the Canberra Raiders. I think a 14-point loss is a bit of a compliment to the Raiders.
Yeah, mate, they're the most baffling side to get a read on. Like, they have some really good individual performances, blokes ripping in, but then it just doesn't seem to be being put together, for example, like a guy like Tomoko. He's an incredible player, like an absolutely incredible player. Obviously, he got injured, so he's having a big week, big year. Rapana, he's been fantastic this year. a bit down, obviously, this week. So, you know what I mean? Like, Jack Whiten a couple of weeks ago was a world beater. He was playing fantastic. You know, he played fantastic in this game, 155 metres, 15 runs, 41 post-contact, 2 tackle breaks, a line break.
I think that's the frustrating thing with the Canberra Raiders. You look at them and it's not like, oh, these 3 guys have been disappointing for 3 weeks. It's like every week someone else has a disappointing game, you know, or someone else lets them down slightly. It's, mate, I sit there and look at Ricky Stewart in the box or when he's on the sideline, just how frustrated he is. And if I can imagine sitting in his shoes, like, I just, it must be so frustrating. Like, what would you even work on during the week? Because it's like there's something different is wrong every single week.
It's just what I find, like, it seems like errors don't hurt them enough. Like, when they drop the ball and they don't complete, it doesn't hurt them enough. But what's mental about that is, like, Ricky Stewart would be so, like, if there's one coach that would rip you a new one for, you know, not completing, it'd be Ricky. What do you reckon about the Raiders, Matty?
I don't know. It's just so hard.
It's bizarre, right?
It's frustrating to watch because, like, you look at their team and they should be a top 8 team. Like, just looking on paper. So it's hard to comment on because you just, like, what's missing? Because you look at their lineup, you think not much, but I don't know. It's frustrating.
One key stat that I can look at right now is their 6 and 7 had 5 errors all up together. Like, they're key players, and you would assume it's in key moments, you know, being key players. You know, that's probably too much for key players. Like, even though they get their hands on the ball quite a bit. But I'm of the same mind as you, like, I think Schneider's working his ass off. And I actually am pretty happy with his progress as a player. Like, I don't think that there's a rookie there playing poor footy and that he's not ready for first grade. I think he's ready for first grade. So it's a strange one. It's a really strange one. I think right now, if you don't know what the answer is, go to the obvious stuff. The obvious stuff is completion rate. If I'm Ricky Stewart, I'm almost saying, boys, I just want 85% today. That's our goal. I don't care what else happens. Just 85% completion rate, because they probably win the game. Like, they
should. With the pack they've got, they should.
They probably win the game if they complete 85%. And it's almost counterintuitive because we found out last year that completion rate wasn't really a good indicator as to whether a team would win the comp. The Bulldogs had the best completion rate in the comp and they struggled. But I think the Raiders are a little bit different to the Bulldogs because they have the team to take advantage of completing at a higher percentage.
And you look at their draw over the next few weeks. They've got the Cowboys next week. And 2 weeks after that, they've got the Warriors. But outside of that, Panthers, Sharks, South Sydney, Parramatta, Roosters.
Oh, fuck.
And they're sort of going gun team, you know, bottom 8 team, gun team, and then they've just got all the gun teams after that. So
how much is Sharks throwing a spanner in the works of, like, there's no real reprieve from the gun sides now? Whereas before it's like, look, as long as we don't get, like, the top 4, it's going to be a decent game. Whereas, like, Sharks being that extra team now, it's like you just don't get a reprieve. It's a tough game every single week, essentially. And the sad thing is when the Raiders are going good, I love it. I love it. When down the milk, ACT are loving it. Canberra are loving it. So hopefully they can work it out. I do believe that you could probably directly connect them not playing as well with Hodgson's injury, like him being in and out of first grade. When he got some consistent footy under his belt, they were, you know, obviously a much better side. I think they do miss him as a leader. Because as we know, like Whiten, he's absolutely a leader, but he's a ball runner. He's not an organiser. Starling, he's not an organiser. And obviously Schneider, he's a rookie. So I do believe they miss his experience about just leading the players around and all that, the good stuff that Hodgson brought, really.
Yeah, and I mean, you look over their last 3 weeks, they had that comeback against the Titans, which was all good and well, but I don't know if many teams concede a 22-point lead. Realistically, like really, the Titans are just a young spine. That's the reality of that. They then played Manly 25-6, and fuck, they were disappointing that week, Canberra. And I'd say they were probably better than they were against the Seagulls last week, but they were just lucky that the Melbourne Storm didn't make them pay.
Is it time for change, do you think?
Yeah, that's the other thing about this squad. Like, not many guys in this squad are completely safe because they've got so much depth, and it still doesn't seem to... like ramp them up at all. Like you would think that every single forward in that pack would be looking over their shoulder going, fuck, Ryan Sutton's not in this team. Emre Gula could take my spot. I don't know. It's just...
Well, I look at it and I'm like, I don't see anyone specifically playing that poorly.
That's the thing.
You know, so it's like...
The more you look at them, the less answers you get.
Yeah, because it's just they've got such a good side on paper. They have these crazy good patches of footy. So hopefully they can turn around. I love it when the Milk are doing fantastic, but I think you just focus on the things you control, and that's completion. One goal going into next week is just complete at a higher rate to give yourself an opportunity to win the game. Because at the moment, when your average is basically 70% completion, you know, it's very tough to win footy matches when you're not the top tier that can afford to do that.
And I mean, if they go out and they win this weekend against the Cowboys, which I think is more than possible, I think it's the Cowboys they play.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, the
Thursday
Cowboys.
night.
All of a sudden, they've got a 3-3 record and they're even, despite how disappointing they've been.
Yeah, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. Because, when you actually look at it, they're not going... Like, right now, they're actually not going so bad. Like, it's not disaster.
It's not disaster, yeah.
But it feels like that because they are such a good side.
Yeah.
You know, if they've got the same points as the Rabbitohs right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, 2 wins.
And yet, we're not... I think the Rabbitohs are going really well. Going really well.
They've got the same wins as the Knights and the Cowboys, who we're saying are looking really good.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think it's because we just think that the Raiders, they're a top 4 side.
But it's fair enough to think that because their squad is a top 4 squad.
Yeah,
it takes so many years to build a squad like this, and they're just letting it.
They teased us in round 1 too with a pretty good win over Cronulla.
Yeah, they beat the Sharks, and the Sharks are red hot. Yeah, hopefully, I believe they'll be able to turn it around. The good thing is it doesn't seem like there's unrest between the coach and the players. It seems like anyway, outside looking in, they found a good happy medium. Like maybe Ricky's chilled a bit, and then the players have realised they need to, get on board a bit more. Yeah, hopefully they can turn it around because I love it when the Milk is absolutely firing, and they've absolutely got the squad for it. Now, Rabbitohs v the Dragons. Thoughts on this game?
Yeah, good game. I just thought Dragons just looked very flat there. I thought there was a moment in that game where Lomax went through and he could have found, I think it was Jack Bird on the inside, and he mistimed that pass. I think if he would have landed that pass, the momentum sort of would have changed in this game. But South Sydney, Damien Cook just dominated them for the first 30 minutes or so. He was unreal. I don't think either of these teams played overly well, to be honest with you. Obviously, South lost Latrell Mitchell. He's going to be out for 8 weeks or so, which is disappointing for them. But I thought they looked pretty good when Taff came on the field. I think
we'll go Dragons first. Let's go Dragons.
Yeah, I was having a look at some of their numbers, and Ben Hunt touched the ball 80 times the other night. That's the most touches by a player this season that isn't a hooker.
Yeah, wow.
Like that's pretty crazy. Like we speak about sometimes Manly get a little bit predictable because everything goes through DCE.
Yeah.
I was starting to think St George looked a little bit like that. I thought that when Amon jumped on the field, he looked really good. Personally, I'd be moving him back to 6. Whether Hook does or not, God knows. But I just don't think Jack Bird's... I love Birdie, but I don't think he's the answer at 6.
What about you, Matty? Thoughts on the Dragons?
I thought Matt Feagai, is it Matt Feagai or Max Feagai?
He's so fucking
Matt
good.
Feagai, yeah.
He was in my team of the week initially, and then just got pipped out. But he's so fucking sharp, man. He's so sharp. I'm such a fan.
He was awesome. And they've people like Lomax, Lomax could play Origin if a spot opens up. And
I think he's probably the front runner right now. We'll talk about Latrell being out, but I think this is Lomax, because Freddie has such big raps on him, probably him and Campbell Graham and Crichton are battling at the moment.
Well, those are 3 guys that have been in the squad over the last year. So
I thought the Dragons were all right in the first half. They held onto the ball. They kind of fell away a bit in the second half. I thought they were all right.
I think my biggest concern, or I think that the biggest issue at the Dragons is Hook has assembled a squad to play a certain way, and they're not playing like that. So Hook has assembled a team that is gritty, that's grindy, that's going to complete at a high rate and just pressure you out of games. Use Ben Hunt's kicking game, and I think that's a huge reason for maybe bringing in those older guys and dropping the younger guys, because he feels that he's going to use experience to win games, and it doesn't seem like the Dragons are playing that style of footy. They're not really playing a very high completion, get through your sets, kick into the corner, defend crazy, which is what Hook loves. It's very simple, simple, honest footy. And so when you assemble a certain roster, and then I guess they're not playing like that. They're trying to score points in kind of flashy to a degree sometimes, and that's not really what as a whole team that they are. And so that's where I feel like they're struggling a bit, is to trying to find where their identity is. Are they a gritty, grindy side, or are they a flashy side? So, with Hawk, I understand his reasoning for the dropping of Amon and Sloane. You know, he said that they're both, rookies, and there's just some things they need to work on in their game. Now, unless Hook is implying that maybe physically they were struggling a bit with the contact, or he means they actually need to work on skill set in their game, I just believe personally that the Dragons, like a lot of other teams, they're not going to win the comp. So why not build for the future? Why not keep Sloane in there? Just pour confidence on him. Don't allow him to get bogged down in the negativity. Keep Amon in there. Kind of similar to what the Panthers did. Just stick with this young crew and build around it. That's probably the direction I would take. But the issue with that for Hook is that he needs to win games now. Otherwise, he extended for 1 year, but no one's safe in footy. And so it's very easy for us to say have a youth policy when we're not the ones that jobs are on the line, But I just don't. I didn't think Sloane was playing that bad. That's what I'm not
Neither
getting.
did I. Yeah.
Did you think Sloane was?
I couldn't believe he got dropped, and then I couldn't believe that he didn't get picked for the game against South. As a South fan, I breathed a heavy sigh of relief. I don't know. I just think they're more likely to score points when he's on the field. They didn't look threatening to me on the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And he brings the threat. Think about someone like Lockie Ellis, who
had a pretty bad game in round 2, but they stuck with him.
Yep.
And now look at him.
Absolutely.
And as much as you say they didn't look threatening, after they scored, after Mbai scored, the score was 10-6. There was only 4 points in it.
Crazy.
There was a game of football on, and then within 2 or 3 minutes they conceded a try to Campbell Graham, and you're back just South Sydney just going through the gears, kicking the corners.
And they actually had more line breaks than South Sydney. It's more kick return meters, more tackle breaks, less post contact, less run meters.
They just made way too many errors in the second half.
Yeah, exactly. So they completed at 67%. And that's where I believe that Hook has designed a team to be an 80% completion team where they just grind you out of the game. And if they complete at 85% in this game, I actually think they win it.
They were well and truly in it.
They win it.
Yeah,
it's 24-12.
Sure. Yep.
I think if they complete at 85%, they win it, because Rabbitohs were dropping the ball left, right, and centre. It was a messy game. The problem is that we spoke about it last week, they are no closer to the answers to their questions going forward. What's their plan going forward at the moment, really? It's to bring the young guys through eventually, but at the moment, Sloane's sitting in reserve grade, Amon's coming off the bench. I would be bringing Sloane back in, bringing Amon back in. They've learnt their lesson. I'm sure they're going to be desperate to play really well and going forward, because they've actually gotten worse since they were dropped. They've gotten worse.
I mean, we spoke about at the start of the season, we had the argument where I would have played Bud Sullivan at 14. You said, there's no point playing at hooker. He's now playing Amon at hooker.
Yeah, that's
when he came on the field, it's just backwards.
I don't know what Amon gains with that.
Amon had one play where he got it off an offload and he skipped along and he set up a try in the last minute. I can't understand why he is not playing 6, or why at least one of them isn't playing 6 or fullback.
When they're that good.
They're that good, just back them in. It's going to take time. Back them in, though.
Give them confidence.
And as you said at the start, it's easy for us to say, and I get that. But the club's going to lose them if they keep doing this, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of that, look at the results without them. Isn't that a clear indication that it was the wrong call? Whatever deficiencies that you saw in their game, they clearly weren't so much, the team's gotten worse. So, they may have deficiencies in their game, but they're still a net positive for your side. Really interesting. Now, again, maybe Hook is implying, physically they were struggling with the contact week in, week out of playing 80 minutes in first grade. Sloane is a relatively smaller body. Obviously, Amon is also... But I don't think they were. Again, I thought Sloane was doing okay. I mean, especially the first couple of rounds, I thought he was great. Tough. I'm not sure what the answers are for the Dragons, but I am getting a bit concerned about the direction of their season.
And I just, if what you said is right about Amon, which it might be, play him at 6 in reserve grade.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I've spoken about it
this
before.
is exactly what you've said, and you've convinced me around on it.
Yeah, it's
100%.
so important.
It's the better way to go. And it's, I don't know. They're just very confusing to work out. I think Hook has to, it's not a bad thing, but I think he has to fall on his sword here and go, yep, probably got this one wrong.
Yeah.
We're going nowhere fast without them. I might as well put them in and let them get the experience that they should have.
And like the crazy thing is how many, like let's say they come out next week and they get the win. That still isn't sufficient evidence to be like, we're a better side without a Moan. No. It's going to take a few weeks. And then they're 4 weeks out of first grade. So yeah, I would be falling on my sword and just bringing them back in and saying, boys, like this is how cutthroat first grade is. Hope you've learned your lessons. And because I think they'd bring a lot of energy into the side too, like the boys would get around it. But Hook knows more than we know. So he must be seeing something that we're not seeing, because he wouldn't just he's not making decisions for the fun of it, He's making it because he thinks it's the right decision. So hopefully they can turn it around, because Dragons were my smoky initially. They've probably fallen out of my smoky category at the moment.
Same. Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because Ben Hunt is trying his dick off. His absolute dick off. But yeah, it's tough. Now onto the Rabbitohs. Lachlan Elias is playing outstanding.
Yeah, he finished that game with 1 try assist, which was at the back end of the game, but he took the run that broke the Dragons' line down. Kalyn Ponga picked it up from dummy half. He scored. I know,
and he had a try disallowed as well, like a try assist disallowed. Yeah,
like for me, the way that I look at footy, he pretty much had 3 try assists in that game.
Yeah,
he had a hand in all of their tries. And, it's a really good example of what happens when you just stick with halves, you back them in. Like Ilias, Amon, they're the same guys they were 6 weeks ago in preseason when you said, this is my guy.
Yeah.
Well. I just, I think Ilias is a great example of what happens when you stick with young halves that are obviously talented. They wouldn't be there in the first place if they weren't talented. It just takes time. He's improving incredibly well. And, the thing is that Cody Walker isn't reaching the heights that he was last year. He's still playing good footy. And Ilias is just coming more and more into his game, and it's going to be better for Cody Walker in South Sydney in the long run.
Yep. Yeah, I'm really not understanding, like, when I was listening to the game, and obviously commentators, it's absolutely their opinion. That's their job. It's literally their job to give it their opinion. So respect to that. I would respectfully disagree. I don't agree with this. They were very vocal about how poor Walker's been. Then there's articles coming out saying, the Walker problem. I'm really surprised with that, because although Cody Walker isn't at the heights that he was last year, at the end of the day, the Rabbitohs, in my opinion, look a lot better than what we thought they would. And I think he's been okay. Like, I don't think Cody Walker to me is not a problem at the Rabbitohs right now. Whereas I think externally, are you getting that noise that
no,
as a fan?
If we were 9-5, then maybe. But Souths are going all right. And Cody Walker, if Cody Walker's not playing at his best and they're going all right, then that's only a good thing, right?
He's not playing terribly. That's the thing.
No, definitely not.
So I don't understand people saying that there's a Walker problem. That's surprising to me. It's very surprising.
If I said to you, the team that loses Wayne Bennett as their coach and uses one of the best halfbacks of this generation opens the season with games against Melbourne, Roosters and Penrith, and their record is 2-3, how is that a disappointment?
Yeah, and once the game against Storm was a point loss.
Point in it. And they also had to play Brisbane round 1 at Brisbane. Like,
Cody Walker broke records last year. Like, surely we can't expect him to do that again.
I think that we have to put it in the context of things too. Like, he has to play differently. He has a different 7. And Ilias can't shine unless Walker allows him to shine. Because if Walker wanted to, he could be like, oi, Ilias, fucking take a step back, give me the ball. But he's allowing Ilias to do his thing. Your halves are never by themselves. Any good halves combination, it's all about that combination. And there's a reason why Ilias is doing so well. A lot of it is because of his own talent and his own hard work, but also a lot of it is Cody Walker's guidance and his help on the field. So I think they're doing fantastic. And I actually have Ilias and Walker and the Rabbitohs, I think they're far farther along than what I thought they would be at this time of the year.
And you also look, obviously Cody Walker's working on his combination with Ilias inside him. He's also working out his new left centre combo.
Yeah.
He's lost Dane Gagai, one of the best centres of this generation. We spoke about it a lot in the first few weeks, that they were a centimetre or 2 off scoring a number of tries. If you had Gagai at left centre,
could be different.
He swallows more of those balls
than
what Paulo and Tago May have. All of a sudden, Walker's got 2 try assists next to his name.
Yeah.
They're 4-1. It's a completely different story.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, just quickly on Lachlan Ellis, mate, he has been outstanding. And, you know, obviously Reynolds is much established and a great player. But right now, Ilias is delivering on that risk that they took. I believe that although it would probably have been better to have Reynolds there and Ilias come through, they made the decision to let Reynolds go. I think Ilias has delivered his promise at the moment. Like, yes, he had one and a half rough games or whatever. Outside of that, he's been nearly the best half on the field in every other game he's played.
If your rookie half has one and a bit rough games against some of the best teams in the competition.
Yeah. Yep.
In his second and third game.
In his second or third game. Yep.
Yeah.
No, I think he's been amazing. And so, Jason Demetrio, he deserves a massive rap for how he's helped develop this young kid and backing him in and giving him confidence. This other decision, though, I think is extremely surprising. So, Latrell Mitchell has been ruled out for 8 weeks. Now, on the game, they brought Taffy on the bench, Blake Taff, on the bench as a 14. So the implication there was we are concerned that Latrell won't get through the match.
Yep.
Now, apologies, if that's not the reason why Blake was on the bench, then I take everything I'm about to say back. But if it is the reason because you were a bit worried that Latrell couldn't get through the game, why did they play Latrell if he had a niggling injury when he's your superstar and you've got a guy like Taff that can do the job? And now he's out for 8 weeks, whereas if you had arrested him for a week, he would have been most likely sweet.
Because, Matt, I'm pretty sure, thinking back to last week, you had him on your extended bench last week, didn't you?
Yeah, he came.
So he was available to be selected last week. He
yeah.
wasn't. He was chosen in the 17 this week. I think Havili came out for him. Sorry, the writing on the wall says that they were worried about Latrell, doesn't it? We could be wrong, but...
Yeah. It seems that way. It seems they were worried. And I just... Sometimes you have to tell a player... Because Latrell would have wanted to play. We all know that. But I think that the coaching staff probably should have stepped in and said, Trell, if you have a niggly injury, you should not play. You should not play.
Just for clarity, we do understand that his niggly injury was the knee and he did his hammy. Like, I'm like, we don't want people to say that, they're different injuries. Like, we understand that he did his hammy and that had nothing to do with his knee injury.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but... Yeah. But, like, the hammy can happen from unbalance.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're not saying that, like, if he had a fucking strained hammy, there's no way he would have played.
Yeah.
But I just think with Trell, like, if he has a niggly injury and you're concerned he's not going to make the 80, just pull him out. This early in the year, now, maybe the knee didn't contribute to the hammy, but it's the whole... He's got a niggly injury. Just keep him out. Keep him out. He's your Ferrari. He's absolutely a Ferrari. Now, maybe... In Demetrio's defence, maybe the physio said there is no effect. Like, there won't, like, it's just a knee. It's not going to get any worse. Like, it's not going to get hurt or damaged. That could happen because there are certain injuries that can't get worse. It's just like pain management.
Yep.
So maybe it was a freak accident. But it did seem odd that if that is the case, then why, if it can't get any worse, why carry Taff on the bench? But anyway, regardless of that, it's easy for us to judge in hindsight. Going into the game, you're trying to win matches. You've only won one game so far. Latrell would have been pushing to play, and you would have trusted your player. But I do think Demetrio probably will learn from this and be like, you know what, if I've got a gut feeling that someone's got a niggly, I'm just going to pull him out.
Yeah.
Just going to pull him out.
I'd say the other thing about this, obviously losing Latrell is a massive loss. Taff will come in and play fullback. I think this will actually help Ilias a little bit because him and Taff have played a lot of footy together.
Yeah.
You saw in the first, in that first game, they went for a chip over the top together. They've won a grand final together in Premier League together. So, yeah, as a silver lining is that I think it'll actually help the development of Ilias to move along even faster.
Yep.
Having his mate out there, they know each other's game inside out. So, little silver lining. Sucks you lose Latrell, no doubt about it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching Taff and Ilias over the next few weeks.
And we have to remember, Demetrio is in his first year of rugby. Like, we have to give him raps.
Yeah.
Because, like, we all believe that the Rabbitohs are further along than we thought. And Demetrio is in his first year as well. And so, massive raps to him. Like, he has got those boys playing in patches nearly as good as last year.
And I think also credit to him. He went with Jackson Paulo at left centre. He's accepted 3 weeks in. That was the wrong call. I need to make changes. I need to move off my thoughts. So, full credit to him.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. Like Jackson, he was bullish on the Paulo thing, realised it wasn't working, made a change. Now, Milne, did he play there this weekend? Tane Milne?
Yeah, he did all right.
He did all right, and he went really well the week before. I know he moved to the wing and he was centre or whatever. But, credit to Demetrio. I actually think he's outside of the little, little jabs from the journos and that. But since then, you'd have to give him a solid score. I really believe that. I really believe it.
By some form of miracle, it's had a positive influence on Ilias.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Might be unrelated, but
he's
playing good footy.
Look, I think Demetrio deserves raps. I really do. He's a rookie coach in his first year as a head coach. He got handed a fucking ticking bomb that could either explode and win you a bunch of games or explode and absolutely destroy everything around you, like honestly. And he's handled it really well. So massive congratulations to Demetrio for the way he's handled this. And I think the Rabbitohs, yes, devastating loss for Trell to be out. And in a perfect world, if you got a niggly, I'd reckon just don't play. Especially look, if it's a battler forward, yeah, you can play it. But if it's a Ferrari like Trell, I reckon, mate, just come off.
Especially when you've got a Taff there who filled in for him last year. He wasn't as good at him, but he was pretty damn good. You got to a grand final with him.
Yeah,
he can play.
I reckon you throw Trell in now. And again, Taff in there now. Maybe the knee had nothing to do with the hammy and there was no reason maybe there's no connection whatsoever and it's a freak accident. And so you can't blame, any decisions. It's just a freak accident. So that is a real possibility. But I just reckon as a young coach, probably going forward, if your Ferraris have niggles, it's early in the season, round 4 or 5, I reckon you just keep them off. I personally would anyway.
It's a good time to learn the lesson, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Rabbitohs, look, they got the win.
Their back row's looking good.
Yeah, Keon's fantastic.
Arrow, Keon, Murray, they're right up there with the best in the comp at the moment.
Yeah, Keon's just come leaps and bounds, man.
Yeah.
Props to him. Jaden Silver kind of came through and we thought he would be their guy. And then Keon's come out of nowhere and he's become their guy. Obviously, two very different players, but Keon has just come leaps and bounds, man. He's a problem on that edge. He's tough to defend.
I think him getting that call up to that Blues squad last year, that has just taken him to another level since then. He's come back with so much confidence. He swapped sides this year. He's on the other side, which I think has helped him personally. He looks unreal.
Looks so good. And he's had multiple games where he's really impacted the game. Now, on to Titans versus Eels. This first half from the Eels, I was going, this is a premiership winning side. They were incredible in that first half. Now, then Titans get back into the game. As they do, they play a crazy good half of footy. But we'll speak about Eels first. Although it ended up being a relatively close game, I think the Eels are looking fantastic.
Yeah, it was a close game, but it was also a game that I never really thought the Eels were going to lose. They're halves at the moment. Are they the form halves pairing in the competition?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Them and Munster and Hughes in them, I reckon. But I'd probably have Moses and Brown as number one right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're splitting hairs on these two, they did go head-to-head a couple of weeks ago, and Eels boys got
Brown
the job
was
done.
outrageous.
Yep.
I mean, Munster was also fucking incredible.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the commentator said something about the combined, they've had 20 tries or try assists combined the half so far this year. It's round 5.
Wow.
That's incredible. That's 4 try involvements a game from their halves.
Yeah. Look, Mitchell Moses has matured into the player that we all thought he would be.
Yeah.
He really is so consistent now. His head's just in such a bit what I love about the Eels, it's such a good lesson about slow incremental progression. They've gotten better and better. They've been patient. Even the structures they put in place when it comes to recruitment and contract signing, although sometimes I probably disagree with the way certain things were handled, at the end of the day, they right now have a red-hot footy side that is a premiership threat, no doubt in my mind, and it was only 4 years ago where they were spoon, So full credit to the Eels admin, Brad Arthur. He's been on 1 to 2 year deals this whole time, and he's just kept chipping away. And I think Mitchell Moses is such a good representation of the incremental improvement they've made each year.
Yeah, Moses, a weird little character arc from him. He started as the highlights guy to then just a kicked corners guy, and now it's like he's found the balance this year. He can sort of do both, and I love watching him play at the moment. Even some of the moments where he just looks up and he sees space, he just trusts his boot just to find that space. Like that try I think he scored the try last weekend. Sensational. The way that he's playing at the moment is so good. And I think the more control that he's let go of and given it to Still Brown, the better it's been for Mitch Moses too, which is a real sign of maturity as a half.
I agree. What do you reckon, Matty?
I love the way Moses and Brown are playing. I will say, though, if I comment on this game, I'll be talking absolute shit because I was on the train home. This is the one game I didn't watch.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Their forwards were outstanding. That forward pack, really right now, it's Panthers, Eels and Storm. With Sharks, I just want to see a bit more from them.
Yeah.
But right now, it's Panthers, Eels and Storm. And Eels, I believe this is the best they've looked since forever. Like,
it is, yeah.
You know, it really is. Like, think about it. Like 2009, they had that crazy run, but that team didn't look the way this team looked. That team was it was an anomaly. Like, it came out of nowhere, incredible run of form. Whereas this has been slowly building year on year on year. And, you know, Regan Campbell-Gillard, 241 metres. Junior Paulo, 225 metres in 44 minutes. Regan Campbell-Gillard, 104 post-contact, 37 tackles, only 1 miss. Do you find a way to get Regan Campbell-Gillard back into that New South Wales side?
It's such a stacked forward pack, isn't it? It's
it
hard. It is hard to get him back in there, but his numbers are undeniable at the moment. I mean, is Junior Paulo an automatic in that side?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And he's killing it as well.
Yeah. So, I don't know. He probably deserves to be there on form, but whether they manage to squeeze him in or not, I'm not sure if I could, to be honest with you.
Yep.
No,
even with Saifidi struggling a little bit at the moment form-wise?
I don't think it's a move that Freddie will make. I think Freddie will back in Saifidi.
It's crazy to think that Campbell-Gillard's only played the one game. For
only
New
played
South
one
Wales.
game.
Yeah, because he broke his jaw in that 2018 series.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right.
Mate, what I do know for sure is he's thrown his name in the mix.
Yeah.
You know, I think there was a period there when, I don't know, Freddie just didn't seem to be his guy. Like, RCG wasn't his guy. Whereas I think, you know, the Panthers situation happened. He's gone away and matured so much. He's playing just undeniable footy.
And we talk about quite often about different body shapes. Like, he's such a unique. Like, even when you put up those pictures of him in the bloke gear, I look at his legs and I'm like, there's nothing there.
Nothing there.
There's nothing there at all.
And he's getting 100 post-contact metres.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Just he has a red hot crack. Like, he runs from the car parks. That's one thing that Eels forwards do so well is they don't have, like, you look at a lot of the lower teams, their forwards, you know, take 2 steps, before they grab the ball. The thing that the Eels forwards do is they are coming from 5 metres behind the ball and running onto the ball at pace. Like, Nathan Brown obviously comes from the car park, but it just gives them that extra bit of oomph and beats the defensive line's line speed so many times where they're not ready for that kind of power, I guess. But, yeah, the Eels look fantastic. Mitchell Moses playing easily career best form. Easily. Would you say he's the form? Like, I would have Cleary 1, Hughes 2, but pure form for 2022. Would you say Moses is form 7 right now?
Yeah, it'd be right up there. I wouldn't argue with you if you said he was. Yeah, I guess over all the games, he probably is. Like, outside of that Sharks game where he was probably a little bit quieter there, he's been sensational in every other game. So
he's right up there.
And considering that his 5'8", you could argue is the best in the game right now too. Like, he's sort of, the 5'8's probably stolen a bit of the limelight off him too. So, but also how the 5'8 is playing, I think, is a lot of credit to Mitch Moses, the halfback that he's become. Yeah, they're probably, like, obviously their defence, they're still finding a way to concede 20-odd points a game, Parramatta, which is going to be their worry moving forward. But we've seen before that this same 17 essentially has been a great defensive team for a long time, so I have no doubt they'll get it sorted.
Yeah, I mean, that was their one Achilles heel, is their inability to score points. They had great D, whereas, like, they'll sort it out, I think. They'll sort it out. I actually thought Bailey Simonson had one of his best games I've probably seen him play ever. I thought he was really, really solid. Gutho, so good. So safe. Great defense, some try-saving tackles. I thought Pensini had some really good moments. Junior Paulo was good. I think Ryan Madison, I think he's won that edge spot for now.
Surely.
I think Sean Lane, if he comes back, definitely gets a bench spot. But I think Maddo's been fantastic on the edge. And obviously Papali'i's been incredible. But I think Madison's been good.
I think it's such a waste having Madison in your team and not playing him for 80.
Yeah.
I just think he has to be on edge. Sean Lane, he's had a good start to the season, but I don't think the opportunity he had, he brained it enough to move Madison out of there personally.
Yeah, it's interesting because it seems like BA really likes Lane Brown combo, but I thought that the Madison Brown combo on the weekend was fantastic. Like,
I agree.
The amount of times Brown would get the ball to Madison to get a quick play the ball was really good. Papali'i, mate, I thought he was going to have a quiet year. I honestly did.
So did I. Yeah.
You know, he came out, was incredible last year, but the amount of work this bloke gets through is incredible. And like, doesn't have very many errors, doesn't miss many tackles. He's just a constant threat. And you don't really hear much about it. But he's one of the best back rowers in the competition, period. And you don't really hear much about it.
Well, yeah, and I think you don't hear much about it at the moment because he was so good last year and he was scoring a try every second week. Now he doesn't tend to score a try every second week, but mate, he's the work that he gets through. Like he made 40 tackles on the weekend.
Yeah, only one miss.
No one talks about it. No one even.
And then he ran for 190 metres.
Yeah.
40 tackles, 190 metres.
Yeah,
that's a fucking knock and a try assist. It's he's so impressive. Look, I really, really like what I'm seeing at the Eels. I know they leaked a lot of points, but when they put it together, they're right up there with the best of them. Right up. I mean, they've beaten the Storm 3 games in a row now. That says something. They were 2 points away from beating the Panthers. So, yeah, great game. And I love seeing Mitchell Moses kill it. Like, he has been so polarising, had to deal with so much shit for essentially no reason, and he's still delivering. So, fair play to him. Now, on to the Titans. Thoughts?
Yeah, a bit of a strange game for the. I don't know. Is it that much of a strange? This is sort of who the Titans are. I mean, mate, this is their worst loss of the season. A 6-point loss.
It's crazy.
You've got to give credit to them. They hang in the contest. They've had to play Parramatta twice, who we just said are one of the form attacking sides in the game, and they've gone toe-to-toe with them both times. I mean, they lost to the Sharks. Sorry, I'm looking at the Parramatta Eels. The Titans are who the Titans are. They're going to keep improving. It's going to take time, and I feel like it's going to be a bit of a rinse and repeat conversation this year about the Titans. But I have no doubt they're moving in the right direction. Obviously, the 10 in the bin to Junior Paulo probably helped them out, but that's going to come and go throughout the season.
I just want to speak about Fafita for a second. Like, I know he's on 1.2. We all know that. But even on the weekend, the amount of people like, fucking Fafita never runs the ball. This is his stats for the game. 15 runs, a try, 143 metres, 42 post contact, 4 tackle breaks, a line break, 2 line break assists, an offload, 34 tackles, 0 misses. Like, again, I know 1.2 is a lot of money, but the amount of hate this guy gets. And look, is it because the commentators constantly talk about, he hasn't ran the ball? And fair enough. Like, if you're on $1.2 million, you're going to be judged very harshly. And early in the season, probably didn't have that many runs. But in what world is that not a fucking great knock?
Yeah. And I'm probably repeating myself a little bit, but I also, I don't think he's been utilised as best as he possibly can be.
No way.
Still.
He's got off a scoot.
And that's the thing, How many second rowers in the history of the game could pick up the ball in the 30-metre line out of dummy half and score in the corner?
Game's on the line.
2.5 seconds
He took a scoot. You know what I mean? Game's on the line. He took a scoot. So I totally understand 1.2 is so much money, but that's not his fault.
Yep.
He didn't offer himself the contract. So what do you want him to be like? Oh no, I'll just give me half of that. Don't worry about it. The context of the signing, we've been through this. So I just think that 143 metres, 4 tackle breaks, a line break, 2 line break assists, 2 offloads, 34 tackles, 0 misses. That is a great game of footy by anyone's standards. Sometimes you get so caught up in this, the price tag of a player, when he had the only person that had more runs than him was Greg Marzhew. That's it. So when you're having 15 runs, which is essentially the most in the team, what more can he do? Have 5 more runs? If he has 20 runs, will you say it's okay,
But once again, we come back to last year, he scored 17 tries, he did this, he did that, and that's the expectation that people now have for him. It's you don't have to base every performance based on what they've done previously.
Yeah.
They can be standalone performances,
Absolutely.
which is what they are at the end of the day. Have a look at this Titans side. They scored 20 points. They scored them all in 23 minutes.
Yeah.
against Parramatta. Like, it's a pretty damn good knock. I thought that Parramatta did well to target their halves. Their halves combined, they had to make 40 tackles.
Yeah.
And combined, they ran for less than 60 metres. So I would say they were both a little bit gassed. Just quietly.
I will say, though, Brimo, like, game was in the balance. He really took over. I think, like, again, Sexton, confidence-wise, he just probably wasn't where... Very hard coming up against a Eels pack.
Yep.
Like, fuck me. They got dominated the first half. But I just think when the game was on the line, Brimo just said, fuck it, give me the ball. I'm doing something.
And as much as they're going to lose games off inexperience, but as you just said, they hang in every contest.
Yeah.
They do hang in. You've got to give them credit. They're not this young bunch of kids that shows up and just want to score points and then go home. They do hang in the contest. They get in the trenches and they fight their way out of shit positions. They're going to have more games where they lead by 18 and 20 and lose somehow. That's going to happen. But, I mean, they've played Parramatta twice. They've lost by, 2 and 6?
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's not pretty, as in it doesn't suit the stereotypical of, like, grinding and, you know. But at the end of the day, they are only losing by small margins and they're fighting constantly. They never give up. They're never out of the fight. As a young side, that's great. That's great. So, look, tough loss again. Are they where we probably thought they were? Probably not. Probably a little bit less than where we thought they would be. But are they bad at the moment? No. I actually think the Titans have a lot of promise. I think they're building something pretty special there.
I mean, mate, the reality is if they score one more try in every game, 5-0.
I think they're building something special. I really do. Like, Brimo, I think is, like, he's had some big plays already in like 2 or 3 games, changed matches himself. Sexton, great start to the year. I thought he was better than last week, this week. And he's still so young. Like, they're so young, this side. So, although, you know, sucks to lose and all of that stuff, I think they're building something nicely. I really do.
They're another team. You know, they play Manly this week, then the Cowboys, then they go Panthers, Roosters.
Yep.
So it's going to be a big 4 weeks for them.
Big 4 weeks if they can jag 2 in the first one, which would be tough to do, but they absolutely got the side to do it. But yeah, look, tough loss, and they can't allow teams to blow them off the park. But I think they're building something really nice out there. I really do. Just stick to the plan. We say it every week. Let's just stick to the plan. Stick by this core group of players, because I think that if they do, the rewards will be massive. Yeah. Absolutely massive. Now on to Sharks Tigers. What did you think about this game?
Yeah, Tigers, very disappointing. Scored 4 points off an intercept at the back end of the game. Sharks, they were good. They weren't great.
Mate, they played, like, they did everything to lose the game and played still fantastic.
Still won. Yes, still scored 30 points.
So many errors.
Yeah, it's hard to get a read. You know what really stood out for me with the Tigers, and I don't want to put the boot in them, but Mulatalo crosses in the corner. He runs 35 metres across the dead ball line with his finger in the air. The defensive line was on the try line. There was no one anywhere near him. He then had a moment later in the game, which credit to him, he put a really good tackle on Garner, pushed Garner's head and he carried on, and Garner stood up to sort of go at him, turn around. There was no one within 30 metres of him.
Yeah.
They just, I don't know, they look like they lack passion to me.
Energy. They look like tired.
Yeah.
And not keen to rip in.
Well, if I'm a Tigers fan and my team's coming last and hasn't won a game and they concede an error by not picking the ball up from dummy half like they did, I'm furious.
I wrote in the thing, no dummy half, that's unforgivable.
There you go.
No. I feel so sorry for Madge in the sense that I got so much respect for him through all this, like, such a bad time. He's held himself pretty well. Press conferences, hasn't lost his shit. You know, he's always had, just had some principles about him. Hasn't lost his shit when it'd be very easy to snap and, blame the refs or snap at a journo, and it doesn't seem like he has. But to people that, my concern at the moment is that regardless of what you say, they have gone backwards. Now, they've come out recently and said that they don't feel that they have as an organisation. They don't feel they have gone backwards. Performances, they've gone, 9th, 10th, 11th, or whatever. But right now, their start of the year, it's the worst start in the club's history. And even if you want to blame the playing group, let's say you say it's the players' fault, it's not the coach's fault, it's not the admin's fault. Unfortunately, this is the squad that the admin put together. Like, there's no getting around that. I don't understand why that isn't brought up, really. Like, this is the squad that's been put together by this admin. This is a squad that they chased, that they decided would be what they felt was the best squad.
Mate, they finished 13th last year, which is pretty damn disappointing. The year before that, they finished 9th. Harry Grant landed on their doorstep, and Benji Marshall. They were the two guys that won the vast majority of their games for them. They obviously couldn't keep Harry Grant, which is fair enough, but they decided they didn't need Benji. Mate, if they didn't have Benji and if Harry Grant didn't land on their doorstep, 2020 would have been a 13th or 14th performance too, in my opinion. I don't know. It's, they obviously got some good players arriving next year in Appy and stuff, but they shouldn't be going this poorly.
They've got a decent squad. Like, it's not this. Their squad isn't this bad. It really isn't.
And like I understand and I agree. Hastings is going to be great when he comes back. But the two guys you've got in the halves there, they've been at the club for 3 and 4 years. Well, Brooks has been there for a decade, obviously. But it's not like Jock Madden's just arrived on the doorstep. They're two guys that have never seen each other before. Like, they should, like, the two hookers, they've been there for a few years now. Little's been there for a while. Like, there really isn't any reason why they should be this bad. Like, without isolating him. What about when the ball was going over the sideline and Mamalo twice just sort of watched it? I just imagine as a Tigers fan watching that just going, fuck, throw it in, give us something here.
They just look like they look tired. They look like there's no energy in the way they're playing.
Disinterested.
Yeah, and so again, the only thing I can feel is like, are they overtraining? Like, are they overtraining so that when they get to games, they have no energy? Because, yeah, look, I honestly feel sorry for the players because, like, the thing with elite sport is that you can try your ass out, but if you don't have those intangibles, this is what happens. Like, the boys are trying their ass out. Like, obviously there are individual efforts sometimes where you're like, what's going on with that? But they're all trying as hard as they can at the moment. But they don't have the intangibles of ripping in for each other, believing in something bigger than themselves, bringing the energy for the mate beside them. Taumau has come out and said that, they were in a similar spot at the Panthers, and so he's been here before, stick by them or they'll turn it around. But if there's one thing I want my team to bring, if I'm a fan, is like the energy. And that's the one thing I feel like they're lacking. They just don't seem to have that passion to play rugby league. It looks like they don't enjoy rugby league. There's
a few times when Tuilagi put big shots on. Normally when you see someone put a shot on like that, the next 2 sets, everyone goes, let's go. It looked like radio silence to me. Like, they weren't, like, even when something went their way, they weren't getting on the back of each other.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
To me, it screams like overtraining. Like, they're tired. They're not keen to be there because they're fucking tired. But again, I don't know. I got no idea. What are you getting from it, Matty?
I'm very similar to you two. It's hard to get.
I feel sorry.
It's hard to get around them, and I'd honestly hate to be a Tigers fan right now because, you're right. They're getting 2 good players next year, but they've been in this position for years now.
I don't know what, do you get rid of Madge? But then what does that solve? You've got a whole new coach come in and,
We've heard this story.
Yeah, we've heard all of this before with the Tigers.
It's getting to the point where, whoever the next coach will be, you've got to seriously consider whether you take the phone call, don't you?
Who honestly would want to take that gig?
Well, I forget who I heard talking about it the other day. There was someone in rugby league media that was saying, if a job comes up, you have to take it. There's not many of them. I don't take this job.
Mate, it's wow.
Who comes out of coaching the Tigers with a better reputation when they arrive? Tim Sheen's the only one that's been successful there. Tim Sheen's had to go to the Super League after this.
Yeah. Mate, it's I don't know what the answer is. I feel so sorry for the boys because it's gotten to the point where you can just see the pressure and everything weighing them down. And I feel like I'm a broken record saying the same thing each week. But if I am Madge, all I'm trying to do is get the boys happy again. Yeah. Just get them happy. Get them running on the field and just ripping in.
Before I get hammered in the comments too, obviously Ivan Cleary left and went on to be pretty handy as a coach. But yeah, he obviously, he essentially chose to leave.
And also he chose to leave, and also it was a Cleary deal that, Nathan Cleary deal. Yeah, look, I think the focus for the Tigers right now isn't about results, anything like that. It is just about playing footy and enjoying rugby league. It sounds so like, the argument against that is they're professionals. Like, are you kidding me, Kempy? Like, fuck, just be happy playing rugby league. But that's where the club's at right now, where we just need these boys happy playing rugby league, because then maybe we'll see a bit of energy, a bit of I
hope the full crowd at Easter Monday this week
lifts them a bit. I just, what I want? I want them just to jag a win somehow, some way, and maybe that'll give them the energy. Because I've been in sides that have lost a few games, so I know I've obviously never been in that situation, but I know how down it can get, and you just feel like there's no way out. Like nothing works for you. You know, you're personally trying your ass off. You're doing everything you can, but just nothing is working for you. And that's like, unfortunately, the Tigers right now are in that position. Nothing is working for them.
You know, like every year you have a team that loses their first 3, 4, 5 in a row, and you sort of think, oh, one of these weeks they're going to galvanise, they're going to pull something out of their ass. I'm not sure when the Tigers are going to do that.
Yeah.
They play the Parramatta Eels this week. They then play the Rabbitohs the week after. Then they go St George and the Manly Seagulls. They're pretty much all away games.
Mate, it's so tough. I honestly, I feel sorry for Madge. I feel sorry for the players. I feel sorry for the fans because it's gotten past the point of it being any particular person's fault. You know, like people want to say it's the players' fault. It's Madge's fault. It's the admin's fault. I think it's past that point where it's everyone has a part to play in what's going on right now. Yeah. It can't just be one person's fault.
I feel like the game against the Knights a few weeks ago when Hastings ran for, I think it was, 200 metres and was taking scoots out of Damien half. He comes back this week. So hopefully...
If there's one man that can bring that energy, it's Hastings. And I think he will. I think he will
too. But for them to be at the point where Hastings is the one shining light that can hopefully, and as you said, he'll shove dummy halves out of the way and get them on the front foot. He'll have to play 3 positions. An NRL club shouldn't be in that position.
Yeah, I know it's tough. I just feel I just feel so sorry. I feel sorry for everyone because it's going to take a Herculean effort to turn this club around. An absolute Herculean effort, and if they can do it, it'll be one of the great turnarounds all time. So hopefully, what I hope through all of this is they're really, as an admin, from an admin perspective, is they're really focusing on their junior development. That's what I'm hoping out of all of this. That is set a fire up underneath their asses of like, the only way out of this for us is doing what Penrith did and just building from the ground up. In saying that, I don't know why they don't go out to Campbelltown. It just boggles the mind, really. It's like a heartland of rugby league.
Yeah,
dying for. So anyway.
I hate to stick the boot in, but their reserve grade team hasn't won a game either.
Really?
Yep. The only team that are 9-5.
Holy that's wow, mate. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I feel sorry for everyone.
And I hope it's not true. And I haven't spoken to him, but I heard a rumour say that they might play Hastings at 13.
No, don't tell me that, Guru. Don't tell me that. You're going to make my head explode.
Could you imagine watching the last 3 weeks of football without him? And hopefully it's bullshit.
No, I don't believe it.
I struggle to believe it too, but crazier things have happened at the Tigers.
I refuse to believe it because I feel that I just, again, feel so sorry for the fans, the players. I refuse to believe it. Look, I feel like Offengow is, he's had a bit of a crack. Like, ran for 150 metres. I think he ran for similar last time. That's nothing to sniff at. Luciano Leilua, 130 metres. That's 2 decent efforts there.
Yeah, and to be fair, it wasn't ideal this week. They lost Dane Laurie. He had COVID before the game kicked off, so they lost him. Stafford Toa had to move back there, he came into the team to replace James Roberts. He then had to go to fullback. So he went from out of the team to centre to fullback in a couple of hours. So it wasn't ideal, but once again, Cronulla didn't play anywhere near their best, still scored 30. And it's shit too because you look at the Tigers last 2 weeks, they got beat by the Warriors. The Warriors only scored tries off kicks. The Tigers held in that game. Yeah. They then played the worst game of football of all time, but they hung in there against the Gold Coast Titans. And then to come out against the Sharkies and just concede that many points, and if, I don't have the exact stats in front of me, but if they had a guy that goal kicked a little bit better than Nico Hines, it could have been 40-4 realistically.
Yeah, I feel sorry. I don't know. I hate this section of the show because first of all, I hate talking about people losing their jobs. Yeah. I hate talking about, clean outs, all that kind of stuff, because these are human beings with lives and feelings. And I hate fans that tune in to enjoy rugby league, having to tune in for the Tigers as fans and go, fuck, here we go again. It's 15 minutes of the boys, having a crack. So please don't ever think we're doing that. I want the Tigers more than anyone. Well, not more than anyone, but I want the Tigers to turn around. I really, really do. Because seeing Madge in that box when it goes to him, it's fucking heartbreaking, bro. It makes me sad. Anyway, Sharkies.
Very yeah.
Looking so good.
Looking so good. They're just, keep saying it every week. They look like a team that's been together for 6 years, not 6 months. I personally think Nico Hines, I know that there's other guys leading the Dally M, like Isaiah Yeo, for example, and Yeo's been fantastic, but he's in a system that's already established and everything. What Nico Hines has done and how he's gelled this team together so quickly with a 5'8", who most people didn't think he should have been first grade at the start of the season. They've also had injuries. He's had 2 new left centres. The wingers have changed throughout the season. Like, what Hines is doing, and I know he's not learning a new position because he played there in Queensland Cup. We're aware of that, but he kind of is learning a new position on the fly.
Mate, the Sharkies, like, they're almost at a point where I'm like, are they a premiership threat?
I think they are.
I think they are too.
They're looking fucking amazing. Like, Hines had 3 errors himself and he still killed it. Like, think about that. Like, 3 errors and you were still outstanding.
They've conceded 56 points.
Wow.
Penrith has conceded 66, Melbourne 74. Like, across 5 games to be 20 points less than the Melbourne Storm.
Incredible.
And I mean, they're the best defensive team so far and the 4th best attacking team. The teams that are better than them in attack are the Eels, the Storm, and the Panthers. 3 teams that have had their spine and everything together for the last few years and have been finals football teams for the last few years.
Yeah, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Nico Hines, for me, has been the player of the year so far. I really believe, like, when you take everything into consideration, for him to lead a side around when he wasn't even signed as a 7. Let's put that into consideration. He wasn't signed as a 7. He only got put in a 7 because Trindle didn't seem to. It didn't suit him. Trindle's a 6, and Moylan didn't suit him either. Hines jumps in and he's just amazing, like absolutely amazing. I think the Sharkies, if they continue on this trajectory, not only are they building towards being a premiership threat, but they could build towards being a real foundational club in that area. Like, I'm not going to go as far to say another powerhouse, but I am going as far to say that the club will be in the best position it's been in maybe even since its inception. Financially, they're really good, from my understanding. They got that hotel there now.
Yep.
They took a few steps to take a few steps forward. Everything right now for them. They've got a young coach. Like, the club right now is on the road to being in the best position it's been maybe ever.
And they're doing what they're doing without Wade Graham, their captain.
Yep.
I mean, hopefully he does come back, but if something happens, that his career doesn't play out, Andrew Fafita's getting older, mate, they're going to have so much money to go into the market with. And 6 weeks ago, I was thinking they'll be using that money in a year's time to go and buy a genuine 7 and then it'll be complete.
Yeah,
you don't need that anymore.
Don't need that.
You don't need that at all.
You got one of the best of the comp.
If you honestly look at their team, where do you try and improve?
Yeah. Yep.
What do you like? They can go to the market and just buy the best footballer available and fit him in because they're not lacking in any position. They've got depth in every single position.
Yeah.
They're in an unbelievable position. Like the player of the year in the Queensland Cup is their hooker. You haven't even heard his name yet, and he's in reserve grade.
And Blake's playing,
braining it.
Yeah, Blake's playing career best footy.
I think their 2 starting front rowers are getting overlooked as well. Like Hamlin Nuele this year's been ridiculous.
He's come of age, hasn't he?
Come of age. Yeah. He's really matured into the player we thought he would. But I just want to give more ups to the great William Kennedy. Oh, wow. Most underrated fullback in the game now. Edwards now, I think most people have realised Edwards' value. We've been singing Edwards' praises for a while now. Whereas William Kennedy, we've been singing his praises, but this attack doesn't hum the way it's humming unless your fullback is doing something pretty special.
Who do you tip this week, Cronulla or Melbourne?
Mate, it's what's crazy is this used to be a rivalry between a really great Storm side and then 1 year where the Sharkies were really, really competitive. Obviously, they won the comp. And then the last 5 or 6 years, it's been a great rivalry, but the Sharks haven't been the side to kind of that they were. Now, it's a massive rivalry, plus the Sharks are a great side. Could be match of the year.
I'm expecting it to be.
Honestly,
I think it's match up of the year.
Matt, it's incredible.
Yeah.
We already know Panthers Storm going to be big, Panthers Rabbitohs, but for the Sharks to come where they've come from, to truly be, I want to see what the betting odds are. I really do because it's going to be an absolute cracking match. Another guy I think Mulatalo.
I just saw the betting odds. What do you reckon the Sharks are at?
220.
$3.
No way. And it's at home, and the Sharkies home.
No, it's at Amy Park. But, mate, one thing about the Sharks, over the last 10 years or so, if there's one team that's not worried about going to Amy Park,
Sharkies.
it's been the Sharkies. And this is where I think having an Andrew Fafita and a Wade Graham around the squad, you know, they've got a history of going to this place and just going, fuck you, we don't respect you.
Yeah.
We're coming to get you.
Absolutely.
I think Olam versus Raymond will be pretty juicy to watch.
Raymond, arguably playing career best footy. He's definitely playing fucking great footy. 1 try, 2 try assists, 147 metres, 8 tackle breaks, 1 line break, 2 line break assists, 3 offloads, 10 tackles. What a fucking knock. Like, then you've got Mulatalo, who's a great winger. And you've got Talakai. Like, their backline is now one of the best backlines in the competition.
How good was Mulatalo on the weekend?
Mate, he always surprises me.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, okay, he had a good run of form, but I don't know if he's going to be that good next year. You know, it just seems like that. But then the next year rolls around, does it again. And then this year, he comes out. It may be because he's not that big of a frame, kind of tall.
He's a weird sort of body, yeah.
He's deceptively strong, deceptively quick, and deceptively good footwork. There's a reason he nearly got selected for Queensland. You know, then you've got Katoa on the other side. They're incredible. Like, and look, I was bullish on obviously the Sharks a long time ago. Did I think they would be this good? No fucking way. No way. I thought they would be, you know, movers, but I didn't think that this... Craig Fitzgibbons in his first year as a coach. First year. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And your captain's out injured. So, yeah, Sharkies are looking fantastic. We've spoken about the Tigers. Let's go to the next game. Doggies versus Panthers. Let's talk about the Panthers quickly. Tago May are absolutely devastating.
It's 5 games in a row. A left side player for the Panthers has been first try scorer. And Tago got the first try taken off him too.
Yeah, taken off him.
It's crazy to think that they've lost Naden, they've lost Burton, Toto's injured, and they're still producing these absolute robbers.
Have they arguably got better on the left edge?
You could honestly argue that they've got.
I know
better.
it's a short sample size and they haven't played finals and everything, but
It's an argument for sure.
Tago made a break out of nothing. Like, he ran across the field, beat 3 or 4 people, offloads in this. Like, what? Oh, sorry, Taylor made a break. Sorry, Taylor makes a break, gives it to Tago. Tago beats 2 people and then flick pass Tungo. Sorry,
how good was that flick pass?
Oh man! And as a young rookie to just fuck it, I'm not going to throw it like, you know what I mean. I'm not going to throw it. Like that. Yeah, Isaiah Tungo. They're just absolutely scary. And what sucks for Staines is I think Staines is playing good footy. I really do. But I think you're probably going to have to stick with May, Tungo, and To'o Crichton, which is a crazy backline.
Yeah. I think it was Vossi that said yes, and I completely agree. The amount of stuff he's getting out of Staines, Eisenhuth.
Eisenhuth was great on the weekend.
Kenny.
Yeah.
Like, it's just what he's getting at. I mean, Sean O'Sullivan came in and looked like a world beater.
Yeah. Yep.
Sean O'Sullivan has been, respectfully to him, has been the journeyman of journeymans over the last 5 or 10 years. It's so impressive. And, you know, we just went through that list of names they've lost from their back line. They don't skip a beat.
Listen to this back line that they could have. Talon May, Isaac Tungo, Steve Crichton, Brian Todd, Dylan Edwards, Jerome Luai, Nathan Cleary. That is outrageous. Like, I would argue that back line, now we need to see more games out of the rookies, but let's just go with what we have, could take it to any other back line. Now, they may not be better, like, and I'm talking about as in any era. I really believe that, you know, Melbourne Storm era of like GI, Inglis and that, I believe that this back line, they may not beat them, but I think that they'd give them a red hot crack.
And the left edge of the centre and the wing, I mean, have we ever seen a better combo from so few games?
Never. I don't think so.
I can't even think of any combo ever that have been that good that quickly.
And it's obvious it's a combo too.
Yeah.
You know, very rarely we even see that there is a genuine connection there. You know what I mean?
And like, you know, I said it all off season. They've played New South Wales Cup together. Haven't played a heap in New South Wales Cup together.
Crazy.
They haven't spent 10 years playing there together.
Insane.
They missed out on a heap because of COVID. I reckon they would have played a maximum of 25 games together before this. Yep. And they look like Gidley and Tahu at the moment.
Mate, honestly, the Panthers are amazing. I think also Api Coruscant needs a massive wrap. We have to remember there was one key change to their squad in 2020, it was Appy Coruscant. Before that happened, I was saying that the one thing the Panthers have missed over the last few years was a high-quality hooker. Peter Wallace was essentially their last, and he's not even a specialist hooker. He was a half.
Yep.
So, you'd probably say you could go as far back as his name's slipping my mind now. Who's the hooker that played when they won the comp? Pritis. Like, that's maybe there's been a hooker since then, but I can't think of.
They had Kevin Kingston for a while there, but no one that was
really a specialist.
Yeah.
Appy has come in, and ever since Appy has come in, obviously there's other things that have happened, but huge raps to Appy. Isaiah Yeo, fuck me, he's consistent. Liam Martin was an absolute dog with a bone yesterday. Kick out, he does his thing.
What about that play where Cleary got it in Isaiah Yeo's role, and Isaiah Yeo was out the back?
Yeah.
And they just slipped into gear,
Crazy.
and then Isaiah Yeo put Liam Martin through. Normally that role's reversed and Cleary's out the back. There's not many teams that your halfback and 13 could swap without. There was no communication in that. They just both know each other's roles so well and know exactly what to do. And Liam Martin clicked into gear that I need to be off his hip now.
Yeah.
It just such a sign of such a good system.
Even Spencer Linu's try, where Appy comes out and then looks to pass, drops Spencer Linu back under, and it was actually a planned play because if you watch it again, Isaiah Yeo is the one playing the ball. And so what he does is he plays the ball and then he intentionally runs forward 5 metres so that he's not an obstruction.
Yeah, right.
Because otherwise, if you play the ball, you would just stand there not thinking that. So he knew that play was coming back because guess who Spencer Linu landed on? Dufty. Because he knew Dufty stays on the short side. So Spencer Linu, they've watched video, and I've got it in my notes here actually. Yeah, great try assist from Appy to Spence. Linu. Panthers must have done a lot of video. Bulldogs, I reckon they knew Dufty sits short side. You can see Isaiah Yeo move forward through the line knowing the play was on. Doesn't even look back. He just starts walking straight forward into the goal line. When you talk about pinpoint video sessions, picking Dufty on the short side, running a drop-off perfectly, Spencer Linu, knowing there's no way Dufty can stop him one-on-one.
And it sounds when you say like that, it sounds easy.
Yeah, it's hot.
But when guys are exhausted, they've made 40 tackles, and you're getting them into those motions, you're getting a front row that comes off the bench to. It's so bloody impressive.
Love watching the Panthers. They're so enjoyable to watch. Now, doggies.
I thought, obviously the man we're going to talk about, Flano, I thought he was great.
I thought he was. You know what? I want to fucking give a massive shout out to Flanagan. I thought he was fantastic.
He was exactly what we thought he'd be 6 months ago.
Yes, he was. Now, fair play to, I guess, Barrett. He came in the press conference and said he thought he was fantastic as well. So, you can only go what we know. And so fair play to Barrett. Not to say that Barrett wouldn't say that, but it is good that he publicly, backed his player. You've got to give, credit where credit's due. He could have easily just been like, he was all right or whatever. He came out, said he was fantastic. It's like one of those, Barrett can't win now because if Flanagan goes on to play really well, people are going to be like, bro, where has he been for the last 12 months? If he goes on and plays poorly, it's going to be like, Barrett, why did you select him again? He shouldn't have been selected. So I think we do need to give Barrett a little bit of grace in this situation, that whatever the pass was, whatever the decision was, at the end of the day, Flanagan is back in the side now, and it looks like he's going to get a fair crack, which we never thought would happen.
Yeah. And mate, I love that moment where he got under Jerome Luai, picked him up, dumped him, then he got stuck into him. I just love that from Flano. I was so impressed with him, and he wasn't an absolute world beater, and the stats won't say 6 try assists or whatever, but they had direction for the first time in a long time. I felt like I knew where Canterbury were going. You know who else looked pretty good? Jake Averillo at centre.
You know what? Because he's a centre.
He's anything but a halfback is what he is.
I think, if anything, the doggies, the one thing I was, for example, the first try that Flano kicked, I think, the kick that they scored off, that Luai dropped the ball, that was a perfect kick. They were 3 seconds late, the doggies. And so the one area where I think the doggies need to be better is they need to be on the ball with their halves. That was a perfect kick, and he's rocked up literally. They would literally miss their assignment. And there was a lot of times where, for example, Wakeham came on, organised a scrum play that didn't go his way, which is fair enough. You want your young guys to have a crack. I like Wakeham having a crack. But in that scenario with the doggies struggling, give it to your halves. Like, it's great that you want to help the team and put on these plays, but Flanagan and Burton, I don't think they're in that position yet. I think they should just focus on getting ball to Flanagan and Burton at the moment. Keep it real simple. You don't need to take things into your own hands. Flanagan has played a lot of first grade, enough to lead a team around. And Burton, we all know how great he can be. I think, if anything, the Bulldogs could get even more on their back,
How good was that 40-20 from Burton?
Yeah. Fuck.
It's one of the best nudges I've seen. Like, Adam Reynolds has hit some absolute crackers over the years, but that was unreal. Yeah, a lot of positive to take out of it for Canterbury. I think they've got the Chooks this week from memory.
Yep. Shout out to Marshall King. He made a couple of errors that I was a bit disappointed in, but 47 tackles, 0 misses. He's improved out of sight, and I think he's the one that's going to benefit the most out of having Flanagan there.
I got South
this week, is it?
Good Friday.
Look, South have been great, but I do think doggies can, have a fair go at them. I really do.
Anything can happen on a Good Friday.
Well, I just think Flanagan brings so much.
Yeah.
Brings so much.
Yeah. And I said it last week, I couldn't understand why he played Jeremy Marshall-King for 50 minutes. I think he has to be a 60, 70-minute guy.
Yeah.
I think he played about 73 on the weekend or something along those lines. A couple of errors, as you said, but I think he's the best 9 of the club by far and away.
Yeah. And I think for Bulldogs fans, yes, it looks like a big loss, but with 12 minutes to go, it was 26-12. And again, I know it sounds like we're making excuses or whatever, but this is the reigning premiers that are red hot. I thought, Dufty, there seems to be some off-field stuff with Dufty. Like, he did not seem like he was there. Apparently, over the next week, they're going to decide whether they re-sign him. Apparently, they've also said that they're not going to sign Vaughan because of salary cap restraints. I actually think Vaughan's been pretty good. I think it's been really good for him, actually. So Dufty seemed distracted. But outside of that, you know what? 26-12, 68th minute. First game back for Flanagan, I don't think that's as bad.
And mate, respectfully to Dufty, he couldn't have played a worse game.
Yeah, it was tough.
And shit happens. That happens to players. I think Dufty's been unreal to start.
He's been one of their best.
He's been one of their best by far and away. And everyone has these games, but that could your fullback couldn't have played a worse game realistically. And that happens to players. But considering they hung in there, your halfback also hasn't played with any of these guys this year. He didn't play a trial. He hasn't trained with them. If Flanagan was injured for the entire preseason, then he came in and did that, we'd be saying, fuck, that was a really good effort. That's essentially what he's done.
Yeah.
Because he spent no time with them. He hasn't been around them. He hasn't trained with them. He hasn't played with them. He didn't get to play in any of their trials with them.
Thought Max King was good.
Yeah.
You've Vaughan over 100 metres again.
It's good to see Tavita play 80.
Yeah, Tavita play 80
last week.
Over 100 metres. Josh Adokar, I thought, probably had his best game, 11 tackle breaks. I thought he was really good.
Fuck, he goes hard, Fox, doesn't he?
He goes super hard. So, tough loss, Doggies fans, but I reckon take a bit out of this. I really don't think it's as bad as the scoreboard suggests. I really don't.
That try that Adokar set up for Stimson, I think it was Stimson. That ball that Avarillo threw.
Yeah, it's gone.
There's not many guys in the comp that could have landed that pass.
Yep, it's gone. So, yeah, look, obviously there's room for improvement, but at the end of the day, I think the Doggies with Flanagan in there, they look like a better side. They look more direct. They look like they're working together better. They've got a great pack. Tough loss, but I actually think there's a lot of positive to take out of it. If your fullback it was just one of those games for him, but if he had a really good game, who knows? It could have been 32-20, which is not that bad.
I just hope that Baz is able to look at that game and go, okay, I've got some potential here.
Yeah.
I need to stick with them for 5 weeks. There's going to be up and downs. We know that.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just sticking with them for 10 weeks.
Yeah, which is all good and well to say, but knowing Baz, it won't happen.
Yeah.
Give us 5. Just give us 5 weeks. Give us a month.
I just think that, you saw the first 4 weeks. You saw what the other options are.
Yep.
It can't get worse than that. So just stick with...
And you hope that's where it's at.
Yeah, I think he seemed really open to keeping Flano there. So I think that for fans that may be a little bit frustrated with Barrett, I think they need to realise the task he was given and just water under the bridge, and he has brought Flanagan back in now, and that's all that matters, in my opinion. I don't think people should... He's also a rookie coach. He hasn't been in the game for that long. So hopefully they can all turn around. But that we are done and dusted. Make sure to follow the Guru on all good podcasting apps. You've got Beers and Break Even coming tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow night. Back on YouTube. So come and join us for that.
Back on YouTube. Make sure to grab a case of Bloke in a bar from your local. Beautiful beer. The beer of sport. No other beer loves sport the way we do. You guys know that. Grab Bloke merch from bloke.shop. Join the Bloke Club at www.bloke.club. But as usual, I'll go and fuck myself. Thank you.